They will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good.
this is game over. You can feel the ground rumble when I hit the ground running. You should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose. I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water.
our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
You used to make me smile, you used to hold my hand, you used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me, but I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walked right through another open door. I'm gonna hold my tongue, it can't be undone. I've taken all that I can get from you. I'm not thinking about you, nothing about you. Nothing you can say will change my mind.
So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
I'll watch you while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes.
Yo, where my party people at? Aha.
We pump the party up. We pump the party up. Pump the party. Kick it. We pump the party up. 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 Pump the party. Get down.
Here we go again. Gotta get on board. Oh yeah.
I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole plat backtrack to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I'm going in. Yeah, yeah. I gotta win. Yeah, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot. I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy. I agree with that notion. Come through like train. Look on my motion. I came from the gutter. Why you playing around? You don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. So my teeth look like a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on, hold on. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never dance again, was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me do. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi your way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've dealt me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. Then I saw your lips reflecting in the water. I thought we were young and nothing really matters.
Answer for what you have done. Yone, turn back. You have dishonored us. You swore to protect him. You swore to protect Ionia. Look around you, brother. Your honor stains the ground. Better than living without it. I'm sorry, brother. I will not fail you again. Apologies, Opa. I didn't mean to.
It's all right. The spirits wait for no one.
No, I'm not.
Looking to commune? Why else would the great Yasuo come? But are you ready?
Does that matter? I'll never make it up there in time.
True, the road is long. Perhaps my own temple can still provide a way. The choice is yours.
Is it?
It's taken years for the spirit blossoms to return. If the land is ready to heal, perhaps you are as well.
And this is the way? Old men, flowers, and hope.
Maybe hope is enough.
Maybe.
Immerse yourself in the river Whaley. Let the waters cleanse you. Let the currents take this burden you carry. Remember who you have lost.
Let me go, Yone! I was winning! Did you see me take out that big one?
I saw you dishonor yourself.
You fight?
When I have to, not when I want to.
You don't have anything to prove.
There is always another fight, Yasuo. Finding it proves nothing.
place is here. With Elder Suma.
He trained me for this. I can help end this war.
Your duty is to this school. To your master. To Ionia.
Then I should be out there protecting her. I won't fail you, Yone.
It seems I have already failed you.
Drink this. It will help forge a bond between our realms.
A drink rarely gets me out of trouble.
Sometimes we must go looking for our demons. Sometimes they find us.
Show yourself.
I'm not here for you.
Killing me does nothing, Hunter. If he lives, I will return. Suma's great pupil. What a disappointment. And your honor from
Better than living without it.
Yone. I'm no murderer.
Then why are you running?
I'm done running. Have your revenge, brother.
You might deserve death, but not by my hand.
Then there is nothing left for me in Ionia.
Even the wind has a path, brother.
Farewell, Yone.
May the spirit of Ionia guide you.
It's easier looking back, isn't it? The trick is seeing what lies ahead.
From what I hear, most likely thieves, beasts, and drink.
It is a lawless place, where you can decide your own fate. Besides, we're both looking for something, aren't we?
And you think we'll find it in Bilgewater?
I think we'll find many things.
各位垃圾话爱好者，我们又见面了。哎，怎么又是又啊？难道时空回溯了吗？
啊，我也不知道，好像时光回溯来到了春季赛，我也不知道自己该干什么。
没想到吧，夏季赛的决赛又是我们。还想着看猪狗大战呢，大人们，时代变了。
这次垃圾话都是网上征集的，打脸了千万别怪我。
想一下怎么说？
想一下。
未来战士，你还是少说两句吧。
感觉决赛没什么压力，现在我们可以研究全球总决赛的对手了。
就不瞒你说吧，我现在已经在研究隔壁肖梅克、丘比还有 BDD 他们这些选手。
不管369对线的是谁，我都会握住他手，然后给他反馈。毕竟这种事我挺有经验的嘛。
Nice！
我们普族从来没抢过 AD 的炮车，我们队能让5杀就让5杀，不会抢。
我们的优势就是全屏更能力玩游戏，我都不知道选出来的这种模式怎么赢的。
我们的打野就很强嘛，反正我们下路推完线也不用手难也能赢。
也每次都是凭枪中单对决，别的队伍能不能给点力啊？好没意思。
醒醒吧，弟弟，你连网吧赛当初都没赢。
你们不会也想给我们点外卖吧？
小野，这次你好好 carry， 我们练了那么久的捡灯笼，这次肯定能捡到了吧？
我们队伍最大的优势是年轻吧，有天赋，操作很好。
你97年的还搁在那年轻啥？你
鲍勃要赢，我感觉不用夺手，有手就行了。
今年春天，你努力的拿到了名将第2中单的称号，这次夏天，希望你能亲手守住这个称号。
京东这队伍就全在打野在打伤害，其他人能不能给点劲啊？
滔博的话就属于打野给线上打工嘛，然后打野就什么伤害都不打，就想看看到底是我们这一套行还是你们那一套行。
脑子被榨干了，我连ED都没有了。
谁超我都差不多，因为我不需要打野。
之前我一直有一个外号，国产上单的杀手，这个外号这次应该可以保持。369还把上单的理解定位在国产上单，而我已经定位在全世界上单里。不好意思，杜牧哥，半决赛我们长手打短手，4级越上，你应该看到了吧？滔博的话，上中下3条路都挺猛的，经典3叉戟。
滔博赢了都是莫欺少年穷，未来可期。滔博输了就是在第5层，都是我在推。
绿毛上一次决赛没有和你打上，这次有机会跟你碰一碰。
因为以前岳家就跟我同个队的，是我的替补，希望替补弟弟下场比赛的时候上来给我磕2个头。
Loken 的话对他更狠一点了，不可能像春季赛那样让场。
春季赛决赛的时候，我不是赢过你1次吗？别怕我。
技能3叉戟，退能4保1，你行吗？
我们让辅助去游走吧，下路 AD 1v 男人大战。哇，你来干嘛呀？
我们的 AD 挺稳的，不会有那些赌上什么职业生涯的闪现。
成了。
再次打决赛不是为了证明什么，而是为了告诉你们，失去的东西一定要自己拿回来。我会告诉你们，谁才是冠军。我很喜欢者赛说的一句话 ：TES 除了中路，其他人都一般。
我感觉卡塔2击抓中直接就杀了，牙膏肯定是挤不出来的。
出道以来，还没有人可以把我拦在全球总决赛之外。
카타 선수가 보니까 소문에 의하면 항상 롤드컵만 가까워지면 못해진다는 소리가 있던데 뭐 그게 맞는지 아닌지 제가 보면 될 것 같아요. 결승전 가서.
希望自己尽全力发挥吧。
虽然我们2个队伍都进了世界赛，希望这次决赛能打得很精彩，打得很热血，希望能打出我们第1赛区的风采。 팀원들 이미 롤드컵 들어갔다고 많이 긴장 풀지 말고 지금 마지막 결승가 남았으니까 결승까지 깔끔하게 이기고 좀 롤드컵 갔으면 좋겠어. 春天的落败还历历在目，带上皇冠，让滔博在这个盛夏开花结果。
卫冕总会带来额外的期许与目光，为自己而战，相信过程，我们总是冠军。
既然拿到出征的名额，那就让我们带着银龙站上世界的舞台。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Finals of Top Esports and JDG for 2020 summer. My name is Asterix, and this is Dagda to take me all the way through today's matches, and of course, to kick off our Grand Final, which is a bit of a rematch, sir.
And I can't believe we're here already.
Agreed.
It feels like it was such a short year. It felt like only a couple of weeks ago we saw these two titans take each other on in our spring split final.
It's crazy that we got to this point once again. It is going to be a bit of a journey for us and, of course, for our audience to take you through today. But first of all, that journey started way back with the beginning of our playoffs. And if anyone missed this, maybe I pity you a little bit, because this was such a good run, considering we had many new teams, old favorites, and a mix-up with some of those favorites going down.
And it felt like we got to see a lot of those new favorites through that top side of the bracket.
Yes.
V5, Suning, finding themselves almost towards the end, but semi-finals was where we lost them along the way, and they found themselves down in that third, fourth place match for Suning. And then when we look at that bottom side, that was kind of the legacy side of our bracket, with LGD, IG, WE all running the gauntlet down that way.
But yet somehow our semi-finals were pretty clean, and we're left with the same result as we were in spring. That'll be happening today all throughout the course in our best of 5, but moving forward a little bit over this weekend, or ramping up to it I should say, I don't know what day it is, but I know that tomorrow starts our regional qualifier. We still have to find our 3rd and our 4th seed for the World Championship.
And that is going to be such an absolutely fantastic tournament to watch when we do get to those games tomorrow, Friday, for LGD and Suning, and then with IG FPX kicking things off on Saturday, where only one of our world champions will progress with the opportunity to get to that world
It's
stage.
funny, isn't it? The elimination match for IG and FPX, where Suning and LGD have 2 chances to qualify for Worlds. One of those teams will be our 3rd seed in Suning and LGD. But we have to move forward into today. That's what I would have normally said, Dagda, but I've been told something very special, a little bit spicy as well. You sent one of those videos over to LEC. You were holding the World Championship trophy and shoving it in their face. Yeah. I agree with the sentiment completely, but we've had a response from the LEC and Vedius specifically.
Hey LPL, how's it going? I imagine you're feeling pretty good after your last little trash talk video. It was clever, bring out your little trophy. I liked it. It's funny, we also have one. Yeah. It is weird though. You do fail to mention that most of your titles are off the back of Korean players. But I guess that's neither here nor there, right? Let's instead focus on the times you didn't win. Because, oh boy, there are a lot of them. Remember Fnatic versus JDG at Worlds 2015? Yeah, probably not. I too would like to forget that AD carry Jace. Remember that time WE lost to G2 in the semi-finals of MSI 2017? Yikes, probably not. You know, some say Uzi retired not because of his injuries, but because of some smug faces that I don't think he ever wanted to see again. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because it's really funny that I think that EDG have actually lost more best of 5s to Fnatic than they have to anyone else. I also love how we've conveniently forgotten the last year's MSI semifinals. Listen, it's one thing to lose to FPX in a best of 5. It's a completely other thing to lose to Team Liquid. But hey, new blood coming to Worlds this year, right? Who needs to focus on the past? You've got PP God coming to Worlds. I've heard he's really good. All the former world champions will be there too. Kevin, what do you mean that? Seriously? He's not going to... That's embarrassing. Anyway, honestly, I'm just excited to see LGD back at Worlds. I remember the last time, and oh boy, their performance was an experience, that's for sure. You know what? I look forward to seeing how you fare against some real gods at this year's Worlds. We'll see you there, LPL. See you there.
Oof. All right. Well played, Vedius. Well played. Dagda, you're the one who started this, so I'm going to give you the first rebuttal, if you'd like.
I like the way he's kind of like trying to play down the achievements. Like, oh yeah, you know, we didn't win Worlds. We got an MSI though. We got MSI though, and well, we lost 3-0 to the 2 former world champions. And wait, they've got scarier teams now coming along, point. I suppose. I mean, is that supposed to be a diss? I just see it as, hey, we're just sending the new roulette. It's like, who 3-0s them next?
And let's be quite honest, it is easy to be on your high horse, but since Freak's Basement in Season 1, there hasn't really been any titles that EU have won. So, and even that one, a lot of people say doesn't count. So, Talk to us when you get 2 world champions, and talk to us when you face up this year against our new era. Dagda, this is a selling point. It's time for Vettius to sit down and learn something, because the new era of the LPL has finally begun. These teams leading the charge. 2 of them you're seeing today fighting it out for 1st and 2nd seed.
And it really does feel like 2020 is the start of this new age.
Yep.
Suning, a team of rookies essentially making their way to stardom, getting all the way to the semi-finals. We saw V5 really setting themselves up for success as well throughout this split, getting a bunch of new fans for plays from PP God, from the entire team stepping up. And it now feels like we're starting to shift away and recognize so many new faces in the LPL.
And also, let's not forget, we're talking about the old guard shifting out. It's a big point of conversation because RNG and EDG fans are used to their teams going to Worlds and always having old reliable at least hitting the competition.
And that's the thing. I mean, EDG not making playoffs for the first time. RNG looking so just disappointing.
Not making Worlds for a long time coming
exactly.
as well.
And this is what we mean, is that we're starting to see the old gods fall away. And now we're looking at these new faces. That 2020 has just sparked this new life for the LPL.
Yeah, and I love that also old fans of like teams like LGD can finally be happy 5 years later. They're a team that will be playing in the regional qualifiers, but we have to move forward and talk about us witnessing history. It is history here being made with our 2 best LPL teams in JDG and Top Esports. 2nd time coming in the 2nd final of the year. 1st and 2nd seed at Worlds. History being made.
And these are the 2 teams leading that charge in the LPL.
Absolutely.
The 2 teams that are looking to write their names in the annals alongside the greats. JDG looking to make 2020 their year off of that spring split victory. And Top Esports looking to take on what they feel like they're destined to become the most feared team in the world.
It's a long time coming, Dagda. For JDG, remember, since summer 2017, there have been a lot of changes, and we're going to go through and take you through the recent journey that has been these 2 LPL teams.
Because both these teams have had to rebuild themselves as the years have gone through. JDG in 2017 losing Doingby to FPX, where Yagao came into the roster. 2018 they lost Clid to T1, and that's where we saw Flawless come into JD Gaming. And then at the end of 2019 it was then Kanavi who stepped up big time, solidifying his role in the team in 2020. And we look at 2019 as well. I mean, Loken, yes, he's the prodigal son returning, but they lost him to Top Esports as well. But JDG's climb has just kept going ever since.
But it has been so rough. That road taken with the Worlds tonight by EDG, who made a miracle run themselves to get that last seed in 2018. IG, who got the last seed in 2019, also trampled over JD Gaming. It's been rough, but I'm sure they're glad they're finally here.
And IG seems to be the one that stops a lot of our teams here today, because when we look at 2019, it was Top Esports denied that world stage by Invictus Gaming. And again, a team that had to rebuild. 2018, losing Marin and Korn. That's where we saw 369 and step up to the roster. In 2019, losing XX and Ben. And we had to see, again, this change come in with Karsa coming into the roster. Yanja stepping up to fulfill that support role. And in 2020 spring, adding that final piece of the puzzle in Jack.
Because a bit of a retake is last year, everyone expected Top Esports to be the final seed. They got to the last round of the regional finals, and IG managed to walk, 3-2 walk, so it was a bit of a stumble in the end, but nevertheless, Top Esports were denied. And a bit of a memory reminder for everyone out there. It's been years in the making to get to this point. It's been tough journeys, but let's talk about the road traveled by JDG and Top Esports as we show you these clips.
He's down. JD pushed to the limit, and they cannot hold the line right now against EDG. Haro with the flank, double knockup. Loken, it's on him, but the next is exposed.
Knows it as well. 84% win chance to IG. Here we go.
Looks like good chicken here for the Shy. They jump on in immediately. Jackie Love takes the first. The second goes over to him as well. Zooms late to the party. They'll just give it all as IG run on in. They say, hey, it doesn't matter. Quadra, give it all.
It's the penta.
Yes, you know he gets the penta kill.
It's actually a fight on 2 fronts as Jackie Love picks up the first kill. The cannon goes down, and Top Esports are routed. It's 3v2. Logan's away from his base. I think IG have done it.
Yeah, Nice, the only one that needs to die on this one, and that's it.
Night has fallen. IG will earn their spot to defend their championship and take the 3rd seed to represent China at Europe.
It was a mess.
All of them Game 5 denials when it counts for both JDG and Top Esports, and in that way, the road travel has been shared with the disappointment through.
But no longer will they be disappointed. They have made it to that world stage, but now they fight for something bigger. Pride, that LPL pride, to name yourself the #1 seed going to Worlds, and where a lot of our fans will be putting their fans.
And we know in past history it has been much about these LPL titles. That's where the pride comes from. As we move to JDG, these are the reigning kings, our spring champions. We look across their achievements in 2020, and they are many, to say the least.
And JDG didn't look like they were able to quite get it together in spring. They had that late resurgence with Zoom coming back into the roster, and then that undefeated streak that we touted as they made it towards that finals. They looked so damn good, finishing second in our regular split, but when we got to those 5 games, those grueling back-to-back slams, it was JDG who were able to come out on top.
And it feels like in 2020, Kanavi's a big part of the success, solidifying the roster. We will talk about individual skill and how these rosters play coming up. But at the moment, know this, that 2020 has been the year of JDG so far. And recently, if we have a look at their semi-finals, it was against LGD, that 3-1 that was so dominating. It was good to see JDG rising back to form, showing us a bit about what we saw in spring. That 3-1 looked pretty domineering.
And that's the thing that impressed me, was how dominant it was. Because as we looked at our last couple of weeks of the regular split, I was looking a little bit shaky on JDG. The early game wasn't really coming together, but my word did they come out against LGD. And what summer has been defined by for JDG is moving away from what made them successful in spring, playing very heavily around Kanavi. Now we're looking at Kanavi playing through his lanes. This time in that semi-final, though, we saw them once again work around Kanavi, and that Evelyn in Game 2 just took over as a result.
That season MVP of spring finally showing up. Feels pretty good as a JDG fan out there. But for Top Esports, the usurpers, we need to go into their recent year, because although spring was running forward to get into those spring playoffs and, of course, the finals, MSC champion Dagda, we're looking at a lot of strength towards the later half of the year.
And when we look back at spring, it was about finding the missing piece of the puzzle. Jackie Love coming into the roster, that Invictus Gaming shot calling was what springboarded them in towards finals, looking so damn good, but unable to beat JDG. However, that was the catalyst. That's what got that fire burning in them. As from that point on, Top Esports have been unstoppable. MSC, check. First in the regular split, check. This is the next box for them to tick off on that domination
They want
conquest.
revenge. I've watched a lot of Game of Thrones. That throne shifts around quite a lot, and especially in the LPL, champions change. That's what Top Esports are hoping for today. A 3-0 against Suning, if you missed it, in the semi-finals. It was clean. It was quick. Dagda, it just looked like some of their best series, and their lane dominance continued throughout.
And across the board, they all stepped up. Jackie Love and Yuanja looking amazing. We saw Knight, as always, performing brilliantly, but 369 just absolutely putting Bin in the trash the entire series long. So honestly, this is Top Esports looking better than they have at any point in time. And when you 3-0 that spectacularly in the semi-finals, you got to look at them coming in here today.
It feels great when you have someone like Jackie Love who solidified this roster, much like Kanavi did for JDG. Dagda, I've been told we are heading pretty fast towards our opening ceremony, so we just have to quickly remind our audience about the spring finals and the 3-2 that it was, with individual members stepping up across the board. I guess the best place to start with is Yagao matching Knight to net Game 1 MVP and looked pretty good throughout the series.
Especially in a matchup that wasn't particularly favoured for Yagao, but when we look across the board, Knight picking up 2 MVPs in his next 2 games. And again, the bottom lane from JDG stepping up. Loken, this was the series that put him in towards stardom, made us look at him as the best split he's had his entire career long. And it started in this series, continued in MSC, continued in summer. And when we look at Lumao, that Game 5, that beautiful ultimate that made Bard a staple of the LPL meta. It started with the JDG support.
Everyone remembers that Game 5 Bard, and as we get closer and closer towards our opening ceremony, I'm sure those are going to be some of the fleeting thoughts that move through and into the grand final itself. We are moments away from kicking off the show, and it's amazing to see that we have our 2 spring finalists returning back here, especially when everyone's in form. Kanavi, you mentioned. Jackie Love as well, we had a passing thought. Karza had a really great semi-final as well. There's so many matchups to focus on. There's so many storylines that have to be highlighted coming into this one.
And that's the big thing, is that it's not only just the players who are finally getting to make that name for themselves here today. It's the organizations who are starting to put themselves on the map as well.
Yes.
This is not only just, hey, we want to win the Spring Split Finals. It's about more than that. It's about putting your name in the legacy of League of Legends.
Dagda, I have been told we are about to throw things over. So ladies and gentlemen, to open up the Summer Finals for 2020, we're going to throw it to the stage to kick this one off between Top Esports and JDG.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Dear Summoners, it's been too long since we've last met. Welcome to the 9th League of Legends anniversary. I'm your host, Ju Jun. For everyone, 2020 has been a very special year. To be able to get together on stage this anniversary, we're extremely honored and thankful. Soon, let us welcome to the 2020 LPL Summer Finals. 2 teams have fought atop the Apex in spring, have now overcome all obstacles and beat back all challenges to stand before us as the ultimate contenders. Once again, we have a heavyweight match between kings. Will JD Gaming become a double title holder and dominate the year? Or will Top Esports begin their reign and fly their sails? Let this finals answer our question. Now let us welcome Top Esports and JD Gaming. In the top lane for JDG. JDG's top laner, Zoo. For Top Esports, 369. Controlling the jungle, it's JDG's Kanavi and Top Esports' Kasa. For our mid lane showdown, the twin heroes of Pingxiang, JDG's Yagao, Top Esports' Knight. Holding down the bot lane, JDG Loken and Top Esports' Jackie Love. And finally, the support matchup from JDG, Luma, Top Esports, Yuyan Jia. All players are in position. The flames of battle are about to ignite. Let us anticipate this exciting final showdown. This is the 2020 Summer LPL Finals. Champions, together we fight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk here for the Grand Finals of 2020 Summer. I'm Hysterix. This is Dagda after what was such a slick, sick, awesome intro to get us underway.
I know, now I was already excited, but I can feel the goosebumps. I can feel ready for this series after an intro like that.
It is fitting, right? We get the most hype intro for the most hype era that's come through. We were talking about it a little bit before we started show, but their era definitely now with JDG and Top Esports holding strong. The two best teams in the LPL already guaranteed worlds. Today, looking to find first seed.
But it's now we find out who will lead us to that new dawn. Who will lead us into the new decade? Will it be JDG solidifying the 2020 as their year, or will it be Top Esports who managed to dethrone them here today as we move in towards that World
There's so many fun storylines, especially when we were just talking about Spring, the 3-2 to JDG, but it was a well-fought 3-2 where anyone could have taken it in the end. We get the rematch, and moving into playstyles, I think it's important. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10-16. Yone is not available. A lot of people will be upset about that. Yasuo's still there, but anyway, let's be serious for a moment. We have to mention the playstyles that have got these teams to this point. Starting with JDG, and JDG, we called them the brains in Spring. They were all about being the smartest team in the LPL, but we've simplified it here for you. We've made it very easy to understand, and a playstyle we'll be looking towards in the upcoming series, starting with their bot dominance.
It all starts in draft for that bot dominance, making sure that we have the pushing bot lane for Loken and Lumao, so that then they can get all these solo kills, get these turret plates for themselves as well. This is where JDG are strongest. The highest duo lane kills of anyone in the LPL. The highest goal difference of any of our playoff bot lanes. It is where JDG make their stand that enables Kanavi to go towards these early dragons.
Exactly right. And also, you know, you free up Lumao. Loken gets an advantage in lane, and if he's on something like the Ezreal, something that can hold its line in the bottom lane, Lumao starts partnering up with Kanavi and being that duo threat. And I just love that Loken and Lumao have had their best split of their careers, mainly Loken especially. And alongside Kanavi, it looks like such importance early game dominance with these dragon controls, with objective control overall.
Yeah, the highest objective control for both Barons, and more importantly, those dragons. JDG love to start snowballing these early dragons so they can force teams into fighting them at that third Drake, that fourth Drake, and where their team fights can come online. Because JDG, they're the best damn team fighters in the LPL.
Those engages to be talked about, right? They're clean, they're coordinated, their communication is always highlighted between laners like Zoom, Yagao, and how they fit in with Kanavi and Lumao, who are usually on some important part.
Yeah, it's JDG using Zoom and Lumao as their main engage tools. Lumao is the best playmaking support that we have in the LPL, especially on champions like the Bard and the Thresh. And when he's paired with Zooms on these frontline CC heavy bruisers, this is where JDG shine, where they can toss everything at their opponents and wipe them clean.
Because let's have a look through now, because with those best engages, we will be highlighting Kanavi, because everything leads towards him. He is the golden road. He is the castle the hobbits are trying to get towards. Kanavi is that highlighted player, and even through bottom lane dominance, we talked about linking up with this jungler.
And this young jungler has made a name for himself with this carry jungling style, dominating his opponents on champions like Kindred, Graves, even the Lee Sin as well. This team works best, as we talked about, when Lumao and Kanavi group to invade the enemy jungle and support Kanavi in getting these early leads from which he can snowball completely out of control.
And what a story for this jungler too. Coming into 2020, he was expected to be maybe middling, could hit the top of the pack, but he's hit the damn tippy top at this point, because he is the best jungler in the LPL over the likes of Tian, Ning coming through, these junglers that have a higher name.
And it's the reason that JDG work, because they use him as this triple threat. Between Loken, Yagao, and Kanavi, they are able to dish out so much damage, and even if you knock one down, you've got two more that you have to deal with. It's just so much that you have to work with.
And the playstyle as well, we were talking about. In Spring, it was very much Kanavi is the aggressor, lanes follow me. In Summer, we saw a bit of it the other way around, where Kanavi was, you know, dragged bits and places, right?
Yeah, so in Spring, it was very much a case of, okay, let's work to, we'll give up lane states, we'll actually have Yagao gift kills over towards Kanavi to get him up and rolling. In Summer, though, we saw them fall back into, right, Kanavi, let's go towards Lee Sin, let's go towards these more lane-orientated champions where we can start to get these ganks off early and let the rest of the team carry. However, that again changed when we hit that semi-final, because we saw that Evelyn game where Lumel was working together with them, getting these early kills, and from that point, Kanavi was just unstoppable.
We saw King Kanavi, right?
Exactly.
You know, as we've talked about before, King Kanavi is king of the jungle, so that's the highlight here. A key player to watch is going to be the jungler on JDG, while we shift over to the other side. And for top esports, we call them the usurpers. Usurpers who have lane dominance. It starts with the top lane and how Karsa attacks for 369.
Exactly. Although we think about top esports as this trident where you've got 3 lanes that you can play through and possibly carry from, they very much focus towards this top side of the map, both in their draft and in their early games. The counterpick is given towards 369 in 60% of their games, and he gets all the attention from Karsa and Knight where they'll look for these dives.
And when we look at lane dominant picks, we talk about the Jace, you know, the Renekton snowballing, picks that get around these objectives and give Karsa's control. And Dagda, we've talked a lot about this because Karsa, towards the top side of the map, it's a nice transition from hitting that top lane, moving Knight up, and then setting up for these Rift Heralds.
Exactly. Karsa plays a very different style of jungle to what we would typically expect. It's very suffocating. It's not going to show in stats, but what he wants to do is stop the opponent jungler from interacting with these lanes, because when you have 3 lanes that are so damn strong, just letting them win the lane by themselves is all that Karsa needs to do. Stopping the opponent from getting involved and allowing them to snowball in towards Rift Heralds, in towards Dragons. And the thing is, they are second in objective control to these, only to JDG.
Oh, you know, that spices up the matchup just that extra hint more. I also love, we're talking about picks like Graves, the Lee Sin, the suffocating style, something we will reference across the night, especially since we also note that he shadows a lot of his lanes. He's always there, sometimes setting up a tent.
Setting up a tent, but also setting up these early game skirmishes from which top esports can use the lane advantages that they picked up. Now, it's not always for their benefit. Sometimes they will fight a bit too over the top. But still, this is why top esports is so potent. They have a lead at 15 in 62% of their games. The top in the LPL.
And we also go to the final moment because unlike IG, where people link this team to in the past, especially 2019, they get out of their individual lanes and they play keep away. Team fighting is key. These guys do it so well, and creating space for people like Jackie Love, people like Knight Dagda is a very important point.
Exactly. Their compositions tend to outrange their opponents. What they're trying to do is force the opponent to engage on top of them way too quickly for risk of getting poked out. So you end up in these situations where top esports can use that individual skill, use their individual performers to outplay in that engage and win the team fight through that.
And that's why we're looking at people like Knight, because through his lane, through these team fights, Knight is dominant. And we don't have to have a little screen about him. It's always about this mid laner who carried them through spring and is still doing the exact same thing in summer.
Highest KDA of any mid laner in the LPL. Highest gold difference at 510 gold at 15 minutes.
Which is nuts.
Plus, he's our summer split MVP. How many more accolades do we need to start handing off to this guy?
2 splits in a row. Got it in 2019 summer, now has it in 2020 summer as well. Best player not to go to Worlds no longer, because that's on the trajectory after today, whatever the case may be. But it is fun to talk about Knight, and I will reiterate, this summer, his team has been playing, you know, a lot better, a lot more around him as well, but Knight hasn't had to have the team on his shoulders like he has in the past.
And it's very much about getting these lane-dominant champions, the Syndras, the Orianas, the Zoes, where he can take over a lane, and as we talked about, working in conjunction with Karsa to set up these top lane dives that are so difficult for enemy teams to work against.
I think it's important that we note, like, Knight is going to be obviously not as a head-to-head with Kanavi, because mid versus jungle, but this is a key player we need to look out for on top esports, especially with those stats provided. Let's move forward though, because again, I mentioned we are on 10-16, Yone banned. Priority picks are going to be very important. I think the draft for these two teams could actually make or break the series. And in the grand final, we'll start with JDG, because of course, defending champions coming into this one, we need to talk about those jungle picks first all, because Kanavi, King of the Jungle, wants these two bad boys.
Exactly. Most certainly the Lee Sin and the Nidalee. The
Yep.
Nidalee, because of that oppressive style where he invades, takes away all your camps, sets himself up as a big carry in that mid game. So trying to avoid that Nidalee is going to be amazing if you can. Also looking over towards that Lee Sin. Every time he gets his hands on this pick, it's a goddamn montage.
Oh, yeah.
The plays he can make on this Lee Sin, not only in early game, but mid to late game team fights as well. His mid-fight decision making is the best of any jungler in the LPL right now. And that's why he's so potent on these picks. But you got to look across the board as well, because when you look at Syndra for Knight, it is a pretty scary win rate.
And hey, he hasn't had that. He hasn't had that in playoffs, right? In semifinals, 100% banned against him for that reason. He is 6-0 on this pick. This isn't just a couple of games. This is Knight.
80% ban rate against them all through summer. Like, this is a do not give Knight Syndra.
Also, the instant Magi's every single game on it too. That helps out.
Yeah, it is a little bit disgusting. Maybe we will get to see it. Other than that, though, the Bard for Luma in the bottom lane, it is the person who put Bard on the map in the LPL. He was the one to bring it out. He was making these insane plays, and the play that cost top esports their winning spree.
The game-making play in Game 5, people will not forget that one. Lumao, his most played champion in the regular season summer too, so exciting to see that. Most likely that will be prevalent today as well. But on the other side of the board, Top Esports got a lot to talk about with their priority picks, considering that, on the other side, Top Esports, of course. We were mentioning Yagao. This is actually meant to be the other way around. It is Top Esports Knight's Zoe that is shifted through. Of course, Yagao for the paddle star girl as well. But there's a lot to talk about with these mid laners too, even with the Zoe there.
Exactly, and this is the big thing, is that again for Knight, it's about lane dominance. Zoe, Orianna, whoever it might be, he wants to take over that mid lane and make sure he's able to snowball these advantages. The highest goal difference of 15 for this mid laner. If you allow him to get control of that mid lane, you're not getting it back. So we got to look as well across the board at the rest of the map as well. For Lee Sin here as well, this has been amazing for Karsa. And again, what we talked about, strong dueling champions for Karsa. As long as he's able to suffocate you out, control that river area, he's able to stop you from interacting with those lanes. Lee Sin, a perfect champion to do so, to enable something like a Renekton to take over in the top lane.
Globally, people remember Karsa's Lee Sin. They've seen it at Worlds, they've seen it at MSI. Remember 2018 RNG. This was a pick that made Karsa very famous and put him above the days on Flash Wolves. So now on Top Esports, he has that exact opportunity. Clear the air a little bit here, because we are talking about Knight's champion pool. Before, we were talking a little bit about Yagao. Yagao Syndra still deadly, Yagao Zoe still deadly. The champions link up in the middle lane a bit with the Zoe and the Syndra being shared. And so in this matchup, mid lane priority pick could be a very real thing.
Yeah, and I want to look at that top lane priority as well, because as we talked about for 369, 60% counter pick rate. Things like this Renekton are about getting domination for 369 in that top lane. If he is able to run his way in that top side, it becomes very difficult for you to do anything. And then you add in that Karsa and Knight are going to be on their way at some point as well. If 369 is running that top lane, he's going to start using his advantages, teleporting down to the bottom side, making it an unfair fight down there. He'll rotate very quickly from that top lane to start using that pressure down towards dragons. There's a lot that 369 brings to the table when he does have control of his lane.
And what I love is his wide berth and champion pool as well. We start talking about tanks for 369. We don't want to see that. We get things like the Jace, Renekton, as you mentioned as well. There's a lot of diversification up in that top lane that's going to make draft very hard going up against Top Esports.
And that's it. It's like, where do you put your attention? I mean, we're looking at Jackie Love. We now know the Caitlyn needs to be banned on red side. We're looking towards super strong picks from like the Ashe. We're also looking towards Knight. We're looking towards Karsa. I mean, this is the problem. Across the board, there are standout performers. We got the Trident on Top Esports with 3 lanes capable of carrying. When we look across at JDG, we've got Kanavi, Yagao, we got Loken, 3 people more than capable of carrying as well. Where do you put your attention for these teams?
We got so much going on with 8 unique champions through the mid lane. Here for Knight, he's going to be a point of contention, but we are slowly getting towards getting into pick ban for game number 1. First of all, our caster predictions, because a little bit split. You and I draw this down the middle, sir, but we do both say 3-2.
Yeah, there's no way in my mind this isn't going to 5 games, especially after spring. I think it'd be a disservice even to us, to be honest, not to get it there. But really, I think this is so incredibly close. When we look at how Top Esports have been able to play their mid game so superbly, when we look at the early game aggression and bot lane from JDG, there's so many avenues for these teams to win out this game and get that snowball rolling. So when I look at this, I gave it 3-2 to JDG, but honestly, this could go either way.
The crazy thing for me, before coming into this, I was thinking of changing it to 3-1, but there was just that part of me that, you know, being a fan, wanting 5 games, but also expecting it to just roll through with the thunder as to what this series was in spring. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ever so close to running into pick and ban. We are getting ever so close to starting off our summer grand finals, and once again seeing JDG and Top Esports run into the rift. Dagda, individuality versus, let's call the brains, let's call the
Brains versus brawn was what we gave in spring.
Easier way.
But that's the thing. It really does feel like a JDG are a sum that's greater than their parts.
Yeah, they really are. Dagda, we are going to throw over to our casters in studio for JDG Top Esports. The grand final about to commence. So it's over to Munchables and Lyric to kick it away.
Thanks very much, guys. It looks pretty fantastic over in the arena. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric as we head into a rematch of our spring finals, no less, to finish out our summer season.
I'm so excited for this one. We have the best team in the LPL and JDG against the best players in the LPL, Top Esports.
And it's such an exciting series. We saw it in spring and went the full 5 games last time around. I'm expecting the same thing. You went with a little bit more of a one-sided prediction on this one, but I have to say, just looking at the matchups across the board, there is so much talent stacked into these two rosters, but when you say best players, Top Esports really personifies that.
Exactly. When you have Knight, when you have Jackie Love, I mean, we look at Karsa's always been in the contention for best jungler in the world for years now. Even 369 is having a pop-off split, and the things he did to Bin in their semifinals, oh, it was hard to watch.
Yeah, on the other side, though, JDG, like, they have some solid individual talent themselves. None of the players are the guys that you're screaming about, except for maybe Zoom still in the conversation for the best top laner in the world.
The thing that's interesting about JDG is it feels like there are more supportive elements, and top support and jungle are really where they can outshine TS, to where the more traditional carries, right, in mid and 80 carries where you look at for Top Esports.
And especially Kanavi and that jungle. I'm not really representing him well enough by saying that he's not one of the guys to scream about. But I have to say, for JDG, there's a lot of reputation on the line here because they won spring. They beat Top Esports in spring, had a bit of a falter at the mid-season cup, had a bit of a falter towards the start of this split, but they have come back strong. They tried a couple of different styles across summer. Now they're back to Kanavi being the main carry of the team. They're back to their old ways, and it feels like maybe back to winning championships.
Exactly, and when you look at JDG, the big thing that stands out to me is how support and jungle work together. I think Luma and Kanavi have the best jungle support synergy in the LPL, and we saw that up against LGD, where Kanavi and Luma were always up in Peanut's jungle, finding those kills, and that's going to be a real way for JDG to disrupt TS, where Karsa and Yuyanja don't really link up that much. It's much more about Karsa finding ganks in those individual lanes, so we really need to see how that jungle support synergy pans out.
And I have to say, when it comes to that, you're talking about the way JDG has to play around the early game to stop the lanes getting ahead for Top Esports. I'm more interested in what happens in the mid and the late game, because we've got JDG on one side that we're heralding as the best team fighters in the LPL, but Top Esports, they're no slouch to the team fights either.
No, especially when it comes to Top Esports, something that's scary about them is that clutch factor. That Knight can always pop off on a Silas, that they can sneakily take a Baron, but here we are into Picked and Ban.
We're already into Champion Select for game number 1 of our Summer 2020 Finals here in the LPL. Top Esports on our blue side as the higher seed coming in. They're banning away the Twisted Fate, the Ornn, and the Zoe to start things off with.
The things that stand out to me so far is we still have Set and Graves up, so you don't necessarily need to look for jungle first pick, and JDG are clearly trying to get TS to first pick that Renekton by banning out the Quinn.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Top Esports, they'd be quite happy to go for a Renekton first pick. We've seen it plenty of times. Dagda was talking about the Renekton on the desk, but Top Esports, they're still perusing their options here. A lot of first pickable champs available. Things like the Ashe as well.
The thing that stands out to me is the Set, the Nidalee. We have a lot of priority junglers open, but Top Esports don't take the bait. They want to take away that Nidalee and make sure it doesn't go into the hands of Kanavi.
And I can understand why, because Kanavi is a monster if he can get his hands on that Nidalee, but certainly not his only pick. Zoom going to go for the Renekton now, and immediately that Ashe is locked in for Loken, locking in some hard engage.
JDG already have a ton of early options when it comes to pick potential, when it comes to setting up a lot of these early fights. I wonder where TS will go for top lane, locking in this set quite early, because typically with Nidalee, right, you want those strong laners that have lockdown that can help Nidalee facilitate these invades and get her ahead.
It's going to be a question of if they can get Karsa ahead, because when we were talking about the two junglers on the desk, it was about Karsa trying to deny Kanavi. Nidalee's certainly a champion that can do that, but when we look towards the bottom lane, we've seen a lot of these utility AD carries of late. Jackie Love going to fall right into that category.
Ooh, and we get a Lilia coming out for JD Gaming. Lilia's been very popular over in the LEC, but ever since Tien's performance on FPX, we've kind of strayed away from the pick.
Yeah, we saw it a couple of times from Vici as well, and it really didn't look so hot. So I guess it's time to find out what Kanavi can do, because if there's any jungler that can play a carry, it is Kanavi.
It's interesting, too, because I think these champions interact in somewhat similar ways to where Lilia's about her fast clear speed, being able to get into the enemy jungle with the help of having pressure in her lanes. If you have good gank setup coming in from something like Renekton, you actually do have a ton of damage once you start getting those items under your belt.
So we're into the bans here as we get into the second phase of the draft. Nautilus being taken away from Yuyanja. There's going to be a Lucian ban coming out from Top Esports, perhaps focused on towards Yagao in the mid lane, though.
Exactly. When you do see an AP jungler like Lilia, you are more afraid of those AD soul laners coming out. So whether it's something like a Lucian, I've seen Yagao practicing things like Jace. You always need to be fearful of that. I'm more curious to see where JD Gaming go with their next pick. I would actually assume it's going to be mid lane, because JDG are a team that really likes to get counter pick on support to unlock Lumao to have that roaming style that we talked about.
When we look towards the bottom side of the map here, JDG doing a lot of work to make sure Yuyanja cannot be a heavy engage tool for the side of Top Esports.
We need to remember, though, that Yuyanja's best champion by far is his Thresh. That was his go-to back in spring, where that was his rookie split. But I wonder if JDG are just going to pull out something like the Bard here. You already have the Nautilus ban, you have the Leona ban, a lot of these heavy engage options, and it's Lumao's best champion by far.
Yeah, Lumao, probably the best Bard in the world, to be quite honest, when you look at how he plays. There's a Pantheon lock-in, though.
Both supports have been spamming this pick in solo queue. Actually,
I'm just saying, we've got a Lilia in the jungle. That could be a mid lane Pantheon.
Exactly. We've seen both mid laners as well testing the waters with this one. So they have a bit of a flex pick going on right now. And again, when we talk about the early dragons, when we talk about these early skirmishes, Pantheon is the perfect pick for that.
We're going to see Tahm Kench locked in by Yuyanja. Very defensive support that we often see him lean towards. And now the final pick towards that top lane, it's going to be the cannon for the team fights.
Yeah, so we are getting a bit of a throwback to the set Nidalee, which we saw a ton of early in split, because set obviously is a ton of good wave clear in the mid lane. You set up for these invades with Nidalee. You have CC coming out from your E to set up the spears. And now 369 going on a champion that will also be able to get a bit of pressure on its own.
So it's going to be interesting seeing a tank in the mid lane from Knight here instead of a carry on the other side of the board. We've got a Kiana for Yagao.
This is Yagao's signature pick. He's actually brought it out 2 times during the LPL split already. He feels a ton of comfort on it. It's his second most played in solo queue. And JDG's comp is just so deadly. There's so much damage coming out. If Karsa gets caught in the wrong side of the enemy jungle, he's just dead. He's just bursted out.
And this is not the standard front-to-back teamfight composition that you typically expect out of JDG either. They're bringing out a different style to normal in game number 1.
Exactly. This is not, stock standard JDG. The thing I like is you have a lot of kill pressure in both of your side lanes. So Zoom has set up with the W. Of course, you have a point-click stun coming out from the Pantheon as well to help get Kanavi rolling.
Well, we have our compositions locked on in, and I cannot wait to see what JDG have up their sleeves. This is a different draft to what we're used to seeing. We've got a Pantheon coming through. We've got a Lilia coming through as well. We're getting ready to kick off our 2020 Summer Finals. Top Esports, they're coming in as the first seed, but JDG are coming in to defend their championship.
JDG showing already they have a very wide depth of strategy and that they are prepared for this match.
We'll see who's going to be able to take the edge here in game number 1. I'm excited to see if Top Esports can get that monkey off their back. They're the MSC champions, and they are looking to finally take a title in the LPL. We're about ready to jump into game number 1 of this series, Lyric. One last look at the compositions as my eyes are on the jungle. Karsa against Kanavi. We've got Nidalee against Lilia. And JDG bringing out all the stops already in game number 1 of our finals. We'll have to see as we head into game number 1 who is going to be able to take the first game of our finals.
JDG 加油 JDG 加油滔博加油滔博加油
We may not have crowds in the actual arena, but we can pretend that we do, damn it. We're into our finals here in the LPL 2020 Summer Split, and it's a rematch from Spring. Top Esports on our blue side against JDG, who are already looking for some level 1 shenanigans.
Right, they have a pretty strong level 1 coming out from the point-and-click CC with that Pantheon. And Yagao, though Kiana not the strongest champion, they do have a ton of bursts, but TS had the ward. They caught this out, and they're going to be able to force them off of it.
JDG still sticking around here as Kanavi moves over to the Raptors. Top Esports aren't going to let this happen. Kanavi the target. This is going to be able to flash over the wall, keep himself safe. Knight ignited, but now it's Yuyanja on the front line trying to push everyone away. Carson misses the spear. Yuyanja forced to flash. Jackie Love gets a grenade across the team. How is there this much action at level 1? But it's level 2 for Kanavi as he gets the chicken. Jackie Love in trouble, flashes over the wall. Lumao debating the idea of going further. Now onto the red buff.
Exactly. We saw a bunch of summoner spells traded, but overall worth for JDG. They get the camp, they get the level 2, but Karsa
ain't finished just yet. Spear goes in, he gets the smite as well. Lumao now the one in trouble, dodges the slow though, and they turn around onto Karsa, trying to find a kill for themselves. Karsa backs away, in they go. That's one kill for Knight. Make it a second one as someone else falls as well. Knight now in trouble as it's pure chaos, but Yagao falls. Top Esports barely doing it, but Loka comes out of nowhere. 1v1 with the AD carries, but Jin has to reload. Loken gets it.
And that was so unfortunate for Jackie Love. Didn't have vision in that brush, had to reload, and Loken picks that one up for himself. 3 kills on the Ashe, 2 kills on the Nidalee. Now, to me, it's about how can Karsa use this pressure, because he is the moving piece on the map. Loken will be stuck in that bot lane, but guess what? Lumao still has his flash, so there will be a bit of kill pressure pretty much everywhere on the map right now.
Yeah, this has already kicked off to be an insane final. What a way to start off, Lyric. And you can see the hat trick already for Loken. And in that bottom lane with a Pantheon in support, that is going to be a terrifying prospect for Jackie Love and Yuyanja.
We do see that Kanavi is going the Dark Harvest route. Typically, we do see Phase Rush on the Lilias. You have such an easy way of proccing it, and especially the way you want to play fights is kind of weaving around on the outskirts so you don't get chunked out. This will give you much more damage later on, and it's very easy for Lilia to proc that Dark Harvest with all of her AoE.
So with our Western fans then, we can see the poll at the bottom of the screen. People supporting Top Esports, but JDG, they've actually started things off a little bit stronger in our level 1 brawl that we saw to start things off here. And I wasn't sure if there was going to be a bit of an all-in that bottom side. Lyric, while we have the opportunity, I want to talk a little bit about these team compositions. Big trade in the mid lane. Knight is going to be perfectly safe on this set, though. How do these two compositions function? How do we get these teams ahead?
Especially when we look at JDG, it was obvious before the skirmish happened, but even more so now with the 3 kills on Loken. It's all about playing around your mid and bot lane. You have a ton of kill pressure coming out from Lumao and Loken as well, so trying to set up some of those flash stuns on Lumao. Kanavi comes in, picks up the kill, and then once we hit that level 6 mark, you have a lot of global pressure to try to transfer that to the mid lane with the Pantheon ultimate and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well.
And it's going to be so much about how proactive Lumao can be on that Pantheon. As you mentioned, the global pressure. We know Lumao for Bard. That's a roaming champion. Pantheon definitely fits that category. But now Kanavi looking towards this bottom side to try and make a play. Bear in mind, Pantheon is pretty damn good at diving towers. Kanavi's looking for some crooks to start this one off. Takes those away. Karsa forced out of his jungle, and now Yuyanja could be in trouble. Summoners on cooldown for the Top Esports bot lane as they are being barraged underneath their tower here.
Yep, Lumao able to follow up, so Karsa feels threatened, as well as Kanavi having the red buff, which Karsa does not, so I'm surprised JDG are going to keep it going, but hey, they're building up the wave right now. Yagao's on his way.
Everyone's moving down. We could have a brawl at our hands here, Lyric.
Both top laners have TP too, so this can be a 5v5.
Yeah, we're going to see 369 currently recalling, but it looks like Kanavi has decided it's time to back away. 369 will commit his teleport to the top lane.
And going a step back, we talked about compositions, and when I look at Top Esports, it is a bit strange, I'd say, to where You definitely want to have Karsa playing around the top half of the map because that's where 369 should be able to find some pressure early on, having the ranged into a melee matchup. But you're double AP, so it's going to be very easy for Zoom to pick up those Merc Treads, which he actually just did, so you're not going to be able to set up any easy ganks. I feel like it's a lot more about counter jungling and working with Knight, potentially finding kills onto Yagao, and really getting this advantage going.
And let's be honest, when we talk about these two junglers, one of the things we praise is how smart they are. When it comes to Kanavi, he's very much a carry for the side of JDG, but generally the story for Karsa is trying to deny the opponent jungle, trying to choke them out of the game.
And my problem with that in this comp is that it doesn't really feel like you're setting anyone up. It feels like you are the big damage dealer. You have Set in the mid lane, you have a Jhin in the bottom side, so Karsa really going to be that big damage threat in the late game. And for JDG, I just like how many moving parts this composition has. We said it can move from bot to mid. It can move from mid to bot. Zoom is going to get unlocked, especially once he hits that level 6 point, which he already has, having that massively impactful ultimate on the Dominus.
Karsa's hanging around the bottom lane here, but won't find an opportunity to make his way into a play. Bear in mind, all 4 summoners available on both sides of the bottom lane.
Another massive thing is JDG's bottom lane already has 2 plates. 2 plates, 3 kills on Loken. He's going to be a massive threat in these early Dragon and Rift Herald fights.
It definitely helps when you manage to find yourself 3 kills before the lane begins, when you walk into lane at the start with a couple of extra long swords as well as boots. So certainly a nice way to start the game for Loken, and they are using and abusing that advantage. Now Knight goes in the mid lane, showstopper, but Yagao jumps away with the Terror shape now. Ult Knight under tower, but you know, he's on set. He's going to be all right.
Yeah, both ultimates not really doing much damage, though they do now have mid priority.
Here we go, time for a 1v1. Kanavi in trouble, though, because Karsa has some serious damage to work with, but it's not going to follow up. Yagao the first one to roam.
It's also interesting to see that Knight did take this Set in the mid lane. Sure, it still works very well with the Nidalee, like we talked about, the mixed damage is set up there, but his damage in the late game did get nerfed on his W and E.
Now he's got to be careful here, but maybe it's Knight that has to be careful. He's got a lot of health regen being on the Set, but Kanavi could always move over, and Knight is going to respect that.
Take a look at the mini-map, Munchables, because at this point, JDG have pressure in all 3 lanes. Yagao pushing in mid.
But also wants to punish exactly that as Lumao jumps in, trying to get onto Jackie Love. Karsa's there. Lumao forced to flash, and he's probably going to go down. Spear goes in. Yanja grabs the kill.
TES have the patience. They notice that JDG have the pushing bot lane. Karsa comes around when Kanavi was going back to clear his jungle, and they pick up a very nice, easy kill.
Nicely done here by Top Esports, punishing, as you rightly say, the 3 pushing lanes across the board from JDG.
This is typically the reason why when you see teams draft Pantheon, they play heavily around the Pantheon, because Pantheon only goes forward, right? Once you commit that W in, you are in, so we want to see JDG, again, hovering towards bot, giving them this vision, which they've been doing quite well. Karsa did play around a small window where he was able to do otherwise, but moving forward, we see Lumao already back out on the map, looking to put some pressure on the top side.
Lumao moving towards the top side of the map. Obviously, we are beyond 8 minutes at this point, so Herald is a point of contention.
And Zoom looks like he's stacking a wave.
Karsa's moved up here. They're over the opposite sides of the wall. Lumao has just realized that there's a Nidalee in the brush, but the blast cone will keep him safe. Bear in mind that support does not have flash.
Luckily, Lumao is able to get away. We saw Kanavi wasn't here because he was helping Loken get the reset in bot side. A bit of a cheeky play, but Karsa, after ganking bot, of course, is going to reset, go towards that top side. You already pointed out that the Herald is up. And JDG's full bot lane is making their way topside, while Jackie Love is still bot lane.
Exactly. You can see Loken moving over towards the play. And importantly, Loken bought himself tier 2 boots and a BF sword. He's going for that Essence Reaver version of Ashe. Zoom's in trouble, though, as Karsa tries to make a play, but dashed away from, and now Kanavi looking to turn this one around. Lilting Lullaby puts him to sleep. JDG jump on in, and Karsa is no more.
This is the burst that we talk about, point and click stun into an assassin mid laner, a super bursty top in jungle. Even Loken still has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so right now TS are just going to have to give up this objective, but at least they're going to get a bit of play gold onto Jackie Love in the bottom side, and Loken as well going to miss out on a bit of EXP.
Yeah, we'll move over towards the bottom side now as the Herald is going to be secured here by Kanavi. I'll be able to smite that away with the eye. And the question, as always, is going to be what can be done with this Herald to answer for the plates on the bottom side?
I totally expect JDG to look and use this Herald bot. They already have 2 plates down on bottom lane, so you're going to be able to break open this turret very easily.
Lumao could be in trouble here. Carson with a spear over the wall. The showstopper says, Lumao, you're going nowhere. Knight grabs himself one.
Lumao's aggressive plays are being the death of him, and TS doing a nice job of transitioning that into both a Scuttle and Dragon advantage.
Well, Loken and Lumao right now playing opposites. How did that pull him in? Yagao gets caught by the face breaker. I was just trying to clear the wave, I think.
Yep, he's going to be able to back off safely. Looks like he's going to walk around, and TS are threatening this blue invade, but all of JDG will be able to make it down in time.
The blue buff should reset here. Spear goes in, but the buff's going to be reset now as Kanavi looks for potentially a play. Slow down onto Yanja, Crystalline Arrow. In goes Lumao, and he wants a bit of KDA for himself. Kanavi gets the kill. And now on towards the Dragon. But Dragon already got taken by top esports,
Yes.
so maybe not.
Yes, it did. TS being a bit greedy, trying to threaten that blue invade, and now Knight benefiting a bit, getting some plate gold in the mid lane. The thing that catches my attention still as I stop, because
Trying to get an all in here. Dominus is available. Slicing Maelstrom used. That's all Zoom wanted. Didn't have his ult up right at the time, but now the Herald down in this bottom side. JDG get the first tower of the game.
This is just where we thought that JDG would place it, now opening up this lane. Probably going to transition into a 1-3-1 of having Loken and Lumao hover in mid, and Lumao having all that global pressure from his ultimate, being able to look towards either side lane. But as the game progresses, the thing I'm still scared of for TS is that 2 of your 3 big damage dealers are AP damage. So for JDG, they're going to be able to itemize so efficiently to where JackeyLove is pretty much going to be your only significant carry on the side of TS.
So I want to approach the fact that when you're mentioning these compositions and where the damage is coming from on the side of top esports, we've got Knight on a very supportive pick in this set, but no time to talk about that because JackeyLove's in a whole heap of trouble. The Slumber Slam comes in and JackeyLove falls. Kanavi, oh no, is the dot enough? Guardian gets the shield up. JackeyLove dodges away from the Talon. And now Kanavi trying to chase this one in. Flashes for the kill onto the AD carry, but could be chased down himself. In comes Loken off from the side. Stun comes out onto Knight. The rest of JDG is here, and Carson just has to flash to try and get away. The face breaker's not enough. Kanavi survives, and JDG get away with it.
Great punish by JDG to take down JackeyLove. Yuyanja comes, tries to save him. He almost gets away. Kanavi flashes in, but that's 2 kills for JDG.
Zoom getting a good trade in the top side here. Holds off on using the ultimate. 369's ult is also almost available.
And the next thing we're looking at is definitely going to be the next Rift Herald that will spawn. And we see JDG still have pressure in the top lane. Now we've transitioned bottom lanes into mid to where, of course, you have the Ashe. You're going to spam those volleys and be able to consistently keep up pressure. But moving back, we see here JackeyLove walking up to the wave when it's in the middle of the lane. You have no vision down. Kanavi able to get in. Yagao following up with the TP. It almost looks a bit cheeky. JackeyLove almost gets away. Of course, Yuyanja going to go down here with a nice supreme display of talent from Yagao. Kanavi flashes in to secure this kill. It looks a bit dicey for Kanavi, but we see Loken coming around the corner. Everything is A-okay.
Gets away with it in the end, but got a little bit close, but he was all right. Still had to smite onto the chickens to get some health back as well once Carson tried to make a play. Yagao now in this bottom side of the jungle, and JDG can begin on their usual game plan of pure control of the map.
And they're doing a nice job. Yagao taking these Krug. Right now, a bit of a low point. We don't have any neutral objectives up that either team really has the ability to contest. I think it's a lot more impactful for Loken and Lumao to save these ultimates for Dragon that's going to come up in a minute and a half, for another Rift Herald that should also be coming up shortly.
And I love that we're seeing such a dramatically different version of JDG to what we're used to as we come into the final. The draft, we usually expect front-to-back team fighting style compositions. That's not what we're seeing here. And even in just things like the itemization, Loken going for early damage instead of the late game build on the Ashe.
Exactly, and it's nice to see as well because you don't have... Like, of course you have set. I don't think Tahm Kench will be too much of a factor if you had gone that Blade of the Ruined King route and trying to take down those beefy front lines, because if you're able to take down Karsa, if you're able to take down 369, you should just be able to follow up and win out on all these fights. Another nice thing about JDG's comp is you have Yagao building the first lethality item to help clear away vision. You have the Hawkshot coming in from the Ashe. So you just have such a great ability of controlling and denying vision on the side of JDG.
I firmly stand by that Umbral Glaive is the most broken lethality item. It's so damn cheap. It gives you so much damage. But being able to one-shot wards for the rest of the game, even when the passive is on cooldown, someone wards over the wall, you can just take it out.
definitely agree with you on that one. We see TS heading up towards the top side, so I wonder if both teams will just end up trading objectives as all of JDG's vision is on the bottom half of the map, but I still favor JDG in fights at this point in time. You have Black Cleaver on your Renekton, and you have the lethality already coming out on the Kiana. Once again, if Pantheon, if the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, anyone, if you hit any point and click CC, that member of TS is just gone.
Caster's moved into the top half of the jungle here. As you rightly said, Herald and Dragon both spawning as Dragon is now on the map. The Zoom, he's going to completely respect the fact that no one on his team is nearby. Moves away from the top lane, and this will give 369 some opportunity to get some damage onto the tower.
At the same time, Kanavi was able to take this Dragon. Herald just spawned, so they don't necessarily have to give this one up. And even with Yagao having pushed in the bot lane, he's going to be able to push in this wave, rotate over, and JDG should be able to match control of topside.
Caster started this Herald off. You can see Yagao heading back to base, though. People are not in a position to contest this one from the side of JDG, so you'd expect this one just to go over, even though Lumao is toying with the idea of something. I believe he has been spotted. There's a trap in that brush. I think Top Esports should be able to secure this one.
JDG went for the resets. I feel like their comp was at a stronger point at this time in the game, but instead wanting to play it safe, wanting to just take that Dragon, get those resets by the key items, as we already see the Leandries coming out for Kanavi.
And that's the point, is we're getting massive power spikes across the board here for JDG, with Lilia now on 2 items. If you include the jungle item there, like, we're hitting a point where Kanavi is going to be the easily biggest damage dealer on the side of JDG.
And the Leandries just go so well with your kit, being able to hit those E's and get the increased impaired damage as well. He could also go towards an early Rylai's and just, you know, amplify that even more.
Lilia, oh, I guess Lilia might be a little bit nervous about doing the damage. Kanavi will not be, and we already saw him using the combos beautifully, putting Jackie Love to sleep, then going for the watch out, eat for the slumber slam, getting the bonus damage both from the ult and from the center of watch out Eve. And I'm hoping to see more of that, but the question will be, can they catch anyone out? Because this was JDG punishing Top Esports in that earlier play around red buff. It's now down to Top Esports not to make those mistakes.
I'd still love to see JDG use their mid pressure as well as the pressure coming out from Yagao. Go in, get some deep vision in TS's bot side jungle, and try to set up more of those picks.
So you can see, especially when it comes to the first tower raid, generally speaking, JDG are kind of the kings of that statistic. You see them on 95%. Top Esports as well, no slouch in 3rd place. But it says a lot about the sheer dominance of map that JDG often have. And when we look towards the early game, we're expecting it to be Top Esports that started off strong in terms of the laning. JDG have done such a great job with this strategy to shut that down.
The thing that stands out to me is the fact that JDG are usually 11th in their lead at 15 to where TS is first, because we're 18 minutes into the game. JDG have a 2K gold lead.
JDG starting off strong, but interestingly as well, because this composition is so dramatically different to what we're used to, it does mean that their late game could be a little bit weaker, not having as much of a front line.
We need to remember, going into what looks like a potential scrap right now, is TS have 5 members around. We see Zoom pushing on the top lane, but with no objective off, both teams just fighting over the Scuttle Crab. TS are going to back off.
JDG would love to grab this mid lane tower. They've already got the tier 1s on both of the side lanes. They want to transition that strength into the mid lane and open this map up.
And I love that we are seeing JDG start to move around and get some deep vision together. We see Lumao and Kanavi in the enemy jungle, Yagao there as well. Going to be able to get this if any member, you know, steps a bit too far forward. You just have so much easy follow-up coming from JDG's comp.
Jackie looks going to be underneath the tower. Knight happy to face check into the jungle here. And this is the benefit of having the set in the mid lane. He can confidently walk up without worrying too much about getting taken down. Bit of damage onto this mid lane tower, but good defense from Top Esports.
And TS's comp doesn't actually have great wave clear. It's kind of strange when your best wave clear champion is your set in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Jin offers a little bit. He'll be able to do something to the wave, but only once it gets underneath the tower already. Not able to contest. Top Esports, they've had to fully group up because JDG are really pushing the pressure in on this mid lane. Lumao stepping on forwards. But straight up 5v5, maybe Top Esports has an advantage.
The thing that's nice about TS's comp is it does do quite well with JDG's comp coming into them because you do have that zoning ultimate coming out from 369. Knight as well, a big tank. Would just love 4 members. Like, you got to run into him, get a really nice haymaker, set him up for a nice ultimate, maybe get Zoom out of the fight. Yuyanja there to offer peel for Jackie Love as well. To me, it feels like if JDG can land that CC chain that we talked about, they can burst out a key member of TS in an instant, they should win out in the fight. If Top Esports can position well, 369 has a good ultimate, Knight has a good haymaker, good ultimate, they could weather the storm, they'll come out ahead.
Well, Lumao going to move over to try and clear this Herald. He won't get it before the charge comes in, but they can defend the tower here. So JDG hold on to their tier 1 in the mid lane. But I want to ask you, Lyric, now for JDG, what's the next step with this competition? Because we saw them grouping up in the mid lane. Loken's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be all right. We saw them grouping up and trying to just brute force this tower, but it's not happened. What's the next step?
So with Dragon coming up right now, we want to see all 5 members of JDG head towards this Dragon. We already see that they were setting up for a potential flank in Yagao walking around the pit if Top Esports decided to contest and look for a fight through those means. But TS are just going to give this one up. JDG are going to play a bit of a slower game and just pick up their own second Dragon.
And let's be honest, a slower game is what you anticipate from JDG. This is their comfort zone now that they're the ones in control. They can play this at whatever pace they like. 2000 is the gold lead as Loken just about dodges the javelin coming out from Karsa. So here we go, Showstopper coming on through on towards Kanavi, but it's not a 1v1 you win, my friend. Knight has to dip out of the play. TP from Zoom. It's going to be, actually, Jackie Love went down, so did Loken elsewhere on the play. Karsa gets a double kill. I missed entirely what happened.
I think 369 flash slicing Maelstrom over the wall because he was set up over the Raptor pit. Nice job coming out from TS, but still JDG going to be able to answer at least 1 kill and the mid turret as well.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Even though they actually lose the fight in terms of numbers, they still get that tier 1 in the mid lane. So now the map opened wide for JDG. They can push that vision line even deeper.
Yep, and now both teams, of course, going to go for these resets. We start expecting to see teams control vision around topside, but here we go. Here's the play that we were talking about. 369 was wrapping around. Flash slicing Maelstrom does come out. Ash immediately goes down. Lumao's left by himself. He's done and dusted as well.
This is a support in quotation marks where Lumao just walks up and 1v1s Jackie Love because he's playing Pantheon, and that's what Pantheon does. 2 Umbral Glaives, by the way, across the board for JDG, so a lot of vision control, and we have Yagao now on his second item as well. This Kiana is going to one-shot Squishies.
And whenever you pick Kiana, obviously the biggest thing is your supreme display of talent, right? If you can hit a nice 2 or 3 man ultimate, that can just decide a game in and of itself.
369's in trouble, doesn't have a flash available. He's stunned for days. Yagao grabs himself a kill, and that's the damage we were talking about.
And the pings are coming out for JDG. They're just going to look to turn on this Baron, and their comp is great at turning if TS look to contest.
It certainly is. This ward has spotted everything, but it's about to time out now. JDG, start this one off. 369 still dead for another 25 seconds. Has the TP when he comes up, though. Yagao may be looking for a play around the blast cone. In goes the arrow. Yuyanja flashes to safety. Lilting Lullaby available only onto 1 target. Showstopper through the team, though. Look at the damage out of Knight. Lumao trying to block the shots, but he's not going to be able to do it. Loken's the first one to fall. 2 kills going the way of Top Esports in a 4 versus 5. Top Esports turn it on its head, and they want some more as well. On towards Yagao, off with the blast cone.
Oh, and Yuyanja.
Wait, Yuyanja, this is how Knight flashes over as well. I don't know what is happening, but Top Esports will not be stopped. In they go, Kanavi forced to flash, and Zoom desperately trying to take them all on, but he falls by himself. Yagao now chased away by Karsa, turns invisible, but swiped down.
It is a 4-for-1 for TS, and they should just be able to turn to this Baron.
That was 4 versus 5. 369 TPs through at the end of the play, and now Top Esports turn onto the purple worm.
But it looks like JDG aren't just going to give this one up. Lumao does have ultimate. Kanavi also has smite if he does want to look for some kind of steal.
Kanavi does not have his flash available. Throws a swirl seed over the wall. He's going to try and find his way into the pit, but I don't think it's happening right here. Lumao's going to ult for this one, though. 369 slicing Maelstrom only onto Kanavi, but that's enough targets right here. The jungler is out of the play. Baron taken. JDG will find 1 kill for themselves, but it's traded for Lumao. Loken wants some more, though. Kanavi is incredibly low. He's sticking around for some reason. As Loken against the world right here, stepping forward so aggressively. Yagao, he's got himself some stealth. He's got himself some damage as well, but not enough. Doesn't find the stun. It doesn't find a kill.
Yeah, just, I guess, grasping for straws with that last supreme display of talent, but obviously massive swing for the side of TS, and it goes back to what we talked about earlier, that if JDG can lock down one member of TS and burst them out, you know, it should be great for them. But they go for the Baron, they look for the turn. Sadly, they're only able to hit the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Yuyanja. Again, a bit of a beefier member there on the Tahm Kench. The rest of the members aren't able to follow up, as we will see here. We see Karsa throwing out a nice spear as well. Yuyanja doesn't go down. Sets Knight up for a perfect ultimate. Jackie Love now opening up the Jhin ultimate as well. And the burst didn't come through. So now the sustained damage by TS is able to win out.
And Knight is more than happy to just stand in the middle of everyone there. Lumao has gone down. Lumao is having an awful game. He is 1-7.
And he was the MVP of the spring finals. But again, not able to put it together on this Pantheon. Also, it's been one of the reasons we haven't seen much Pantheon in the LPL. Every time it does look like it flounders like this. TES, just going to be able to keep up this siege.
And Kanavi trying to prove to us that this Lilia can work. His score looks great, but the rest of his team struggling to work with the pick, especially Lumao. Nice little chomp down from Yuyanja to save the AD carry.
And 369 also controlling this bottom side wave, so TS can have a very easy way to just rotate in the bottom side, make sure 369 can pick up that tower for free, and even keep the siege going in bot lane, where 369 has a massive wave.
Move in towards this bottom lane tier 2, and I don't think realistically there's any way to contest. Zoom's thinking about going in onto the wave. Knight is here, so is 369, and looks like they are going to respect the play here and back off for themselves. Lumao stepping forwards. It's kind of squishy right now. Kanavi gets his mark onto 2. That's going to be a sleep. Down onto Yuyanja, cleanses it away. Stun only onto the support, though. Yuyanja's happy to tank this one. In goes Zoom, trying to finish everyone off with a slicing maelstrom. Turns the play around. Down they go with a double kill for Knight. Now it's onto Zoom. As Kanavi tries to keep them at bay, tries to do the damage. He's on this Lilia, but he just doesn't have it. Karsa with a double, and Top Esports again win the fight.
And 369 with the massive slicing maelstrom that you talked about. Yuyanja also a silent MVP because he devoured Jackie Love when the Supreme Display of Talent came out, so he was the only one who got locked down.
Karsa versus Kanavi, 1v1, baby. Karsa's winning it out, but dodging away from Kanavi, flash forward, and the kitty got claws.
And death timers, 40 seconds on Kanavi, 20 on Zoom. Looks like TS only aiming for this inhibitor and are going to have to back off.
Yeah, they're not going to try and end the game just now. Knight happy to finish this one off. And we always talk about Knight, how he is a star player, and even on a tank right now, his scoreline is beautiful.
It's been so nice to see because we saw the early struggles that this composition had. JDG found that early advantage, but they weren't really... They weren't able to find a way to push the tempo forward, right? You stated it so well.
Uh-oh, Karsa's in trouble. Lumao, he may be feeding, but he's got some stuns. Karsa gets out on a blast cone, though, and he's going to be fine, even without his flash.
And he's laughing, which is, you know, an even better part. Karsa very jovial. They are going to be able to take this Drake now, and all JDG can do is answer waves at their base.
And now we have to talk about the late game, because we're heading towards the 30-minute mark here, Lyric, and when we... Well, I mean, let's take another look at this play first.
Yeah, and we see that Yagao's trying to angle for a nice Supreme Display of Talent. Yuyanja ate Jackie Love, so he's the only one that gets locked up. Zoom goes in the backline with Lumao, but guess what? 369 has an amazing slicing maelstrom, able to take down both carries from the side of JDG. Kanavi trying to get away while we see Jackie Love taking out the other members with that Jhin ultimate on the opposite side.
The crazy thing is, Knight didn't even really have much MR for this fight, but Kanavi still just can't do anything to him, barely scratch him. And now that's going to be a second Drake for the side of Top Esports. But let's talk about these compositions then as we move towards the late stages of the game.
I mean, you said it perfectly earlier on that Top Esports obviously have a pretty nice front line coming out from both Knight and Yuyanja, to where JDG have absolutely nothing. They're a bunch of squishy champions. They're very burst reliant coming out from Lilia, Kiana, and Pantheon. If they aren't able to just outright catch Jackie Love or Karsa out, it's going to be tough for them.
They're looking for a pick for themselves, but everything misses from JDG. That is the worst case scenario when trying to force a fight, and it means JDG just lose complete control of their job.
Another aspect of this too is the Tahm Kench pick, which we haven't talked too much about, of how well it does at countering these types of champions that rely on locking you down to burst you out quickly, that Devour coming in so clutch.
So now Top Esports begin the siege on this top side of the map. They might be able to finish this tower off here as JDG gonna respect it and back away.
With Yagao not having the Supreme Display of Talent, with no Enchanted Crystal Arrow on Loken, I don't actually feel like there's an option for JDG to look for an engage right now.
And just look at the gold difference in AD carries here. That says a lot about the way this game has been going, because Top Esports now, as you can see at the top of your screen, 6,000 gold ahead. Lumao wants to make a play, but Yuyanja is going to be able to get out with the Abyssal Void.
So right now, we're going to see TS go for these resets. Baron is going to be spawning soon, so once again, it's going to be about these teams looking for vision on top side. Expect 369 and Zoom to be sitting in the bot lane, as both of them have TP up. And TS right now should probably group as a 4-5-man unit through mid and walk straight into the enemy topside jungle.
So JackeyLove now clearing through this jungle, and he is getting to the point in the game where JackeyLove can be one of the carries for this team. It hasn't felt that way across the course of this game so far, but Jhin is one of these characters. Ain't so good at busting front lines, but in the later stages against a squishy composition, this is the perfect game.
There are no front lines, so JackeyLove is going to have a ball with this game. Talking about front lines, look at Knight's items and compare them to Yagao. Yagao is not going to be able to do any damage to Knight.
This is going to be a tough one to deal with Knight, because Knight doesn't need to build damage to do damage. Curtain Call comes across as Yuyanja cleanses away from the Crystalline Arrow. And well, they're going to just back away from this one in the end. Top Esports happy to just deny the play.
I like that TS are taking it a bit slower because even their engage is very conditional, right? Maybe you have Jhin Ultimate coming out for the slows. Maybe you have Knight look for a flank, but that's about it. It's much more about controlling this vision and forcing JDG to walk into you.
I love how we've had a killer minute this game so far, and we're describing both of these teams as playing relatively slow, just because of how action-packed the early game was. Top Esports, though, never to have a dull party, are going to start this Baron off.
Zoom has TP, so this can very easily turn into a 5v5.
He's going to TP in, but Lumao's been caught once again. 369 finding himself. No, doesn't get the kill. Flashes forward to finish it off. Zoom the only one in the slicing Maelstrom, though, as Knight misses the face breaker. Zoom having to flash out of the play, but JDG, they can't get themselves gripped. They can't get themselves into the play. In goes Yagao. He's got to try and turn this one around, but Knight is onto Loken, and there's nothing Loken can do about it. Just punch time after time as he jumps in and Castle gets the kill. Now onto Yagao as Top Esports. They want to finish this game off. They got themselves 4 kills, and now they move towards the base. 369. He's going to look for Yagao. Should be able to finish this one off, but Yagao actually turning this into a 2v1 for now. Survives with his life.
I love that Top Esports goes, we don't need to go kill Yagao. Let's just end the game. We have 30-second death timers on all of JDG's critical members.
Yagao will not have his ult available, but he will have Lumao respawning. Zooms up in 15 seconds, and with that inhibitor respawning, that might just be enough time. Loken's up in 15 as well. JDG on the cusp of losing game number 1 here, but they might just be able to clear this minion wave. There's only one caster minion left, but they're happy to take the tower. Down goes Yagao. Top Esports have just about closed this one out. Zoom is going to jump into the fray, but the towers have fallen. The Nexus is exposed. Loken is here. JDG, you've got to step forward now or never. In they go, but down they fall. Top Esports start this final off in style in the rematch from Spring. Top Esports, they want themselves some bonus kills. They want themselves some KDA, but maybe they've stayed a little too long. In goes Zoom. They're trying to stop the end. But Top Esports, woo, they pull it off in style.
I love it. They finished that game with Swagger waiting in front of the enemy fountain, picking up a ton of those kills. And we saw the clutch factor that we've talked about so many times with Top Esports come out to where JDG, they go for the right idea. They think, okay, let's bait the Baron. We have great turning tools coming out from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, from the Pantheon as well. They look for it. Nice flash from Yuyanja, and great ultimate by Knight to pretty much deliver TS this game.
And honestly, we saw 2 bans on towards Yuyanja in the Leona and the Nautilus. I feel like maybe the Tahm Kench is the ban you got to go for there. Kanavi doing a good amount of damage, but everyone was so damn tanky on Top Esports that it didn't matter.
And it was so nice for them to realize, even in draft, when they saw JDG 4-pick Pantheon, they realized, hey, they're going for a bunch of single-target lockdown. Let's draft this Tahm Kench, which pretty much completely counteracts that. And he saved JackeyLove so many times from the Pantheon Suns, from the supreme display of talents coming out. It was just so crucial.
And that was such a Top Esports way to win the game as well. In game number 1 of the LPL Summer Finals, they are dancing on the edge of fountain. They nearly lose the fight to Zoom off the back of it, but somehow JackeyLove just manages to kite around and get the last auto in. It was dicey, but Top Esports coming in with confidence.
These are the type of games I expected, honestly. You know, I predicted TS 3-1, not for the fact that I thought it would be a dominant series, but when you have 2 teams that are so good, it typically does, you know, trend and fall hard in one direction or the other.
Well, we'll see if Top Esports can keep that going, because I have to say, I'm excited that we're seeing this different style out of JDG. Trying to snowball the game But game number 1, that style has not worked out for them. Maybe for game number 2, they got to go back to what has worked in the past with Kanavi on a carry in the jungle, but a little bit more of a team fight composition elsewhere.
The thing is, right, we saw how the composition could work. They found the early lead, the tools were there, but they didn't look very comfortable with using them. As you mentioned in game where they just grouped up as 5 and kept trying to force mid instead of, you know, getting the vision down there, using these long-range engage tools to find a pick, and it ultimately, you know, led to them going down.
And, we talk about JDG as the best team fighters in the LPL, but I didn't feel that way in this game. That felt like Top Esports had their number every single time we saw a 5v5.
I don't even feel like their comp is really meant for, you know, classical team fights. As you pointed out, there was no front line, so it's much more about, you know, getting in there quickly taking someone out, and then winning with the numbers advantage. Yeah,
well, they managed to do that multiple times throughout the game, and they even managed to win a fight with a number disadvantage when we saw JDG playing around the Baron. Top Esports engaged with 4 members and still managed to come out on top. That was without the cannon, which is honestly the biggest engage tool that Top Esports had.
It also showed how smart they were because they realized JDG's comp is very cooldown reliant, so once they get through 1 rotation of spells, pretty much all of JDG's champions don't actually do anything.
Yeah, I feel like when we saw the damage graph as well, we saw a lot of damage coming out from Kanavi. But across these fights, I felt like a lot of that was just onto Knight, who was quite happy to tank it on the front line. That's enough from us, though. We're going to head over to the analyst test to break that game down a little bit more.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the call. In game 1, we got everything we wanted. The blood, the power, and the precision in the end as well. I think Top Esports to come through and win it, as they said, in a very Top Esports way.
And it was a beautiful way to start things off, because honestly, I have to give MVP to Karsa at the start of this game, because when I started it off, he was so damn good at controlling JDG from the get-go. Even though we saw those couple of kills go very quickly over to the side of Loken, we saw JDG trying to unlock Lumao as a result, start to move him around, get him into a position where, okay, we can influence top side of the map, let's make these plays happen mid. But Karsa did a beautiful job of reading that every step of the way, shutting down that dive top side with the Pantheon, and then starting to get that snowball rolling.
Because it was such a messy early game, seeing 7 kills go down in 3 minutes with that bottom side skirmish where Loken had 3 kills and we got
2 kills for Kanavi.
Yes,
there was a lot there.
We got the ball rolling, and you know, while it was 2 kills over the side of Karsa, on the other side, the bottom side was set up for JDG. We saw, all right, the tools are there. They can be multi-dimensional, moving mid to bot, moving bot to mid as we get towards the mid game. But then we started getting some of these fights. But I do want to highlight JDG first, because I think for JDG, it was very much their opening window. They tried to change their draft as to what we normally see in the season, and they were very proactive in the early game.
Yeah, and I wanted to see them try and get a bit more success down towards that bottom lane. I mean, especially when you already have Loken set up, the ability for you to dive that bot lane is so damn strong with a Pantheon. And I mean, yes, you've got the Tam Kench there, it does make it a little bit more difficult, but when you are 2 longswords up already coming into lane, you're poking them down, even if you just continue to zone Jackie Love and Yuyanji away from the tower, that's a big win because of how long it takes that Jhin to come online. But unfortunately, they couldn't actually quite get there, instead opting to move around the map as you talked about, which Karsa shut down.
But there was another reason we saw that Kanavi as well, Karsa was tracking him quite well. You know, whether it was going for the counter jungling or pretty much just reacting to Kanavi's bot, okay, I'm here, adding a bit of pressure. Plus, we also talked about the Tam Kench while we were off air, saying how important that was with the Jhin, how well Yu Yanjia did in that first game, and how he was that counteractive tool that we've seen in the past.
And the big thing here was that it all culminated around that 23-minute Baron fight. Just the ability for them to then just suddenly leap on them. And when we look at Top Esports, they were very much kind of playing this keep-away composition that we're talking about. You look at like the Nidalee super long range, Jhin being able to open up with the Deadly Flourish, the curtain calls. It makes it very difficult for that composition, as Lyric rightly pointed out, of JDG to get on top of them when that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is down, when a lot of these long-range engage tools are down. So I think Top Esports just did such a good job of reading how this composition works, and then Knight having that massive showstopper at that Baron fight at 23 minutes just sealed the deal.
Being so counteractive towards JDG, waiting for them to come in and then throwing everything at the wall. And it's important to note that that topside engage you talked about, where Lumao roams up and tries to get something onto 369, Karsa being there enables 369 to stay in that lane a little bit longer, build up his advantage, and importantly get those 2 items for those slicing maelstroms for that mid gank that we saw as well, Dag. Did you remember behind enemy lines?
Exactly, yeah.
Setting up, and it was a caster double kill. Snowballed him further ahead, and his jungle route became that much more aggressive against Kanavi.
And you could see in that play, kind of the jitters coming out a little bit. JDG Zoom instantly teleporting to help out Kanavi in that play. They couldn't get the kill onto Knight. And then 369 was like, well, we know there's 2 people committed over here. Let's go and make that Terra play happen.
Knight took up all the time. Like,
exactly.
Knight was unkillable even in the early stages, and he set up the rest of Top Esports to succeed. Now, I've been told MVP in my ear. It was JackieLove that time around.
Okay.
And this is hard because there are a lot of different elements in this game that gave Top Esports the win, but JackieLove's precision was definitely one of them.
Yeah, definitely what I wanted to say was like the early game MVP was Karsa in setting up that.
Absolutely.
But JackieLove's damage in teamfights, his ability to move and reposition with the deadly flourishes into these masterful curtain calls, just shut down anything that Top Esports wants it to do, because once you're able to outrange the Ashe, you're able to outrange the Lilia, there's nothing you can do, and you can see it at this Baron fight that we talked about at 23 minutes. JackieLove is playing just on the edge of rain, and once he realizes, right, there's nobody who can actually get onto me, manages to get straight through the uprights onto Loken, takes out the main damage dealer. From that point forward, the fight's there.
And there's no proper front line for JDG, so as they said in the cast, JackieLove has such a good time because the Jhin has 5 comparable targets, all of them being successful, and this is why in the LPL, Jhin is such a high priority for those top-level teams.
And it's also the ability to play so aggressive when you want to as JackieLove because of Yuyanja on this Tahm Kench. You've always got that safety button there, so able to continuously get into the thick of things, getting these auto attacks on, which Jhin can sometimes struggle with, but because the attention of JDG was so often drawn to the Tahm Kench, he was more or less left to his own devices, able to cut back from Zoom here, and then he just once again, curtain call, opens up, rips through JDG.
And gives Loom out his 7th or his 8th death at that point. And this was the icing on the cake as we finished things off, because by this point you could see Top Esports' lead was just unbeatable, and no one could deal with 369, especially Knight as well, getting past that front line.
And although JackieLove was the MVP, as you said, standout performances across the board, my eyes were always drifting towards 369 and Knight and where they were positioned in fights, because at that 23-minute Baron fight, it was Knight getting in onto the back line, slamming Kanavi and Loken together. Exactly, the 2 carries gone instantly, and then there was nothing left. And then when we look towards the rest of the fights that were coming through as well, 369 had that flank position once again. He gets on towards Loken, and even though Loken got off to this great start, 3 kills, bunch of turret plates, a whole heap of gold in the back pocket, he actually couldn't find a position in fights where he's safe from these 2 titans.
Because who gives him space, right? That early snowball needed to continue. We needed to see Kanavi continue forward. I do want to mention a bit of honorable mention to him, though, because in the early game, JackieLove pretty much got solo killed by Kanavi with that early lead, and I think it's important to note that Lilia, not often do we see that come through. So we still got the aggression of Kanavi, but we didn't get the oh wow, this moves into mid to late to set up the rest of JDG.
And it felt like it wasn't that JDG weren't trying.
No.
It's not like they weren't trying to get Luma out, and it's not like they weren't trying to rush these Barons, get them down. And in theory, the game plan works. But it was Top Esports who so correctly read what they were trying to do, both when it came to that early aggression towards the top side of the map to make that dive, but also their ability to go, hang on a second, lads. We, even though it's a 4 versus 5, can make this fight work.
Yep.
All we have to do is get Knight positioned at the back of the pit. He had his ability to get on towards that back line then, and when JackieLove is fine, Knight has already, massacred the health bars of this team. Where do you try and go from there?
Now, we've talked up Top Esports a little bit. I want to mention JDG, because we mentioned that their draft was a little bit different to what we're used to. What do you want to see running into Game 2? What change do you want?
I think just go back to basics. Munch hit it on the head. Just try and go back towards a draft that we actually know and love from this team, where you don't have a Pantheon that's going to fall off a cliff and go 1-8.
Sure.
You've actually got like the Bards, the Threshes, where Luma can have a consistent impact in this game. It felt like the game plan where they wanted to get off to this early lead and snowball out of control just couldn't quite work out. And as we talked about, JDG at the moment, at least at the end of the regular split, were struggling to transition these early game leads into mid-game advantages. So let's go for a more mid-game orientated team comp, take the slow pace of game, and then strive through these really strong engages that JDG can win.
They are the best front-to-back team fighters in the LPL. We want to see that going into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Top Esports take game 1, lead the charge here in the grand finals of summer. We're going to take a quick break, then return with game 2 on the horizon.
We are the Knights of the LPL. We have been traveling far and wide for our search for the LPL Grail. Our knowledge of Summoner's Rift is matched only by our knowledge of the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow. Our climb has been steady. We have been denied our conquest in playoffs 3 times thus far, but no more shall that be the case. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of thou counting shall be 3. 4 shall thou not count, neither counting nor 2, unless thou proceed to then counting 3. 5 is right out. Although the road ahead of us may be long, and we will face many more setbacks, it is but a scratch. We are Top Esports, and we are going to make ourselves kings of the LPL.
我觉得绿毛在他们队伍里应该是比较核心的一个位置，就队伍的发动机吧，就很重要的一个位置。我觉得赢比赛都是我们大家一起努力来的结果，我希望一起拿下这个冠军。
The engine that runs the team. I like that from Yu Yanja. Opposing supports and mutual respect, of course. Running into game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I'm Sterix. This is Dagda. And we're heading towards game number 2. A game 1 just occurred where we saw 7 kills in 3 minutes. We saw a very LPL-esque invade, funnily enough. And we're kind of reliving off of that now, having a closer look at what we want to see moving into game 2, Dagna.
Exactly. And I mean, well, I want to see more of that. I want to see more of this early aggression, where we get to see these two teams going at it from level 1 or level 2, really getting that ball rolling. But the bigger thing coming into this, especially from JDG's end of things, I want to see a mix-up in the draft. There was a couple of factors here that I wasn't the biggest fan of. Pantheon hasn't overall as a support impressed me, and I'm not just talking specifically about this game. Pantheon is a champion that needs to get rolling specifically in that support role. And the way you do it is obviously twofold. You can either go for these super heavy dives in the bottom side of the map, where you didn't really have the champions to try and do that here as JDG, or you can try and instead go for a much more mid-orientated play where you can have that Pantheon gang towards mid. But the problem is, at a level like this, it's super hard to find those windows, and especially how punishing it is if the Pantheon doesn't get those early ganks off. It just felt like Pantheon just doesn't fit the style of meta at the moment.
True, and it's talking about not getting the ball rolling as well. We know lethality user in the mid lane. Here with Yagao and Kiana, the Pantheon in the bottom lane too. The ability to potentially dive or look towards mid, look towards bot was there, but always denied by top esports. Plus, for JDG, the setup had to be perfect. I think was a harder comp in comparison when you look towards the Tahm Kench, when you look at Caster constantly shadowing Kanavi. Importantly too, Lumao died a couple of times. Lumao was set back. Experience was low while Loken stayed in lane. Hit level 6, you know, a couple of levels after Loken. He was a bit behind of the curve. The problem is once Pantheon gets stopped, he never really moves forward into the game.
I want to take it back a couple of steps to Yagao in that mid lane. That mid lane Kiana I wasn't a fan of, especially as we talked about coming into today. The keep away compositions that top esports like to play make it very difficult for a pick like Kiana to work unless you get these magnificent flanks and they're all grouped up. But honestly, you never got an opportunity from Yagao. There was 1 or 2 times where maybe he could have made that big play, but the opportunities are so slim and far between, you don't get enough out of this pick.
And while you had Umbral Glaive to clear vision, because top esports were very good at getting their setup around objectives, right? We knew, okay, top side for Herald, you can see deep vision set up by Yu Yanja and 369. And then we go to bottom side around Dragon, they did the same. And JDG were not using their vision clearance to the full extent, and I think more control wards needed. I think also the late item on the bottom lane influences that since Lumao was so far behind.
It definitely would have helped in hiding Yagao to get some of that control vision, hide him in the brushes. The biggest issue though was like, how do you try and get onto this team? Like, you've got Nidalee who's off in one direction, you've got the Jackie Love off in another direction on this Jhin pick. It makes it very hard to try and set up for a big engage tool with that Yagao, even to a certain extent with the Pantheon, because if you're leaving Yagao's gone, you got Pantheon gone, you're kind of there as Renekton with the Ashe, and you're like, okay, well, we're dealing with Knight who's just slammed all 3 of us together. We can't do anything to get through him, and they're easily able to deal with the problems in the back.
And then we talk about 369, who a lot of time his ulti was used as a disengage tool or to create that space so that top esports could play at range, right? We see a lot of cannons in the LPL. It's always that flank engage tool. It's always, okay, we start the team fight off, then everyone collapses in. This time around, it's used on the backline. It's used on things like the Renekton to stop him from getting on top of Jackie Love, on top of Caster as well. That space created, and the important part is that for JDG, they had no more options left. So we've got to change it up a little bit.
And it's really interesting to see this set pick for Knight, because usually when we think about Knight, it's all about the Orianna, the Zoe, these carry. Exactly. The big thing, though, is cast your mind back to spring. What did we see in that finals coming out from Knight? It was the Lissandra. It was these kind of, not carry performers, but engage tools, utilities, setting up these fights and negating Yagao, because what we talked about, Kanavi wanting these lanes to play towards him, setting him up in the early stages. If you negate this mid lane, then you allow the likes of Karsa to have a much easier time. It becomes a lot more difficult for Kanavi to influence the map in the way that he wants to. And in the same vein, we can see how strong Knight is controlling these fights on these utility, more engage-orientated picks.
It goes back to what we were talking about, which is Knight is not by his lonesome anymore. Karsa's playing better League of Legends. 369 is hitting that peak again. Jackie Love and Yu Yanja are having a great performance since the semi-finals. So it's not the 1v9 Knight where he has to play a carry. He has options in this draft, and again, to reiterate, 18 unique champions. He's now played the set a couple of times. We don't know what direction he could go in Game 2, but the fact that he has those options means for Yagal, he's put a little bit into the corner with a more limited champion pool.
And especially when you're already starting to ban out these champions. We saw the TF taken off the board, the Zoe taken off the board. We got into the second rotation, the Lucian and the Zir followed as well.
Yes.
So already we're right the way down the champion pool list for Yago. It feels like when you start to put pressure on this guy, especially when we know the 18 unique picks that Knight has had this split, that you're just going to get outmatched and outclassed in certain situations.
And then we shift over to the draft of top esports, and what we saw, that Nidalee first pick, we talked heavily before the break about how impactful Caster was and how big of a pick this is for him. But in the past, we have seen junglers like Lee Sin. We've been going through, you know, like the Graves, other thing. What else, Dagda? The Trundles there. The Nidalee Limited in solo queue, he plays this a lot. But this goes back to what we're talking about too, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. We were saying, hey, look, we've only seen this 3 times from him thus far, and the issue though is that it does very much feel like it slots into that style of play, that suffocating style, where we even saw it in this game here, where the Nidalee was able to get out onto the map early. She could get control of the river. She even got the invade to get the control in the opposite side of the jungle as well. It still fits into Karsa's style very, very well, and limiting the options for JDG because of that incredibly fast clear speed. You can match them on these ganks. You can match them on these early plays that they're trying to do at Lumao, and it felt like, especially this composition that Top Esports drafted, just had every number JDG were trying to work with.
Precisely, and also playing against Kanavi with a style that's so aggressive feels like a big slap in the face. If Caster's playing up to his level, Dagda, this could be a very quick series, but going into Game 2, we've highlighted the drafts. I've been told we're about to run into game, so it's time to hand over to the casters to take us in. Munchables and Lyric, you're up to the plate.
Thanks very much, guys. Thank you for breaking down the game a little bit more as we head towards game number 2. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric on my left as always, and we're ready to see what JDG have up their sleeves, because this game number 1 draft was dramatically different from what we're used to on the side of Top Esports. A similar story with Knight going onto the tank, and I'm expecting a bit of a change-up coming into the second game.
I like JDG's draft, though, despite the fact that it completely, utterly failed. The thing is, Game 1 in the best of 5 is when you come out, you know, with the surprises. You come out swinging and try to get that early advantage. Very easy to mental reset going in that second game and say, hey, guys, we can always default to what we know.
Well, we're ready to jump into the draft for our second game here. And it's Top Esports now with a bit of momentum behind them, and you could see the smiles on the faces across the team. As they were stepping off of the stage, you could see Knight giggling to himself. And now JDG over on our blue side, still going to stick with that Quinn ban, but Renekton has been answered, and also Set was taken off of the board here by JDG.
It's so interesting to me that JDG opt to ban Caitlyn away themselves on blue side. It feels like that limits you so much in what you can pick or ban. The things that are left open, Ashe obviously still one of them. Quite surprising, JDG actually go towards this instead of the Nidalee.
Yeah, absolutely so. And one of the interesting things about the ban phase is when you think of Zoom, you think of Ornn and you think of Renekton. With both of those gone, I'm curious where Zoom will go next. The Volibear had been one of the big answers, but since it got nerfed, we've not really seen the Volibear coming through. Knight's going to lock in the Zoe, though. This is one of the champions that Knight made his name on.
This does open up a potential Lucian pick coming out from Yagao. Of course, if you have an AP jungler, can very easily insert that into the mid lane. Yagao showed that up against LGD and had quite a good performance.
Caster's going to go for the Graves in the jungle, and Kanavi is deciding what he wants to go with to take this Graves on. The Graves versus Nidalee matchup is one we've seen countless times. Both of these guys are happy to play both sides of the matchup as well, and we could well see this locked in. So Kanavi wanting to do better than what Caster could do in game number 1.
The thing is, when it comes to just straight up jungle matchup, I feel like it's a lot more about your lanes, which ones have priority, which ones provide, you know, CC for your damage and can help you get in the enemy jungle and start snowballing the game away.
See who's going to be able to find the advantage early on, and Yagao locks in. This Lucian, this is something that we've seen him spamming a bunch in solo queue, but it's also great into the zone.
Exactly. We had just mentioned this. When you have the AP jungler, you go with this option. He played it up against LGD, did quite great into Xie. And it has pressure in so many matchups, but especially into this one against Zoe. And I do expect TES to just lock in AD carry here. Obviously, Jhin has been the LPL's answer to Ashe.
It has been one of the priority picks once Caitlyn is off the board and when Ashe is locked in. So Top Esports grabbed that for Jackie Love. And now to the bans. And over on the side of JDG, I'm curious if something like Tom Kench is going to be an answer after how impactful Yuyanja was in game number 1.
The thing I'm more curious about is looking at top lane. Because of what you mentioned earlier about, okay, Ornn's gone, Renekton's gone. We haven't seen a lot of people play Volibear anymore ever since the nerfs came out. So that pretty much leaves Wukong and Mordekaiser for blindable champions for Zoom. You're not going to blind Mordekaiser against 369 because, of course, he's always comfortable to pull out that Jax. I guess you're left with the Wukong, but once again, countered by the Jax. Doesn't too well into the Mordekaiser himself. Maybe we need to see Zoom branch out onto a pick like a Jace.
We'll have to look towards the top lane when we get to the picks, but in terms of the bans, we do see 2 support bans. I'm surprised to see Top Esports respecting this Pantheon from Lumao so much, but they removed that and the Bard from this bottom lane.
The thing about Pantheon is it just adds variance, and that's not what you want in a best of 5, right? To where if it can find that snowball, if it can get going, it just adds a bit of a monkey wrench in the game to where if you are going back to Leona's, Thresh's, Brahms, it's very stock and standard.
Well, you mentioned the Mordekaiser and the Jax up in that top lane. With Jax banned away, we could well see the Mordekaiser come out from the side of Zoom. It's going to be this Thresh locked in for you. Yanja still offers a lot of that safety in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I wonder if he will go towards something like the Wukong, actually, to supplement the engage that they have on their team so far. Both champions that he does play don't do well into the Jax, so it is an expected ban, but this can be pretty interesting as well.
This is a different one. We see it blind in this top lane from Zoom now, so wanting to make something work here. And we have seen Zoom shift towards more of these carry tops in the more recent series towards the very end of the split from JDG.
Exactly. He even played it once himself up against LGD. It was a win. That was when they had the Twisted Fate combo as well. So, and we actually see a Fiora coming out from 369. Fiora has been buffed on this patch because it is 10-16.
Yeah.
And this has been viewed as one of the historical, I'll say soft counters because it is a bit of a skill matchup, but once you get going as a Fiora, you never lose out to the Camille.
So much, as with a lot of Fiora matchups, down to parrying the stun coming out from Zoom. I cannot wait to watch this top lane. It's all about the duels. It's all about these duelists in the top side of the map. But Karsa and Kanavi, as always, going to be looking to influence these solo lanes, as Karsa almost always focuses towards the top side at the start of the game.
Exactly, and this is going to be a very fragile matchup. It's going to be very important who can get this one going early. The thing about Top Esports 2v2 is it doesn't actually have any hard CC, so it's going to be quite hard to lock down a Camille who can get away with that hook shot. So I actually feel like Karsa wants to look through mid or through bot first before bringing someone up to help get 369 ahead.
And it's so interesting to see JDG still going with a different style to just having a massive tank in the top lane, having just standard hard engaged front to back fights. This Camille, very much about trying to make some plays around the early game, trying to gank for the Camille to get her ahead, get her rolling. And we've seen Zoom more than capable of carrying a game in that top side, but 369 will easily be a good enough opponent if he can play this Fiora to perfection. We're looking at snowballing out of the solo lanes on both sides of the board.
Exactly, so this one is going to be like game one. It's going to go hard one way or the other.
And so much of it, once again, down to these junglers, Karsa and Kanavi. 2 different styles, 2 different champions here, but both going to be looking to win out through the solo lanes. We're about ready to jump into game number 2 of our finals.
JDG 加油 JDG 加油
We're ready for game number 2 here. We don't see the same level 1 shenanigans out of JDG this time around, even though it worked in game number 1. We have a standard start on both sides of the board, so let's talk about these compositions here, Lyric. Let's talk about the fact that both these junglers very much about farming, and so much of it is going to be down to this bottom lane and the mid lane here with Yagao and Lucian.
That's the thing that we need to keep our eye on, is because Yagao should be able to consistently sustain pressure in this lane, as well as Loken on the Ashe, right? Has those volleys that he can spam and make sure they're able to get that priority. So Kanavi will have a lot of options to play around with a lot of early winning lanes. So I expect him to be up in Karsa's face, especially around the bottom half of the map. He will actually have some potential options on top side because you do have the hook shot coming out from Zoom, and especially level 6. Once Zoom gets that ultimate, you can try and lock 369 down. You have the mixed damage, and you really want to keep your foot on the gas pedal.
So I want to talk a little bit about the mid lane specifically here, because Lyric, I know you're a bit of a Zoe one-trick. We do have a pretty hefty trade in the top side. 369 going to back away. The tactical sweep turns this into quite a nice trade for Zoom, and he does have that grasp as well. But in that mid lane, Zoe versus Lucian, this is a difficult lane for Zoe.
Exactly, because you don't have the threat of the bubble constantly because of the E coming out from Lucian, as well as just how much damage you can quickly put out with your passive. Lucian just outtrades Zoe at most point in the games. Of course, your Q not only got a range buff a few patches ago, but also got a damage buff recently as well.
I love how much sparring we're seeing on this top side already as well, as you'd expect, but we do see Electrocute here in the mid lane from Knight. And
this one is a bit strange. We've seen it into certain matchups like LeBlanc, and it's when you expect a lot of heavy trading come out, which of course you do from Lucian, and you're trying to go toe-to-toe in that mid lane. But when you have a jungler like Graves, you have the lockdown coming in from the Zoe, you can try to set up these mid-jungle 2v2s.
And I want to mention as well that this isn't just Zoe, this is Knight on Zoe. Nice little dodge from 369 there on the stun out of Zoom. Kanavi moving on up though. 369 could be in trouble. This is no longer a duel, and Zoom is going to try and put his foot on the gas and start this one off. Kanavi moves in. 369 knows he's in trouble here. Going to be slowed by the red buff. Dashes out, flashes. The parry's not enough though. The stun is there, and Kanavi gets first blood.
We see 369 pushing in the lane. Zoom has the setup from the hookshot like we talk about, so Kanavi coming up with a really nice sneaky gank, secures the kill, but Karsa being a bit cheeky himself with that scuttle.
Indeed. Karsa moves up, grabs himself the topside Scuttle Crab.
Oh,
Kanavi,
no.
he might just go for a repeat gank here. 369, he's healthy, but he doesn't have flash. I think he realizes what's going on. Backs away a little bit. And it looks like Kanavi's going to be happy with Croaks.
We need to remember that, you know, that potential gank opportunity will still be there once he's finished. Well, if he decides to look for that, Karsa going to be able to take both scuttles, though, so getting a bit of an EXP advantage, and Knight even getting some bot side vision for Karsa on Raptors.
And it's so interesting to see that it is Kanavi on this top side of the map, because usually Karsa loves to focus on the top side of the map at the start of the game. He loves to try and get 369 and Knight ahead in their lanes. That's not what we're seeing here in game number 2.
They're very different junglers, but similar in a way to where, ooh, Knight
comes down in the mid lane. There's a trouble bubble. Won't be able to quite follow up, or will. He gets the damage, but it's not double.
Me and you were actually having this conversation earlier before cast about the thing that's so unique and nice about Zoe is how you can play safely around your windows where you get a good drop on W and then start playing aggressive. So finds the exhaust, gets a good trade out from himself, and now going to have the wave in a pretty nice position.
So looking at this bottom side as Kanavi moves to this portion of the map, we talk often about how JDG, one of their biggest strengths is this bot lane duo. They have been so dominant across the LPL in the summer split. But right now, it's Top Esports with the advantage.
I mean, both bot lanes are just trading waves, and this comes down to when we saw Kanavi on the top side so consistently, and Karsa was able to come down bot, so Loken and Lumao knew they had to concede pressure.
Concede pressure they will, as Kanavi moves up towards this mid lane here. Knight is pushed pretty aggressively. He's stood on a ward. Yagao could find a way in. Karsa is nearby the players. He's doing chickens himself.
Knight's just doing such a good job.
Hook in the bottom lane. Yuyan just starts this one off, but he's answered on immediately. The Ignite is there, but Loken's getting low himself. Jackie Love is out of mana. Lumao finds himself the stun. Cleanse comes out, but there's a spear flashed away from. Jackie Love survives.
The bot lane dominance from JDG that you were just talking about a second ago. Yuyanjin trying to find the pick, but Lumao answers. All summoners are forced out from TS's bot lane.
And this is what we wanted to see out of JDG, especially Loken and Lumao. Kanavi trying to snowball with that kill he got earlier as well. Now wants to find some jungle camps, but this whole half of the jungle has already been done by Karsa.
And I do want to take a step back and, you know, off of Karsa talk about Knight, because we talked about how this matchup should be hard in the mid lane, but he did go Inspiration Secondary, has those biscuits as well, probably the Time War tonic in there, so he's been taking really good trades. We saw especially the one when he did get the exhaust, and he was able to force Yagao down on his mana when Yagao was looking for those trades, and able to control the lane and come out with what has been a CS advantage. There we go, that's the word. And, you know, going to come back in and be able to take some favorable trades.
Yeah, and the wave pushing towards him, so he'll be able to build up that CS just a little bit as well. But also, finding himself a Seeker's Arm Guard early. So A little bit less kill threat available from the side of Yagao, and it's going to be more down to the objectives here. Karsa knows it, though, and he's going to start things off by grabbing this Cloud Drake for himself on the Graves. Has the Honey Fruit to heal himself up as well. Lumao waiting in the wings just to make sure no invades come through.
And to me, it's going to be very interesting to how this game progresses because both comps kind of spike at similar times.
Lumao's starting to fight here in the bottom side, but Yanja will walk away. Plays the Zenith Blade as the fight usually goes in that direction.
And still, TS bot lane going to have that push, but taking a step back, the thing is, I feel like TS are going to have to rely on 369 a lot more heavily than JDG will have to rely on Zoom. Their composition has a lot more range to play from. They have a lot more utility coming in from the Hawk Shot. Of course, Lumao is going to be quite a nuisance to deal with for JackeyLove in the late game. Also just going to be much tankier than Yanja, so you have a better front line. So the longer this game goes, I like how it looks for JDG if they can bring all 5 pieces together to where TS are going to be playing for that hard split push with 369 having to dominate that side lane.
Yeah, this... Oh, Yagao in a bit of trouble here. Exhausted in the mid lane. Knight's not quite going to follow up on the plate. Does still have that Ignite available. Bear in mind that Knight is bringing the Ignite to the table. There is no spellbook here in the mid lane, so Knight, he's playing aggressive.
He's been doing a great job so far, and we know this has been one of his best champions. Knight really known for 2 champions, the Echo and the Zoe. This is a famous throwback for him, and he's been performing exceptionally well on it.
And when we look across the board, so far it's relatively even when it comes to the CS numbers. The most significant lead up in the top side of the map where 369, despite going down in that early gank, it's actually lost out. You see the level 6 spike hitting that bottom lane for Loken, and it means that Top Esports back way out of the play.
I was going to say, TS's bot lane.
They're going for it anyway. They're going for a dive. Kanavi's off to the side as well. JackeyLove out on a dark passage, though. Flash from Kanavi, and he finishes a kill. That's his second of the game, and the dots are ticking away on Yanja. Spear goes wide. Lumao not willing to go for the dive as Karsa grabs a Herald.
That's just TS's bot lane overstaying. Your team is the one splitting the map. You see your jungle and mid laner playing towards top side to get that Herald. You have no vision on the enemy jungle. I feel like you should have a good idea of where Kanavi is. The level 6 comes out from Loken. They get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Very easy for them to make that dive happen.
2 plates come out on the side of Loken as well, so he'll be able to get some gold for himself. And as I said in game number 1, as I say most games here, it comes down to a question of what Karsa can do with this Herald to answer for the plates that were taken on this bottom side.
And when you look at this comp, I think ideally you'd hopefully want to get it onto the Fiora once again, start making her a big split push.
Oh, nice from Kanavi, steals it away and wants to fight as well. Knight moves over though. That should deter anything coming out from Kanavi, but he's full health and full mana with double buffs. He's quite happy to keep this one going. Yagao is in the mid lane as well, and he's topped off on mana. They could try and make a play onto Knight.
Even Lumao making his way over, does have the ultimate up.
Knight will have his flash available, but just bear in mind, Zoe is a relatively immobile champion. That portal not going to get you out to safety here. It's Kanavi now just going to clear the Crooks. 369. He's moving in. He doesn't know what's going on. Now he will.
And I don't think Kanavi would win this duel. We see Vampiric Scepter and the Tiamat coming out for 369, so going to be able to clear those waves quite quickly.
And I'm surprised at the comparison we have here from game 1 to game 2. Yanja stepping in though. Lumao, I was going to say dodges the hook. Didn't really dodge the hook. Kind of just kept walking and Yanja missed it. But just going to get some vision, and it means that Karsa can move in very safely into the jungle.
And speaking of Karsa being able to move in safely, the fact that Knight is also just taking the Lost Chapter means his wave clear is going to be a lot better. So he'll be able to start pushing those waves and guarantee Karsa playing from the spot side.
You know, I asked a moment ago, Lyric, what is Karsa going to be able to do with his Herald? Well, apparently he's going to be able to take plates 4 and 5 in this bottom side of the map. Kanavi moves over to try and answer. They won't get the eye because the hook came through. Kanavi is going to go down to the collateral damage, and Lumao might be the next one on the chopping block. Curtain Call underneath the tower. Lumao doesn't have his Eclipse available, dodging away, but Karsa gets himself a second. Knight flashes into the play. He's got Ignite available. A second flash will do it. And down go JDG.
Great hook coming in from Yanja. This was his best champion all year long. Sets up those kills to come in. Karsa doing a great job playing on a knife's edge, knowing how much he can burst. And JackeyLove with that ultimate was beautiful.
Beautifully done here from Top Esports. Using not only that Herald for themselves, finishing off this tower, but getting 3 bonus kills off the top of it as well, shutting down Kanavi.
And we're going to see here, once again, they drop the Herald bot side after zoning their bot lane off. The hook comes out from Yuyanja, chained into that amazing W. So much burst coming out. Karsa with a beautiful flash ultimate as well. We see Knights already heading down. Lumao forced the flash. Jin ultimate opened up, getting all that slowdown. Karsa, once again, that knife's edge we talked about, securing that burst.
And it felt like Kanavi just underestimated Top Esports on this play as well, because you saw him going in. He was just trying to get on the Herald.
He
was
jumped
trying
forward.
to deny the plays.
Yeah, and again, he actively jumped forward. It's not like he was like cautioning around. No, he actively went in.
Yuyanja, though, he's not happy with being disrespected. He's not happy with being underestimated. Knight taking a culling to the face here. That's half of his health gone. Yagao putting some pressure in, but they won't quite be able to finish off a kill. They won't quite be able to pressure a dive here. As Dragon started, Top Esports were the first ones to grab on this game. JDG want to answer.
So when we look at JDG's comp, if both top laners or a top laner would have to TP, Zoom, of course, would be much more useful with the Hextech Ultimatum, being able to zone out Knight or Jaculov and get them in that 1v1. Fiora much would prefer to stay out of the fight and just keep forcing in that side lane.
Dragon going to be started here. Yuyanja moving forwards. You can see Knight is off on the flank as well. If he can find a good trouble bubble, there is a contest available here, but it looks like JDG should be able to just secure this one for themselves. They should be able to back away. Deadly Flourish, not going to find anyone. JDG get away with this one.
Very stock and standard. They group 4-man mid, get the pressure. We see the vision come out. I even like how Kanavi was continuously throwing spears into that bush to make sure no one walks in, and they're able to just burst that dragon down very quickly.
I'm kind of surprised, though, at the way that Top Esports looked like they were grouping up to contest. They were very much toying with the idea, but didn't actually go for a play, didn't force the play. They could have gone to the lanes, though. Could have been elsewhere on the map.
Ooh, and they're going elsewhere now.
Karsa just ulted to get over the wall backwards. It's stylish. I don't know if it's optimal, though. Yagao doesn't have any mana, and Karsa will cut him down. Knight grabs the kill with his electrocute, and now Kanavi's going to fall as well. Top Esports collapsed beautifully.
Let's be honest, that was the most baller thing that we are going to see. Ulting over the wall. Karsa, man, with so much experience. 2 more kills picked up. What more can you ask for, Munchables?
You know, I don't know if it was optimal. I don't know if it was the perfect play, but goddamn, does he get some style points for that kill. Karsa, he is stepping up in the most important matchup on the map.
100% kill participation. And let's go back to last year when a lot of people knew Karsa as this guy who in LPL crumbled in high pressure situations, who didn't show up. 369 as well, and 369 in their last match. Karsa as well. Karsa today, it's looking beautiful.
And, I mean, let's go back to earlier this year. People were questioning Karsa when Top Esports had Photic on the roster. People were seriously questioning the jungle role. 269, not going to start a fight here, but now in the finals, he is looking amazing. He has been looking amazing all the lead up to the finals as well. And people were questioning if he was even going to make it to Worlds. Karsa always makes it to Worlds.
Karsa, to me, really embodies people like Xpeke and Soaz, where maybe they don't show up at 100% during the regular split, but when it matters, man, they show up.
Same could be said for Jaculov as well on this roster. But 369 and Knight would love for their names to resemble a similar story, and that's what they're trying to prove here today. But Herald started off for the side of Top Esports, and no contest whatsoever from JDG.
Look at Yagao. He's in the bot side trying to take that turret, so JDG openly concede, realizing, hey, TS have such a strong foreman.
Oh, Zoom's in trouble here. Hextech Ultimatum keeps 369 underneath the tower, though. The riposte not going to do enough. The stun doesn't come through. The heal is there. 369.
Great combo coming out from Knight and 369. We've seen these two do this all year long. They love to link up and start getting those kills. And it feels like the members on Top Esports are just too big right now. 3K gold lead, and they're going for more.
And they're winning out on the macro game. This is meant to be what JDG are the best in the world at. This is what's meant to be the big strength for JDG. Now 3 towers down in favor of top. They're looking for a 4.
Exactly, that macro game is just so beautiful that you just talked about, and we know JDG are not a team that succumbed to the pressure. We saw that in spring when it went to the Game 5 and they were able to clutch it out. But we are going to see here in the replay, Knight playing towards top side. This just feels a bit greedy by Zoom. They know the enemy team is doing Herald. They know they're all top side. 369 goes in, procs 2 of those vitals. He's able to hold the turret aggro, gets a nice riposte, and then bam, right in time, able to get that ultimate healing coming through.
Yeah, so close to finishing off 369. If he gets that kill, maybe there's some kind of magic that can happen, but shut down in the end. 369 still has his flash available as well. And it feels like maybe that is the moment where the top lane matchup, the balance is really tipped in favor of 369 now.
I mean, we even see it in terms of items, right? He has that Tiamat, he has a Phage to where Zoom is slowly trying to make his way towards the Triforce, so I don't expect to see Zoom go toe-to-toe in a side lane with 369 anytime soon.
So you can see the 369's move towards the bottom side of the map now for two reasons. One, just to push out the wave and head towards that tier 2, but importantly, Drake spawning in a minute's time, and it's an Ocean Soul for the second game in a row.
We even see him starting to move up now because he does have TP advantage over Zoom, so I wonder if Zoom just going to walk straight towards that bot side. He is just going to be there in time for Drake, and now I would expect the Fiora to go towards top, start putting that pressure down. You have the TP advantage. You have such a long lane where no one can answer you.
So, Lyric, I've heard something said in the past that is, a Fiora in a team fight is a bad Fiora. Do you agree with that statement? Is that something that we can expect to see here? In fact, I'll re-ask you this one later, because we've got to pick onto Lu Mao. He's going to turn himself gold and keeps himself alive. The culling comes through, and Yuyanja barely gets out with his life. Both supports survive for now. Lu Mao now trapped. Kanavi try to block the shots from Jackie Love. Kanavi will block that ball shot now. Knight just dipping in, but he can't find the bubble. Everyone just about survives.
Still, though, we see 369 is still split pushing in the top side to where Zoom is at the fight.
Oh, in goes Lu Mao. They want to start this one off. Hextech Ultimatum means Casa cannot get out of here. He's going to be the first one to fall. And that could be dragging open wide now for JDG.
But still, 369 gets to keep going. This should be an inhibitor turret.
This is what I was talking about. This is why a Fiora in a fight is a bad Fiora, because you could just take an inhib instead.
Exactly. I was going to say, I agree with the sentiment. You don't want to go. I feel like your team needs to play more patiently around you, kind of posture against the enemy team, and allow Fiora to do what she's best at.
Loken, that was a little dicey. Manages to dodge the bubble, though. As Kanavi jumps into a 1v3. Flash came out from Knight, but it wasn't really his flash. Now he's trapped on top of this one. Many flashes across the board here as Kanavi try to escape for this one. The Ignite is not going to be enough because of the heal coming on through. Jackie Love cleanses for the Nimbus Cloak. He wants that fourth shot. You can count it with me, audience, as number 4 comes on through.
Going to be a nice bit of gold injection, going over to Jackie Love. But again, this feels so great for Top Esports. They have a 4K gold lead. You still have one dragon yourself. You're not even on soul point yet for JDG, and you can just keep working with 369's pressure. The best part about it is the fact that Yagao doesn't have TP. They can't look for this two-man play on side lane to try and shut down the Fiora, because then the enemy team can force Baron, and Yagao has no way to go and answer that.
And for the second game in a row now, once we get towards the mid-game and beyond, it's Top Esports that are building themselves a gold lead. 4,000 ahead at this point. And for Top Esports, that's fantastic news, because when you've got things like a Zoe, things like a Fiora, playing from ahead is the best thing in the world.
Yep, especially with that Zoe, right? Being able to push forward aggressively, get that deep vision down, and abuse your, we'll say, terrain scaling, being able to throw over the sleepy trouble bubbles, get the elongated range, play with those paddle stars and portal jumps. It just feels so oppressive, especially when you have a bunch of squishy champions, once again, like a Lucian, like a Nidalee. The only silver lining for JDG is they do keep getting this Ashe, so they will always have that Hawk shot available, but still.
Take a look at 369 on the map here as Yuyanja tries to make a play in the mid lane. 369 had to flash away as Yagao and Zoom tried to pincer in onto him and get the 2v1 play.
And I'm surprised that TES weren't more aggressive with their answer on the opposite side. It does look like it's because Knight is in the top side, nowhere he can answer.
Attempts coming out from JDG to start a fight here, but Jackie Love towing on the edge of the play. Nice ult coming out from Cast to keep himself safe. Dark Passage as well. Hook onto Yagao here. Is now they're going to finish off Cast, now onto Yuyanja as well. He's going to go down, and suddenly everything turned JDG. They could look to Baron.
Exactly. This should be a nice Baron play coming out from the side of JDG. All you can do now is 369 is keep going for that split push and honestly just wait it out. I don't feel like TS can answer.
And the sustain coming out from Kanavi is so important as Knight forced away by Zoom here. Zoom goes for the Hextech Ultimate. 369 is here though, and the triple bubble stops anything happening. Zoom's going to go down. 369 with the kill. Baron goes the way of JDG, and now they are on the escape, but the chase down coming on through. Top Esports want to stop this one happening. Yagao flashes out with his life volley to slow Knight. Trouble bubble goes in though. Yagao's in trouble. Lu Mao can't step up to save him. 369 gets the kill.
Still 3 Barons on the side of JDG should be more than enough, but with the members of TS coming back onto the map, I wonder if they're just going to look to push this tier 2 mid lane turret.
Now trying to, as you say, pressure in this mid lane, but in the meantime, 369 moves up towards the top side again. Bear in mind, That turret was taken way earlier in the game.
At this point, though, it would be a bit dicey to actually push for the inhibitor. The enemy has Baron, Kanavi, and Yuyanja.
I'm getting a little too excited, getting a little ahead of myself. Yuyanja moving into the jungle here. As you say, Kanavi's around, but Top Esports, they've got backup here. Yuyanja pulling Knight towards the bottom side of the map because Loken is alone. Lumao here to try and deny the play. Arrow goes in, but Knight immediately gets cleansed by Yuyanja. The hook is perfect onto Loken. The play is there. Yuyanja, this is gorgeous play. And now onto Lumao. He's tanky though. Survives for now. Kanavi arriving to try and protect the play. He's ignited. Force shot isn't quite enough. In fact, it doesn't come out at all. Hook goes wide. Yagao trying to turn this one around. What was that? Beautiful play out of Yagao as he turns it into more. Yuyanja will fall. And Yagao showing us his Lucian.
Oh, it's not done. Zoom's still going.
Zoom goes in. Can't find the stun, but he finds an ultimatum and now gets himself a kill. 4-4-1 in the bottom lane.
And it starts off with TS making a mirror play to what they did earlier. They pick up some kills, but great play coming out from Yagao. Great spear from Kanavi to pick up another kill. Zoom's able to follow up. We see the value of the Hextech ultimatum, and both teams are going toe-to-toe.
Beautiful attempt here by Loken at the start to keep himself safe, but that hook from Yuyanja was gorgeous.
Even if it got cleansed, it didn't matter. They bought enough time for Karsa to get there and secure these kills. It looks a bit dicey for JDG here, but TS just go a bit too far forward. It gives Yuyanja time to get to this fight. Jackie Love takes a turret shot. Great calling coming out from Yagao as well. We're going to see the spear hit. Nice job from Kanavi. And then they're just going to be able to keep going forward because look at your minimap. Zoom is on his way as well. Yuyanja's going to go down. You have the hook shot from the Camille. You also have the Hextech ultimatum.
And just think about the champions on the side of JDG as they're going to go for a dragon here. And they're going for a fight as well. Into the play they go with 369 is just removed from the action. And now JDG, they can back away. They've already won.
You pointed out earlier, Munchables, Fiora's not meant to go head first into these team fights. And we see why. It just gets burst down so quickly. You don't provide any utility. And I don't know. That one was a big question mark for me. We didn't see how it got set up, but...
Yeah, but importantly, what we did see is that JDG now have 3 dragons for themselves. And what I was going to say off the back of that last play is when you look at the champions on the side of JDG here, you don't get to escape a fight. When JDG is chasing you down with an Ashe, with a Lucian, with a Nidalee, with a Camille, all 4 of these champions are amazing at chasing you down.
It goes back to what we said earlier as well, that JDG's comp can do a lot more as a 5-man unit for the fact that it does have that Camille, so that's why we did favor them in terms of scaling. They also had the frontliner, Lumao, I'm sorry, that we were talking about, is on that Leona. It does have that W to get those burst of tanky stats, as well as the Gargoyle Stone Plate. For TS, I feel like their 4-man core, you're not necessarily relying on JDG's mistakes, but you've got to find those clutch hooks from Yuyanja to set up a Sleepy Trouble Bubble and burst coming out from Karsa and Jackie Love. You need 369 to hard commit to the side lane. You need to play a more patient game. You need to play a much harder game, honestly.
So what you're saying is, on the side of JDG, we've got like a one direction. They've all got to work together. On the side of Top Esports, though, you've got 5 different Beyoncés. They all want to shine individually. They all want to be the center of attention. The question is, can they make it work? Because I'm not going to lie, between Beyonce and One Direction, I don't like either.
Oh, God. Beyonce's pretty good. Don't disrespect.
She's okay.
Don't disrespect Munchables, but we see TS once again going for the same play they've done over and over again, is getting the spot side control, leaning in for 369 and looking for these picks.
Top Esports moving towards the bottom side of the map, though. They won't find an opportunity, just trying to deny some of the vision from the side of JDG. And let's bear in mind, when we talked about these teams at the very start of the day, when you think back to the analyst desk with Hysterics and Dagda, one of the big things that they talked about was how with Karsa in the jungle, it's all about denying the enemy jungler. But Kanavi has not allowed that to happen this game. He's been a part of the action. He's been able to fight for vision control. And he's found himself at a significant advantage in that jungle position.
A lot of it does feel down to that Karsa had a much more proactive early game, in my opinion. And then Top Esports made that massive mistake around topside that allowed JDG to get Baron.
And the Baron, so beautiful for being able to build yourself an advantage. Just one sure way to close a gold gap. And let's just revisit where the gold is at, because earlier on, we saw a 4,000 gold lead in favor of Top Esports at about the 20-minute mark. Now with 10-10 on the scoreboard, gold is all but even. Kanavi won't quite find the Javelin as Jackie Love gets some movement speed, flashes away from the arrow because his cleanse was on cooldown.
And that's going to be really massive in these next fights for objectives. When we have Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, and top esports are forced to fight for that, even if you can cleanse something like the Enchanted Crusader, you have the Leona ultimate coming out, you have the Hextech Ultimatum coming out from Zoom. Jackie Love is going to be a prime target for the side of JDG.
Yeah, Jackie Love has got to be scared of Zoom at this point because the Triforce is finished, the Ravenous Hydra's there. He's almost on a death stance as well. Zoom is massive, and top esports know it because they want to shut him down right now.
We see they get spotted out, so they aren't able to follow forward and commit. Another interesting thing to note is that Knight actually went for a Rabadon second item, so is going to get a nice burst of AP out of that. Now is going to, you know, continue exponentially scaling with all the AP he buys from here onward.
It's an important pickup for 2 reasons. Number one, it shows that he is looking to carry. He's looking to one-shot people in these fights. But also, it shows that in this grand final, he's not confident enough to go for the Magi's second. Lumao takes a massive chunk of damage there. Knight goes in with the exhaust, but Lumao will get away with his life. Didn't have to use any stuns.
Still, TS ensure mid-prio, so they're going to be able to keep controlling vision around this Baron. And this is what we talked about. This is where Zoe thrives with those sleepy trouble bubbles, as we see, trying to set up, find a pick, set up for a Yu Yanja hook coming out, and then rely on the Graves and the Jhin for all the damage.
You'd love to see 369 on the bottom side of the map, honestly, with the fact that... Or I guess with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, maybe not. Because JDG, they've got the inside track on the mid lane right now. And if they can turn and burn that Dragon in 20 seconds, they might just win the game.
As we talked about, keep your eyes on Jackie Love. He doesn't have a flash. You have all the CC tools for JDG available.
They're in position to teamfight. You can see 369 has moved over. He has to respect the threat available from JDG. Dragon spawning in 8 seconds, though. Something has to break here. Something has to happen as Yu Yanja almost burst out immediately. Yagao with so much burst damage.
And JDG have a great ability to turn coming from this Leona.
They might just be able to finish this one off before anything can happen. No steal available. Carson now locked up as he gets out from the pit himself. Zoom flashing away from the play. JDG, they've got themselves an Ocean Soul here. Kanavi off to the side, but needs to be cautious himself. Fourth shot goes through, but it's not enough to finish off Loken. Kanavi now in a bit of trouble. JDG, they've got themselves the Soul, but at what cost? Now 369 going to be able to finish off Kanavi from the jungle, but the flash comes out, followed by the Q from 369. Top esports now trying to continue this chase down. Jackie Love steps forward. He's going to look for a route onto Lumao here. Fourth shot available. The route comes in. Eclipse is done. And down goes Lumao. But it's answered from Zoom. Beautiful counterplay coming out. But he's hooked and will go down himself. The trouble bubble secures it for Knight.
3 kills going over to the side of TS, but still, they need to force this Baron. JDG got the Ocean Soul. TS need to get something back.
With 3 members down, though, from JDG, it's possible for the side of top esports. But importantly, Karsa is not here. There is no smite on the side of top esports. But I don't think Yagao and Loken are willing to contest. It's a soul for a Baron, Lyric.
Which, I mean, let's be honest. The Soul part of that trade sounds a lot more enticing. You know, Soul's always going to be there, Baron. You have a small window to play around.
It does sound pretty good, but I will say, with 369 on this Fiora, Baron feels pretty damn good as well.
Yep, so TS need to take advantage of the small window that they're going to have. The other thing that's kind of nice is, I mean, top esports damage is all burst anyway, so even before the Ocean Soul, right? If it did come to an extended fight, it felt like JDG would win out regardless. We see here Zoom able to pick up some nice kills on the Karsa. Yu Yanja answering with the hook, and Zoom then goes down.
Yeah, beautiful kill. And importantly, Jackie Love got the Storm Razor slow onto Zoom there, which meant the hook could hit. That was so damn close to Zoom getting away with it. And if Zoom survives that, honestly, maybe top esports doesn't get the ban.
I think they definitely wouldn't be able to, right? There'd be too much threat coming out from the Camille as well. You'd have the Hextech Ultimatum to make sure they weren't able to do that. Had the threat coming in, the Gao and Loki to be able to follow up, but we see now game defaulting to a bit of a neutral point where we would expect with 369 once again trying to pressure in a side lane and JDG playing as a 4 to 5 man core.
I just love, Lyric, that we are getting this kind of series here. I want JDG to win this game just so we can get more games. I don't want this to finish at a 3-0 for top esports. JDG now, they're the ones in the driver's seat despite this Baron, although as we see Zoom in the top side, immediately top esports answer on the bottom side of the map. Knight is in this top lane to try and deny Zoom any towers, and a TP comes out. I think that's from 369. They want to get a pinch down onto Zoom. 369 over the wall here. It's going to be the TP. Answered Knight will get the trouble bubble, and the sleep comes through, and the last possible second. In goes Zoom to try and finish off Knight before the play can even happen. 369 is now arriving. Hextech ultimatum. Knight tries to jump away. One more auto would do it, but Zoom is blocked by 369, trying to get out with his life, but a 2v1. He just can't do it.
Top Esports get a pick, but what more can they get? The map is still in favor of JDG.
Importantly, the tier 2 did not go down in that top side as we see a TP now coming out from Knight into this mid lane here. He picked that one up off of Zoom, who tried to get out of the play top side.
Now we're going to see TS try to knock down this inner turret mid. They should be able to. They obviously still have Baron. Now it's just about JDG making sure they can't take more, making sure they aren't able to get that inhibitor. But with Zoom down for 25 seconds.
Zoom is still down for a long old time. They're moving into the mid lane, but importantly, that top tier 3 already went down a long old while ago. 369 can very easily finish this one off. Yagao stepping forward to try and challenge him. But Top Esports, when they get an advantage, they will choke everything away from you. Now in the mid lane, arrow goes out, but Casa cleanses it away. Now in the top side once more, as 369 gets onto this inhib, they're going to pressure on both lanes, and it looks like they get both inhibs as well. Top Esports, this is a masterclass in macro.
It felt like right there, JDG had to be more decisive. Zoom came up, sure they got the 2 inhibitors, but you have the fast track on the positioning for the engage. Still, masterclass from Top Esports, like you just said, 2 inhibitors from that Baron. A very close game that is going to come down to our Elder Drake.
And you know what? This is a series between teams that have been desperately trying to prove themselves this year. Back in spring, these two teams went head-to-head, and like Knight in the mid lane, 369 in the top lane, regularly fighting for the argument of best in their role, but never given it. This series, to me, is about them proving their status as the best in the LPL.
It goes back even further than that for some of these players. Players like Yagao and Knight trying to fight for best in their city. Both of them playing in the same PC cafe.
These guys are longtime friends, and we saw on Weibo the other day as well that it was Knight Yagao, I think Fun
yeah.
regularly go for Hot Pot together. So it's more than just the LPL here. This is also a friendly rivalry on top of everything
I do want to
else.
say it was pretty cute that Yagao was always the one taking the picture of Knight and Fun.
Here we go. Trouble Bubble comes out onto Lumao, and there's a hook. The CC chain is terrifying, but Lumao, definitely the tankiest member on the side of JDG. Over goes Zoom to try and force a play with the tactical sweep. 369 off on the flank as well as Yuyanja steps on forward. JDG doing a good job of holding Top Esports at arm's length, but maybe not for much longer. In they go with the Zenith blade, trying to get onto Jackulum. He's off to the side of the fight, but Yuyanja keeps himself golden to keep himself alive. Kanavi is forced out of the play. Yuyanja falls, and look at Yagao trying to keep everyone out of the fight. 369 trying to finish off Lumao, but he's the one to go down as it's chaos on the rift. Carson now stepping on forward as he's alongside Knight. Flashes into the back line, but Lumao is there. Too many stuns, and Knight goes down.
And JDG once again come out in the fight.
Oh, 1v1 between the top of the jungle, but it goes the way of JDG. Now to the Elder.
That was way too overzealous coming out for TS. You have 2 inhibitors down. Play the slow game. Make them bleed. Make them answer those super minions. But Top Esports look for the engage. JDG gets the Elder.
And Kanavi and Zoom manages to make it happen in the end, but Lumao as well protecting his team throughout that fight. This Elder Dragon with the Ocean Soul is feeling real good for JDG.
And we see TS are the ones posturing for the fight, gives Lumao the engage angle. Nice Ashe ultimate coming out from Loken. Kanavi able to get away pretty nicely. We see Jacqueline open up with the ultimate. Yagao takes down Yuyanja in the end, but we see Zoom doing so much on the back of that fight. Karsa and Knight coming in, trying to do as much as they can, but Zoom is just too big right now. He's full HP, tries to go forward because he knows it's Doom. Kanavi picks that one up as well.
And Lumao, like, he was low on health, but he's still Leona, right? He's still going to survive. And the fact that Yuyanja went down so early in that play, despite his stopwatch, meant that the CC just wasn't there from Top Esports.
It's also so nice that we've had this full year of where Zoom has played Ornn, he's played Volibear, he's played Wukong. He comes into playoffs, comes into the final, says, give me Camille. I'm going to blind pick Camille. I have confidence on this champion, and he's one of the massive players stepping up and doing work.
And it was something that we saw right at the very end of the summer split as well. We saw Zoom bringing out things like the Camille, things like the Gangplank as well that are more carry-oriented, especially towards the late game.
Zoom's Gangplank is, you know, something to be feared, one of his best champions, but never mind Zoom's Gangplank right now because we have a Baron.
Yeah, they are going to burn through this one so damn quick. Top Esports with a curtain call, but this is going to go down before anything happens here. Oh, Zoom wants more. He wants to find himself a fight. He is 1 versus 5 as Yagao now gets over the wall. Elder means that the culling is plenty. And JDG with Baron, with Elder, but not with an inhib.
And let's be honest though, they were not on the same page with that call. JDG running backwards, Zoom runs forward, but this goes to show the caliber of top laner that he is. He finds the window, he knows he can make it work, he can get the rest of the members there in time, and they pick up a kill.
And look, you say that JDG went on the same page. Neither were top esports. If you have Fiora pushing in that bottom side, maybe don't try and contest 4v5.
I will say, to be fair, it doesn't seem like their comp really has any better options, right? You need to keep that Fiora in the side lane. You're just posturing to hope, okay, maybe we can hit a sneaky paddle star, maybe steal away the Baron. And now JDG are just firmly in the driver's seat.
Well, Lyric, we are maybe looking at a second game going the way of JDG. And the thing is, I still have to say maybe, because the gold is only 3,000 different. But with Elder, that buff is timing out in 10 seconds. This is going to be an even fight unless JDG can find it right this second. They're going to do exactly that. Cast is in trouble and taken down in the last second of the Elder buff. JDG have found the pick, and now they move towards the Nexus.
They're able to keep going. They have Baron.
Keep this one rocking on forwards. Jackie looks so damn low, but they're looking for 369. He dashes out of the play. First Nexus turret falls as Lumao is tanking, but they're out of minions right now because the cannon is powered up. It's got the range. Now they return with the next minion wave to extend the play. Hook goes onto a minion. Second Nexus turret falls. And we might have a bit of revenge here from the side of JDG because they're going to take everyone down, but they're not messing around. They're taking down that Nexus.
In Munchables, this is looking a lot like Spring. Both teams going toe-to-toe, a very close series so far. And overall, nice draft coming out from JDG. Nice job seeing them play as a team, play as a 5-man unit. Great performance coming out from Zoom and Kanavi especially. And on the side of TS, it was interesting because we saw the Fiora come out. We haven't seen any like hard 1-4 champions work this year because of Dragon just being so massively important, especially here in the LPL where we're continuously opting the team fights. They almost made it work. Had they been able to play more patiently around those side lanes, I even feel like TS could have come out with a win. But guess what? That didn't happen.
And you know, it was a dicey one. I mean, look at classic LPL gold graph, right? This is exactly what we expect. And only a 6,000 gold different as the Nexus falls at the end. But importantly, when we see the players walking off of the stage there, top esports not giggling so much anymore. They realize this is not going to be an easy series.
No, and it's also interesting to see the damage graph to where everyone on TS pretty much out-damaged their counterpart, but they still go down in the end. That really shows a lot of the early trades as well, where we saw TS continuously looking for the kill and gold trades, allowing JDG to just pick up the objective. That's how they stacked those dragons pretty early on, but in the end, TS didn't have the patience to play out through these side lanes to allow 369 to do his thing. And even the super minions at the end where we said, hey, you can just kind of back off and, you know, play the posture game and let your super minions get in their base. That's not top esports. You go forward.
Yeah, they're trying to make plays. They're trying to do things right here, right now. That's what we saw from them, but unfortunately for them, JDG able to punish. And I want to revisit the composition that we saw coming out from JDG as well, because it felt like they had more late game prowess than they did in game number 1. But importantly, even with Zoom on something like Camille that is a little more carry-oriented, he's still playing this engaged top, right? Even on a Camille, you still have a hard engage ultimate that you can set the rest of the team up on, and that is just classic Zoom.
And it's one of the reasons why we've seen Camille be really one of the only split push champions we've seen back in the meta, because you can group up and provide some utility to the team, unlike the Fiora as we saw in that game. Another thing I liked about JDG's draft is it provided early pressure, or at least it should have. We actually saw Knight play around it really well and get that matchup in his favor despite being countered. But it felt like JDG's draft had stronger assets to play around in the early game, but also had a much more fluid transition in the late game where you are playing this team game as compared to TS.
Well, JDG, they are known for playing the team game, and they've done it beautifully in game number 2. And I hate to say the cliche phrase, but we got a series on our hands. We're going to jump into a quick break and then head over to the analysts to break that one down a little more.
下路好像是一剑打了一个净化出来
就先踢下来了
啊！艾希这波还没见，但后面的话，狼行的这个位置一个战场包先是打空了。反手的话，看一下 Soda 这边想框狼行，狼行的位置很差，狼行最终是先被杀掉 ，Angel 同样的也被蝎给切死，而骚粉被皮娜的一下爆到了后续之后，也是被收掉，而幻风这个位置怕是也走不了了。 西野砍下 double Q 之后 ，Soda 走位躲开了一发 Q 技能，可是躲不开西野后续的1 Q 2连。
挺好的，可以卡一个无眼闪现时间。命运开起来，看到大龙血量7000，
直接跳上去，
跳上来，这个反击风暴是没能躲开黄牌。看一下另一边，哦 ，Mark 是直接把自己的闪电给交了，但是
直接好像倒了，开一个金身拖一下
啊！但是后续的话看一下，又是开了一个反击风暴，反手是被晕，西野倒了，而且这边的狼袭也被一个 Angel 的头锤给冲了起来，
那感觉完了呀！
我
们继续追击。
那现在 Krama 没有什么输出位置了，反手看一下 Pina 的这边在人群中交了一个秒表，但是接了一个灯笼，赶紧往后走，但是还是被这个战争光锋给嘎死。 风筝一下小花生，小花生的血量确实还不太好。老干爹这波还要往前推进吗？想要一波直接秒杀，一炮配合这1 Q 2连，直接把这边的一个 Angel 给带走。可是同样的自己也被苏宁的一套控制链给带走。而阿斌的话，二段的一个大楼天空进场 ，Krama 也倒地。这波苏宁感觉有机会，反手看幻风的输出位置非常好。哇，这一波苏宁找到了一波超好的机会。
这一连串小花生本来204。 哎，这边想靠一个1开一下团，
不好开啊！后面
幻风没有闪现的，
哎，能不能接个钩子？
接到了，但是后面有加掉的一个英雄登场，正面的话看一下，
被卖掉了，这里面哎，
起来的那一枪，哇，一个大刀干了4个人，后续阿斌在进场，再一个 EQ 调到2个人，这边虽然皇子倒下，但是这面老干爹已经没办法接了，溃不成军，反手狼行一个大招，差一点没能换掉幻风，
击垮敌军，保持警惕。
应该是蛇也是被这边的一个 Krama 给带走了，劳西野这边再踩了一个 W 上前，阵亡2人的苏宁，目前还有2路水晶那个劣势，看一下旁边骚粉跟西野打一个单挑，
哇，骚粉这伤害有点高啊，直接单杀了。
西野再次倒
打起来了，
正面看一下能不能把幻风给击杀，幻风被背了回来之后反手一套，这边 Angel 没能击杀到狼行，狼行还有
又 Q 到了
，Mark 这边的盾量还是蛮高的，反手再一个 Q 技能 Q 2
刀，还可以再 Q 上去，
哇，直接选择了 Angel 一个 Q 技能爆死了 Mark， 这一波两边居然又打成了一个几乎5-5开的局势，高地防卫战啊，连续
哎又 Q 过16级，
感觉这波可能又有机会单杀，
但是一个人要
后面有狼行1打2，有没有操作空间？徐红璇续了个大护盾，闪现往回拉，
闪现头一个来了。 志愿后续再接上接力棒啊！
这波有没有机会打大龙啊？
也可。
就我们之前也和滔博交过很多次手嘛，
我知道滔博是一个上单极为爱摇人的队伍，所以说我一定会稳住我的队线，让你来再多人也没有用。
Zoom very jovial about the matchup here in the LPL. We are going to game 3. We are one apiece here in the grand finals for summer. I'm Asterix. This is Dagda. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I'm just going to read this to you because we have a giveaway campaign at the moment with 5 limited Jax figures going out. All you have to do is follow our Twitter, retweet the post to enter, and there are many entries to be unlocked. Just visit the post to enter now, and thank you so much for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're giving away, by the way. Their new God Stuff Jax feels pretty damn good, and so does a game 3. Let me just say, all my notes here are like top esports, top esports, top esports, and then
JDG.
and then wait, JDG. Back and forth, to say the least.
Exactly, but it does feel like we got kind of the classics of both sides being shown in this game. So if we look towards JDG's side at the beginning of the game, at least getting that early game rolling in that bottom side, playing through Loken and Lumao after that first successful gang top. And from that point, they were able to transition into those early dragons that we pointed out as this big win condition for JDG. They got the Ocean Soul, they were able to win out in these late game team fights. It would just all started to fall into place come that 30+ minute mark.
And it all started with JDG as well. We remember Kanavi hitting top side, getting Zoom in a comfortable lane state versus a Fiora, and then approaching bot and bullying down Jackie Love and Yu Yanja, setting up that first turret, setting up Loken once again. So we saw very good sides of Kanavi's early game.
Exactly, and that's what we wanted to see from JDG, is trying to get this early game up and rolling, especially through that bottom side. We've seen in the past, top esports bottom lane has been one of their weaker points, at least in the laning phase portion of the game. However, when we look over to top esports, when they got to the mid game, that was their time to shine. Their ability to punish these long lanings, or these long lanes, getting Knight out of this lane so then he could move up towards top side, helping out 369, getting that early inhibitor exposed. It really started like they were getting the tempo in place, and there's just no hope for JDG to come back until Yagao made that hero play bot side.
Yes, the hero play bottom side after top esports have shown they're constantly looking towards their 3 kills early on, and then the retribution for Yagao. We get towards Baron, we get towards this Ocean Soul win condition, and it really rolls with it for JDG. We've got a lot to talk about, not a lot of time, Dagda. Zoom is the MVP after what was the ending engage on top of Knight, and then the final mark on top of Casa with a couple of seconds left of the Elder Dragon.
And I was a little bit worried for Zoom, because at the beginning of the game, although he did get that first kill in his favor, he started to slip behind in lane, was losing towers, got 1v2'd. His CS wasn't matching up against 369 either. I was like, okay, Zoom is in a lot of trouble. But finding these windows of opportunity to join in these team fights, trading that top lane turret so that then they could find these advantages in fights. And the whole point of this composition from top esports is using tempo advantage to get these side lanes where they can have 369 go 1v1 against Zoom. Zoom forgoing that instead and opting into these team fights, battled back against the control that top esports have, and allowed JDG to continuously find these fights that were in their face.
Such a bigger threat than the Fiora, and we know that 369 had to respond because first the Ocean Soul, and then you get towards the Elder condition, which top esports just can't give away because JDG group up and their fight so much better.
And that was the main issue here, was that those early game dragons that were secured by Kanavi came back to bite them because they couldn't continue to play through these side lanes. They couldn't exploit the fact that they had that tower in the top side down as early as they would have liked to. And then, as we talked about, hero plays across the board. Yagao stepping up massively in that 20-minute play on the bottom side, able to catch out several members of top esports and set them up for success. And even when we look on the opposite side as well, we thought maybe we see top esports bring it back. When that Ocean Soul went over, we saw curtain call from Jackie Love. Yu Yanja open up with this great hook to bring top esports back. The chase, like yakety sack, started already in the jungle, but they couldn't actually close the gap. They couldn't get onto, or sorry, they did close the gap. They got the kills, but they weren't actually able to solidify any more advantages because crucially that Ocean Soul had gone across.
I mean, we said that a lot of the time, closing the gap for top esports and JDG alike, and it does feel like this series so far is built on those small windows, those highlight moments from individual players, really hitting capacity so far. JDG find them, top esports find them, and likewise, rinse and repeat. Round and round we go. And running into game 3, just a quick note, top esports will have side selection because the losing team in each game will choose side, and so far blue side priority has been there. JDG once again getting themselves the Ashes we saw in draft, and then a couple of the priority picks this time around with the Lucian left open.
Yeah, I mean, the Lucian was left open, and we saw just how great Yagao looked on it. Although he wasn't quite able to get the lane advantage that we expected, I think Knight did an amazing job of controlling that lane in what is not a favorable matchup. But when we got out of the laning phase, this double AD carry was so potent. The culling coming through, especially when you had Loken willing to flash forward aggressively in these fights. He was giving his life so the team could thrive. And that has been the staple of Loken in a lot of these situations, is that he will put himself in harm's way to make that clutch play, to bring JDG across the finish line. And he was needed to do that several times in this game. He was able to step up.
He's been one of the best players throughout the regular season off the back of spring finals, where it feels like we're running into a similar situation. Loken played his best game of League of Legends, and a lot of the audience out there will remember him on the top esports lineup in 2019 with Ben as his support. He faded into the background with Knight, with 369 up in that top lane, and it was like, all right, XX in the jungle, he's going to play around his solo lanes. Now this time around, getting pressure from Kanavi, getting set up in these games feels fantastic, alongside Yagao influencing and helping out and joining in.
And it feels like we're very much having a swing back and forth between, okay, whose turn is it to be strong? Because in the early game, we're seeing JDG, who will have these great moments, but top esports hit that mid-game. That's their time to shine. However, these late game decision making right now, at least in game 2, was definitely JDG favored. We saw that very quick Baron sneak that they were able to go for the 36-minute mark, which just nullified everything the top esports wanted to do. And it's that, like, split-second decision-making that is coming down to the wire here across the time, every single moment. It is that one opportunity to make that play that is the standout that makes the game your win.
And it does feel like, you know, those windows being abused by JDG have been successful in Game 1 and Game 2. It was just top esports' ability to close it in Game 1. In Game 2, I don't know, someone threw a brick through that window, and we saw glass everywhere. Both teams not willing to pick it up. It was like, who's going to trample through?
I mean, it was definitely bloody anyway, because there was a lot of kills.
I don't know how many kills we've had so far in this series, but I'd be willing to bet it's above 60 so far. Not as many as in Game 1, but still we went the distance, both teams testing the limits. And it's exciting to think that we could be rinsing and repeating the spring finals, a 5-game best-of-5, which has only happened so many times in the LPL.
I know, and I really do believe that we're going to keep seeing this, because when you get to the level that these teams are at, it is just one moment. It is that one decision that you make. Yagao willing to go for it aggressively. Yanja making these hook plays. The Jackie Love setting up for these beautiful curtain calls every single time. The deadly flourishes seem to be heat-seeking in this game. Like, there is just nothing that they don't. Like, everything is firing on all cylinders for these teams. But it does come down to that one moment, that one call that changes everything. And every single team fight, we are waiting for that moment.
We really are, and especially with Yuganja having a performance, just coming back to that point, because we're still waiting to get the call to go into pick and ban for Game 3. I'm kind of just really ramping up to this one. That's all I want, something small. Yuganja had a really good Thresh game. We kind of rinse and repeat towards MSC, didn't we? Towards what we've seen this year.
And that's the thing, is that there's so much on the line for these teams. It's not about going to Worlds, it's about creating the legacy from which LPL is going to grow. The old guard has fallen. It's top esports and JDG vying to be in control with this new decade of LPL starting to roll in 2020.
A lot of players that people won't know. If we say Yagao and Zoom, people that haven't been to Worlds, alongside, you know, everyone knows Knight because of how he's been hyped up. He's never been to Worlds. 369 as well, who's been rolling mainly 9s in this series, a couple of 6s thrown in. Also hasn't been on the world stage, as scattered names throughout both teams that people know globally. But apart from that, we're just left with new faces.
And that's it. I mean, as you talked about, like, Zoom has been so strong for JDG in the top lane for so damn long. The engage, the front line that he provides for this team, working in conjunction with Lumao, the best playmaking support that we have in the LPL right now. Their ability to start up team fights is next to none, and their ability to find these advantages has been so strong, and they have been relying on Zoom. His high life gold coming in this game as well. But we need to see if he's able to keep that performance up, because he is the focus of attention most certainly from top esports.
Definitely had a better game too. 369 in the laning phase started building up, getting attention from Knight, but it was Zoom who came into these fights in the mid to late game and was such a big deal. We saw the Guardian Angel picked up with the stopwatch on the side. and kind of out-duke Knight, which was really fun to see.
Doesn't that feel right, though, that it's Zoom who has 2 watches?
Yeah.
It's just, you know, but
Hey,
either way.
what money can buy, right? That makes perfect sense. And 369 on your screen, who we need to see him continue to match Zoom and see if Karsa can continue influencing that lane. In that game too, I called it a lane, let's call it what it is. It is a lane. Karsa in game 2 had the same ability to try and match Shadow Kanavi. We saw what was, you know, his Graves jungle really dictating the pace at big moments through bot, through the plays, and through, I guess, the tempo rolling into mid-game.
It was an issue, though, where Nidalee is just that little bit faster. She can clear that jungle that little bit quicker and get out onto the map. And we saw that with that early gank towards top side. We then saw it again, that rinse and repeat down towards bot. And Karsa was just struggling to keep up. And that's why when we came into today, we are highlighting this Nidalee pick as such a high priority pick. We mainly looked at it from JDG's side, but even looking at the semi-finals from Top Esports, it was banned away from Karsa every single game. You do not want to let this Nidalee pick through, but then what do you let go? I mean, do you start letting like the Twisted Fate through for Yagao? I mean, he's an 80% win rate on that at the moment. Like, you don't want to let these picks through, and this is what we are talking about. There are so many like standout picks for everyone. What do you actually get rid of?
And how many lanes we have to talk about here today? I'm sure we'll find another one. Jungle versus jungle, mid versus mid. Game 3 at the very least, with 1 versus 1 on the scoreboard. Our grand finals continue. So Munchables and Lyric are going to take us into some lunch.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, it's Lunchables here. Lunchables, Lyric on my left. And as we move into this one, I want to reiterate something the guys were saying on the desk there, because we have a new breed of teams going into Worlds this year. JDG and Top Esports are going to be leading the way. And when you look across these teams, there are a couple of names that have been to Worlds before. But while these guys will be new faces on the international stage, there are some players here that have been around the LPL for a long old time that are finally having an opportunity to prove themselves as champions.
Especially when you look at the side of JDG, right? We see that Zoom and Yagao have been on JDG since 2018. Lumao joining the split before in 2017 summer. So these guys have been here in the LPL for a long time. Many people have watched for years and thought, okay, Zoom is a top 3, top 2, in some cases best top laner in the LPL that they have to offer. So these guys definitely are not new to the LPL fans.
Certainly not, and they finally have an opportunity to prove themselves, and they'll prove themselves at Worlds later down the line, but first off is winning the LPL. And let's be honest, this is the most important tournament for any of our LPL players. Winning at home matters the most. And now, as we look towards the draft, I want to talk about Top Esports here, because game number 2, not going so hot for them. Do you feel like this was an issue of the draft and something that needs to change here?
No, I think even once we got to mid-game, once they found the advantages with the Fiora, with the Zoe, had they been able to play a more patient game, despite the fact that playing for that split push, playing for the side lane isn't as potent now, they got so much of an advantage early on, it felt like they should have been able to drive that home.
I love how we just looked at the supports on our cameras there, and Yuyanja looks like he's half asleep in his chair. We're in the grand finals of the LPL Summer Split, and Yuyanja is barely awake. We're into the draft, though, and a Gnar ban.
So it's a response to the Quinn, and it looks like TS are going to go for the Renekton first pick this time.
So Top Esports playing around what JDG are drafting here, taking away the Gnar, which is something Zoom has played in the top lane in the past, into that Renekton. And now JDG have to answer in kind. As 369, we talked about his Renekton is terrifying.
Of course, it's a champion that doesn't really have a lot of answers. I mean, 2 of its only answers are banned. The only other places you can think of looking is something like the GP, which obviously Zoom is very well known for.
So we do see this Nidalee that has been such a huge priority in this series so far for Kanavi. And looking towards the AD carry role, Loken gets this Ashe once more. We could well have the same bottom lane as before, but Karsa, he goes back to a comfort pick of old. He has 55 games of Gragas in his entire career, and he's won 45 of them.
And pairing it with the AD soul laner as well. So you have a lot of good ganking options coming out from Karsa. You can set up 369, you can set up Knight. And this is how TS has functioned all year long.
And this is something that is very much out of the meta. We do not see Gragas in the LPL, but now the Volibear locked in as well. Something that fell very harshly out of the meta once it was nerfed.
You just said, you know, champions that aren't in meta. Volibear really signifies that as well ever since the nerf he got on this patch. So we see him going back to comfort. It was his most played champion this split with 10 games, you have a bit of setup there for the Nidalee, but when we look at JDG, it's typically playing more around that bottom half of the map regardless.
So now looking towards the bottom lane with these bans here. The Tom Canch taken away from Yu Yanja and Bard banned from Lumao in kind. And now we'll see if JDG do keep on focusing Yu Yanja with these bans, because this has been their strategy throughout the series.
You know, the thing that I'm more interested in is seeing where Yagao goes with his mid lane, because we haven't seen anyone really counter-pick into Lucian. Lucian is such a strong laner. I have seen some people in solo queue pick up the Jace into it and try to go for that 50-50 lane that is a bit more impacted by jungle, and you already have poke elements in your comp with the Nidalee, so that could be somewhere that he looks.
So now with an Ezreal banned away from Jackie Love, they're saying, hey, go for the Jhin. We would love to dive you, buddy. We would love to get underneath that tower. As Lumao hovering on this Leona, it's something that he's incredibly confident on. But importantly, they're taking these comfort picks away from Yu Yanja. Nautilus still available.
So is the Thresh, which, again, despite the loss, he had a pretty solid game on it last time around.
Wow.
And this is not something we see here in the LPL, but it fits their comp really well. When you have Senna in the bot lane playing around with the Dawning Shadows for your soul laners is so great.
And let's bear in mind, Jackie Love is used to playing on the weak side in this bottom side, so Senna certainly fits the composition and the style of top esports. However, this is not something we have seen out of Jackie Love this entire split. And now final pick is Yagao bringing the Zoe out himself.
Which is really interesting because we've seen so many teams picking the Lucian into the Zoe, but after going head-to-head with it before and seeing how well Knight did in the lane, he has the confidence to pull it out himself.
I love how every single time we see the poll on the bottom of the screen, it's just 80% to whoever won the previous game. Immediately, fans sway on the other side. But I have to say, this is a real interesting one coming out from Top Esports with Lucian in the mid lane for Knight. We've got Gragas in the jungle, and then Jackie Love and Yu Yanja playing this exceptionally defensive bottom side.
Yeah, their comp is going to be exciting to see because I expect it to do quite well early on. You have the Lucian, you have the Renekton, you have Gragas playing for you, have the Senna support from the ultimate coming in at level 6. But even the scaling shouldn't be too bad because the Senna's going to scale up quite nicely. You have a ton of sustain in there for your bruisers in the front line, and you have the Braum shield to block all the poke.
Feels a little bit more like Top Esports are leaning into team fighting a little bit themselves as well. But also, with that global ultimate at a center, while you can play weak side on the bottom lane, you can impact the rest of the map. So if we do see these 1v1s, so 369 and Zoom, if we see the junglers focusing on the top side, the advantage could go to Top Esports.
And I'd love to see them accelerate the pace of the game, not only for their champions in the Lucian and the Renekton, but also when you are playing against JDG, who have a bit more of, you know, this poke siege-esque composition coming out from the Nidalee and the Zoe wanting to play from a range. If this comp can't get in there first, get the vision down and really lay down that siege, it can struggle.
Well, we see Top Esports leaning on older comfort picks here with Yu Yanja on his Braum, with Karsa bringing out the Gragas in the jungle. But Kanavi sticking to what is strong right now and sticking to what he's been able to dominate on the past with this Nidalee pick. 2 AP junglers in, and our mid laners swapping picks. We're going to game 3 as Honor is on the line.
JDG 加油 JDG 加油 滔博加油 滔博加油
You know, Munchables, feels like the good old days with these Giles back on the Rift.
It does. It brings a smile to my face.
It really does. Brings me back to watching last year and, you know, hearing the audience.
It feels fantastic. But you know what? When we look at this game, like, so much is on the line here. And we came into this series saying it was the best players versus the best team. And so far in this series, that's been relatively true. But on the side of JDG, we've had some pretty pop-off performances, especially from Yagao on that Lucian last game looking amazing. Kanavi as well on this Nidalee.
And speaking of pop-off plays from JDG, they're once again going for the level 1 invade.
Zoom's Camille didn't look so bad either last game, and he wants to repeat this time with a Volibear. They're onto the red buff. We could have a repeat of what we saw in game number 1. Red buff resets here.
The thing is, you're facing a Braum, and Braum is just so potent level 1 from being able to proc that passive on multiple members.
Top Esports want to make the counterplay now. Lumao could be in trouble. Flashes over the Dragon Pit.
What?
And now flashes on towards Loken. This is a bit of a weird one. Knight with a very uncharacteristic misplay.
I wonder if his
Oh
cursor...
my god, we're going to keep going here. Kanavi and Yagao is still going to keep putting their foot forward.
Jackie Love went to farm, so JDG have man advantage.
Oh my goodness, how is this happening? In game number 3, everything on the line, but JDG will not be stopped. We do have Jackie Love on a flank here, trying to pinch. The red buff is going to reset once again. Top laners right now on an island, wondering what on earth is going on the bottom side of the map.
We're wondering what on earth is going on in the bottom side of the map. It looks like Karsa's going to go farm his Raptors and try to get that quick level 2.
Knight helping out with this one as well as Kanavi gets the red buff. Karsa going to face check into this one. Knight is here. They want to fight for themselves. Lumao steps on forward. Yuyanja trying to get the slow onto Loken, who does still have his flash available, but he's stunned, might get taken down, gets into the rest of his team. Lumao now stunned at the front line. Karsa trying to get away with his life. In goes Kanavi, but flashes over the wall as well. It's going to be first blood, going the way of the Zoe, but it's utter chaos, and it's going in the way of JDG.
It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Watchables. Why do we have top lane TPs down to this moment?
And do you know what? Against the Braum as well, JDG still come out on top of the play.
But both teams got pulled all over the place. We saw Jackie Love go to lane early on. Karsa gives up, tries to go to Raptors quickly, get that level 2, and he feels like he has the confidence going, but we see Kanavi's level 2 as well. They collapse on them. Karsa is forced to flash because you have so much more burst coming out from the Nidalee and Zoe. Loken's forced to flash pretty early on as well. Lumao gets locked up, but Zoom TP's in for the support as well. We see Loken throwing out those volleys. Zoom just being the critical key member as well, having that man advantage.
Yeah, and able to get back up to this top lane as the wave crashes. Look at the CS numbers in the top lane. He lost barely anything because of the pressure early on. Let's take a moment here while we have a second to look at the jungle, because Karsa going with this Predator Gragas that we know and love.
Which we have seen a lot of people.
Oh, 369 is in so much trouble as Zoom wants a solo kill for himself. Forced away though in the end. They didn't know where Karsa was.
So we've seen a lot of people move away from the Predator ever since the changes, because talking to a lot of pros, they don't like the fact that you only now get the movement speed running towards the enemies.
Hold that thought, Lyric, because we've got another fight on our hands. Yagao could be in trouble as the flash comes in on towards Kanavi. 369 doing so much work, and in goes Knight to finish the kill. Now the storm comes from the sky, and Knight might just go down. Yagao flashes out with his life. Zoom has to try and finish this one off, but Lumao has arrived on the play as well. They might be able to extend this one, but Lumao looks like he's just going to play keep away for now. Zoom slowed, though. Karsa keeping him in the fight. 369 trying to follow up, but the storm gives him a shield. Over the wall they go. Ruthless Predator, and another kill for Knight.
And Knight eating over the wall aggressively, knowing he has the front line there, knowing he has the damage. And now we're 3-3 on the board.
This is unreal, and Knight, importantly, has all 3 kills for the side of Top Esports. He has to be the carry that we all know him to be for his team.
And now we see Yuyanja heading to this line that also reminds us the fact that, hey, you also not only have, Braum with your AD in the bot lane, you have Braum with Lucian on the same team. Lucian's so good at proccing those Braum passives with Lucian's own passive, so going to do quite well in a lot of these skirmishes.
And the beautiful thing is with that press the attack as well, that 4th shot offers so much burst, and there's so much available follow-up then to try and grab yourself a kill, try and grab yourself the play. And as we look across the map, Kanavi now, he wants to keep the action rolling as he moves to this top lane. 369 doesn't have a flash, and realistically, he ain't getting out of this one. Does a bit of damage, but the dots are stacking up, and Zoom won't quite find the kill just yet. Kanavi's the one to finish it off.
369 expected Kanavi to go towards the bot side because, of course, we just had that skirmish in his top side jungle. His bottom side camp should be the ones coming up, as we saw they did. 369 thought it was safe for him to push into turret, try to find that advantage over Zoom, ends up getting punished.
So across the board here, we have an absolutely ridiculous start to this game. We could have another fight as Yuyanja procs his shield.
We've more than 1 kill a minute. It's only been 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. We've had an insane start to this one. I will say, though, game number 1, we had an insane first 10 minutes, and then we had a big old slowdown. So let's quickly talk about how these two teams want to play the mid-game.
For TES, it just keep going towards the top half of the map, keep enabling the Lucian especially is what I want to see, as we see Karsa doing right now. You will have very potent ganks coming out from the E. Your flash should be up soon as well if you want to go.
Karsa pops the Predator. He wants to make the play in the mid lane. Yagao going to be knocked up and should go down here. Another kill for Knight, who is popping off.
If there's any player you want to set up on your team, it's Knight on this Lucian.
I cannot wait to see what he's going to do in these mid-game fights when we get towards the Dragons, because let's remember, both Top Esports and JDG have the highest Dragon and Baron control in the entire LPL.
And sure, JDG might have bot side control, but you're facing a Senna Braum.
Yuyanja's trying to 1v1
Oh my
Kanavi.
God.
Jumps over. Blasco's going to be there, and he denies the correct jump. Now Root's going to come through. Kanavi has been found, and he's been taken down by Kasa.
And we see Yuyanja with the 5-head 3000 IQ flash. Looked a bit dicey going in. Knew he could proc his passive. We see the root coming out from Jackie Love, and another kill picked up in a bot lane that we were just saying, sure, this is a bot lane that's going to get pressured, but it's so safe. Senna Braum, you have so much sustain, you have so many resistances between you. You're not going to be able to punish this bot lane.
And it's so great to see Yuyanja being this decisive player that can make things happen for his team. Because when you think about Yuyanja at the very start of this year, when he was alongside Photic in that bottom lane, there was a lot of questions being asked. He was being subbed between him and Chocho. Even when it came to spring finals, we saw Chocho playing in that series. Now Yuyanja very much has earned his spot on this team, and he's showing us why.
We've criticized Yuyanja very much, and I'd say deservedly so, honestly, but TES were so smart in building this roster with so many veterans and then saying, okay, we're going to put in this new player who at least has the mechanics and can grow under the system. It was always going to be Rocky to start with. He's a long-term, project.
It's a long-term investment from Top Esports, and especially with Jackie Love in that bottom lane alongside him, if there's one person that can teach you how to play that lane, it's going to be Jackie Love right now.
And we've seen that's why they have one of the highest CSD at 15s. Actually, I think they do have the highest of any bot lane. Top Esports as a whole have the highest collective CSD at 15 in the LPL, so this is a team that does really well in these laning phases.
And that's the thing, we always talk about Top Esports as a team that kind of wants to win lane, win game. It's a similar story to what you'd expect from IG, maybe not quite to the same extent, but it's all about these skirmishes once you've got some strength down the laning phase. And that's exactly what Knight has got this game. He's almost 20 CS up in that mid lane. He's already got himself a Cutlass. And it means that Kasa is happy to just waltz into the Rift Tower with no contestion from JDG.
Right, you have the Renekton, you have the Lucian. There's really no answer from the side of JDG. You have 4 kills on the Lucian anyway, so answering would be quite hard. Even if you tried to match a supporter AD carry roam, Senna already being level 6 would have the Dawning Shadows available to answer. But at least JDG are going to be able to translate their bot lane priority into a Dragon, knowing that Karsa's going to have to reset after that Rift Herald.
And I love seeing the confidence from Loken as well to try and force for a plate in that bottom side, trying to trade with Jackie Love while he can, while Yuyanja's not in the lane. Kanavi going to be able to get this bottom side scuttle as well. But Loken has been an AD carry that, when you look at him last year, he was on Top Esports, and he was a player that received a lot of criticism when Top Esports didn't make it to the World Championship. Now he returned home to JDG, the team that he was on before Top Esports, and he has had a year beyond all years. The level of improvement out of this AD carry is honestly unprecedented.
I feel like Loken is a victim of lasting impressions, because even coming into spring or coming out of spring, a lot of people were like, he's just fine, he's just serviceable. But in spring, he felt like he had a really good split. And even more so in summer, when the rest of the team was collapsing. Lumao was playing horribly in those first 2 weeks. Zoom was having a tough time because he hadn't found new champions to acclimate to when teams started banning out the Ornn. And Loken was that guy that can fall back on, who was carrying in those team fights. And it feels like people need to adapt their perception of Loken to being, I'd say, the most consistent AD carry in LPL.
And Loken had definitely found new champions, because he was really enjoying Aphelios towards the start of this split. That has to be said. One of the better Aphelioses in the league at the time, but obviously that competition was pretty intense.
He was undefeated on Kalista in spring. I think that's something
true.
A lot of people don't realize is this man's Kalista. My God, was it good.
I think that's the crazy thing, is you could talk about AD carries of completely different styles on both sides of this bottom lane and say, these guys are one of, if not the best in the world. 369 is in trouble as Zoom all-ins, but it's actually 369 turning it around. Dawning Shadow across the team, but Zoom misses the ulti. 369, flashes away, Grasp not quite enough.
What a nice reaction coming from 369, but also well played from Zoom, who probably should have had that kill. 369 now going to have to recall. Luckily enough, Zoom's backing off, so 369 actually going to be able to walk up and catch that wave and get a bit more experience, but you'd expect him to have to blow this TP to get back to lane.
And let's just bear in mind the item advantage that Zoom had going into that play. Kanavi is not going to let 369 go back to base. I think 369 knows that he is doomed in this one. Zoom's going to push the wave. The spears go in. Luden's hits. And now Zoom gets to walk underneath the tower. The stun goes down. It's answered with a stun from 369. But, I mean, what could you do there?
Nope, Knight's going to come catch the wave, but at least TES do have the Rift Herald, so they're going to put that down in bot side and get some plate gold onto Jacula.
This is what you can do there. You can answer on the other side of the map. That's exactly what Top Esports will do. Find themselves a whole boatload of gold.
Standard League of Legends munchable. One team makes a play on one side, you go the opposite way.
It makes a whole lot of sense, right? But in the meantime, importantly, the one side of the map that hasn't been answered in is this mid lane. Yagao gets to push that in because Knight had to answer in the top side.
The great thing, though, is obviously Knight didn't miss it on any CS or EXP since he did go top, and he is sitting with about a 20 CS lead. And I mean, already has the Blade of the Rune King finish, so if he ever gets on top of Yagao, he's going to have to definitely burn that flash, or I guess in this instance would be able to use those heals.
Yes,
double heal.
Seeker's Arm Guard is not going to help you. Not against the Blade of the Rune King. You cannot survive the burst that Knight has to offer right now. And not to mention, with a cleanse on this Lucian, it's not like Yagao can answer in a 1v1. TP coming on through to deny the recalls from JDG. Loken dodges the ult though, and a stun chain comes out onto 369. Loken surviving for now. He will be stunned himself. They've turned it around onto 369. They can't quite finish the kill though. The heal comes from Jacula, and now the turnaround from Top Esports. They're trying to get on, but the root doesn't quite land. Knight is here. He's on the play. He has the damage. The culling blocked by Kanavi, and JDG somehow get away with it.
I mean, JDG are the ones who end up with a kill when TS are the ones all collapsing, but feels like we had some execution errors. I didn't see how Karsa's ult got used, but we'll definitely, I assume we're going to get a replay of that
right
one.
at the start of the play, he just missed it on
Yeah,
Loken.
I mean, you're going to commit E-Flash anyway.
So, unfortunate play here for Top Esports. They are still going to get themselves a tower off the back of that Rift Herald. Jacula getting a huge chunk of gold off the back of that one. Already has his Mana Moon. But importantly, in the mid lane and in the top side of the map, JDG are answering for this very one-sided play.
And JDG, like Zoom and Yagao, are not only getting plate gold, not only getting minion gold.
Oh, hang on. 369's in trouble. This turret no longer exists as Yagao moves in as well. Should be able to find a bubble, but the turret is back and Zoom's taking damage. Never mind. Yagao's got this one.
Yagao only hit his passive. He missed Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
He
missed
one last
Battlestar.
Battle Star. One last one at the end, I think.
Well, it happens.
Yeah, it was.
I
I was feeling a little nervous for them, but the burst came through at the last second. Yagao is going to finish this tower off. A lot of gold going into his pocket.
And going back, I was not only saying that sure they got minions, they got plate gold, but TS were also sharing all the EXP and losing out on farm on the bottom side of the map. So you are gaining so much more than even what it appeared to be.
So we're at 5-7 on the scoreboard right now, but gold is just about even as this Drake will be taken by Top Esports. And when we look across the scoreboard, honestly, it is almost exactly even. We've got even gold, we've got even dragons, we've got even towers.
All three games have been like this, to where, sure, maybe one team will be up 1 or 2K at 15 minutes, but then 10 minutes later, it'll flip the reverse way.
Well, Top Esports want to flip it right now in their favor. Root will come through onto Lumao, but no massive follow-up available. Trouble bubble though, actually, onto Yuyanja. He's going to be fine. He's on parole.
One thing to note about TS's comp that, we can see now in their formation is they do have a very strong 1-3-1 in the sense that, we see 369 going for the Blade of the Rune King. Lucian extremely strong right now, and Zoe can't match him in sides. So TS will be able to consistently look for side lane pressure as they did, and then move to the objective first like they did here.
And importantly, Zoom's TP is not quite off cooldown just yet, so no way for JDG to contest this Rift Herald. This will be both Heralds going the way of Top Esports in this game. But Zoom has had so much time to himself on the side lanes. Look at the level difference between our top laners. Zoom is 11, whereas on the other side, 369 is only level 9. Hang on. We've got a nice paddle star onto Jacula, just about dodges away from the stun as Lumao goes in. Yuyanja has a stopwatch to keep himself safe. Culling not going to do a whole heap of much as Lumao barely walks away with his life. Now onto Jacula they go, and Loken, in fact, Zoom going to be the one to grab the kill. Lumao still got out of the play. It's a mid lane tower for a bot lane AD carry.
And they answer, but at the same time, Zoom also had to commit his TP to this play, so 369 is getting a bit of free time up towards the top side, trying to catch up in that EXP department.
And Lyric, this is where Top Esports are meant to shine. Knight is unbelievably fed. These fights around mid lane is meant to be what they are excelling at. This is where the individual players can shine.
We did see that turn into a 5v4, though, with the fact that Zoom did TP in. Also, the CC setup coming from JDG was very nice, as you pointed out. Nice lockdown coming in from Loken and setting up for Lumao. I feel like TS, their comp, again, relies a lot more on both of their laners defaulting to side lanes, pushing those out, moving first, and trying to get that man advantage.
Well, they've not been able to find it so far in this game.
Even in that last one, I'm sorry, it was just very awkward because they were pushed into the enemy side of Summoner's Rift as well.
That's true. But their goal is that both sides of their side of Summoner's Rift. So maybe next time around, they just win the fight on the enemy side. 369 going to be starting these crooks off, but Kanavi's not having any of it. Dominus immediately popped. And this is a fight that Renekton wins very easily, especially with Jackie Love's help.
Yeah, and yeah. Kanavi jumps in, says hello to 369. We have globals.
Says goodbye to 369.
Yeah, I'll say we have globals on the side of Top Esports, so you are never by yourself. Jackie Love is always in their hearts.
Jackie Love is omnipresent in this game, assuming his ult is available. 369 happy to get himself an assist because he's fallen pretty far behind when it comes to the top lane.
Yeah, he's at least finally been able to pick up that Blade of the Rune King, so it's going to start faring a bit better to where Zoom's trying to get on Triforce, isn't exactly there yet, but does have a bunch of armor, especially with that Thornmail, so those trades not exactly going to go 369's way yet.
Not just yet. Zoom, and I mentioned the level lead earlier. Zoom has maintained that 2-level lead for himself, and a similar story in our jungle as well. Kanavi, level 11 to Karsa's level 9 right now. JDG starting to group up because Dragon's coming up in a minute and a half.
And looking at it, they are just going to be able to force through mid right now. Loken is pushing that wave. They should be able to secure vision. As we said every game, right? JDG have consistently defaulted to this Ashe, which just brings so much utility in that Hawk shot. And now we're going to see that because they had the map set up first, they pushed out those side waves. 369 is going to have to go topside to answer.
Knight is moving to the bottom half of the map here. As you rightly said, 369 going to be pushing out in the top lane. Zoom has to respect the strength that Knight has, because even if he's tanky, with Blade of the Rune King as the first item, this Lucian can do work against tanks.
He's even almost at an Essence Reaver, so almost hitting that 2-item. Spike has all the mobility, and ever since the movement speed nerfs on the Q, getting onto a mobile champion like Lucian is just so difficult.
And it's important to see that Knight has just recalled, does grab that Essence Reaver that you just alluded to, Lyric, and now can get back onto the map just before this dragon spawns. This feels to me that both teams want to fight for the Drake.
And the thing we need to keep our eye on is that ward in mid lane that Top Esports have. If 369 can find a good flank there or on the control ward bot side, that is an avenue to them winning a fight.
There's a lot of poke damage coming out from JDG before the fight truly begins. Arrow goes in, Yuyanja cleanses it. And they'll back away from the play in the end. 369, he's pretty sure he's still playing Fiora at this point as he stays up to the top side. Blade of the Rune King means he can split push a bit onto the mid lane tower because it's not going to be able to fire with a Volibear in the play. Dawning Shadow doesn't do a whole lot of much, and Cast is stunned up, but he has a stopwatch to keep himself safe for now. Loken free firing in the meantime, but he's slowed by the barrel, and now they can collapse onto the AD carry. 369 from the backside, and he jumps into the play! 369, he's only rolling 9s today, and who says B1 Renekton's a sin? Throw away your Bible, because 369's here to stay.
369, again, going back to that TP ward that we talked about, finding a great flank. The rest of TES, so buying time. Nice play from Yuyanja. Great stopwatch coming in from Karsa as well. Now leading to this 20-minute Baron for TES.
And isn't this just a signature play from Top Esports? 20-minute Baron and Top Esports are synonymous. JDG, they're just going to have to settle for an Infernal Drake because there's no way they can contest right now.
You know, this is the scary thing about watching LPL compared to when I watch other leagues, is that teams are just so willing to pull the trigger on plays like this, whether they're good or bad, right? A lot of times they don't work out, but it's that decisiveness that just makes you question yourself of like, okay, what are they doing? They have the confidence to do this. Can we actually fight them?
It's a skill check region, I've heard it called in the past. So let's take another look, because Loken, I think, just stepped way too far.
And we saw Karsa buy time with that stopwatch. TP came in from 369, flashing in. Nice route, like you're saying, coming out from Jackie Love, and just secured 2 kills, forcing away the other 3 members. Jackie Love always bold, flashing in to pick up that last kill.
369 with a beautiful flank, and that kind of answers all of the deficit that he previously had in that top side as well. Those 2 extra kills has removed any kind of lead that Zoom had for himself. Importantly mentioned though, Zoom does now have his Triforce, so you can't underestimate the damage that Zoom's going to be able to do.
Now I want to see what map setup TS go with. We were talking a lot about the 1-3-1 early on, but I'd actually like to see them transition into a 4-1, just have Knight push out like you just did, and play a 2-lane setup for the fact that you don't want to give JDG a very easy way to engage onto your 3-man core.
The Colonel feels exactly about this series the same way that I feel about this series. I have no idea who's going to win this one. It's so damn close. The towers are almost even. The gold, though, is now in top esports favor. But when you look towards the later stages of the game, JDG pretty much have their standard composition.
And it's great, right? The Zoe's going to be able to burst out so many targets on the side of TS. You have the consistent DPS coming out from the Ashe. You have a very viable frontline coming in as well. This time, it's a lot more like we talked about JDG Game 1, where TS's comp is all about this burst coming out from the Lucian Renekton.
A lot of bursts coming out from Yagao there, but Yuyanja definitely the guy that is happy to tank it up on the side of top esports. As Zoom moves back towards this bottom side of the map.
And this map setup, the 1-4, is what I was just talking about, what we saw, where JDG are continuously going to look to overload one lane and force the 5v4.
Yeah, top esports are looking to find a pick, though. JDG really good respect not to go anywhere close to that half of the map. They understand this top tower is forfeit.
Yep, so TS still going to use their pressure quite well and at least manage to pick up an objective. It is, at least thus far, a 2,000 gold sweep coming from this Baron.
Good answer from JDG, though, to find a tower elsewhere on the map. It is a tier 2 for a tier 1, so certainly not an even trade, but a trade nonetheless. At least something comes out from JDG.
And it's actually not easy for TS's comp to really push forward into the base, because despite having double 80 carry, it's quite low range when you have a Lucian.
Not to mention, when the composition out of JDG pulls the trigger, they pull it hard with an Ashe arrow coming on through. If a trouble bubble lands, there is a lot of ways to just annihilate anyone on the front line.
And the wave clear is quite decent as well, with Zoe having that Ludens, with the Runons being picked up for Loken as well.
So it'll be a tier 2 taken by the side of top esports. But that will be the last thing they get to do with the Baron buff. It's now timed out. And we reset to a neutral state. But importantly, that gold lead has extended a little bit more. 4,000 now in favor of top.
And now we are keeping our eyes on the next dragon, which will be up in 1 minute and 40 seconds. So it's going to be about getting those resets down, trying to secure that bottom side vision. And JDG are back on the map first. You would expect them to be able to get it down. We already see Kanavi heading in. Now my question is, can we see TS find those same flank angles coming in?
Kanavi really wants that red buff, but he might sacrifice his own life for it. Might have to flash. He can jump over the wall here. Culling over, though. Kanavi barely gets away, but no, he's shut down by Knight.
It's twice. We saw him do this with Krugs earlier as well. Kanavi just wants too much. And now this should forfeit complete control of bot side to TS.
And I love that Knight is willing to flash over to make that play happen as well. He knows how important shutting down the jungler is, especially with Dragon spawning in 50 seconds.
And this has just been one of Kanavi's bad habits. Remember, he actually even did it against LGD where Zoom solo killed, I think, Xie when he was on the Ornn, and then he goes and tries to get a Kindred Mark on top side instead of taking the free dragon. So this is a very Kanavi-esque mistake.
Kanavi is the kind of player that will carry your game, but sometimes he tries to carry a little bit too hard, can step a little over force, and ends up losing out. This is one of those examples, and now Knight has complete control of this bottom side jungle. It's going to be difficult for Kanavi even to check in and get close to this dragon.
The great thing is they do have a lot of ways to check brushes coming out from the Nidalee, coming out from the Zoe as well, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal, but they definitely need Zoom there.
Knight right now is just having free time with this bot lane tier 2. He's got down half of the tower's health already because JDG had to worry themselves so much with just trying to find any level of control in the mid lane. Now the rotation on towards the dragon. Cast has already started this one off. And there's no way whatsoever that JDG can make their way in before dragon goes down. Might look for a fight after the play though. Yuyanja here to block any follow-up damage on 369. Knockup goes on to Yagao. It looks like JDG's still going for this one. Lumao doesn't quite connect the Zenith Blade, and that means top esports, they get the dragon, they get out of it.
2 dragons apiece right now, but still a 5k gold lead on the side of top esports. Baron is going to come up soon, so once again, the resets are going to come out. It's about trying to get that vision for a nice Baron fight.
So I've just noticed an item coming on through here. Knight is now on the 3-item Lucian, and that is a terrifying concept right here, because that Infinity Edge means he is going to hit like a truck, and when the double shot crits, your health bar's gone.
That's the thing, is a lot of people might be looking at this and thinking, okay, Knight is an 80 carry, but mid lane Lucian in general kind of functions a lot more as a burst mage in my mind, where you get that one combo off and health bars go from 100 to 0 real fast.
He's like a melee Zoe, honestly, at this point. I think Loken actually managed to get that red buff somehow. Now they move away as they have completely lost control of the jungle at this point. Zoom's going to recall because he knows he needs to get back to his team. Kanavi fighting really hard for vision in his jungle here. Spear's going to come out. Yuyancha happy to tank it up.
And we see Zoom is looking for a flank angle. He was sitting in base, waiting for a place to TP. They see that TS don't give it to him, so he now starts to come out. But we saw in that exchange that TS's comp is just so good.
Oh my goodness, Kanavi's gone too far once again. Knight can't finish off the kill with the culling. But Kanavi, man, you got to be careful. That's his flash down with Baron available. Top Esports, this is what they do.
Exactly. Like, if Top Esports get an inch, they're going to try and take it a mile. JDG forced into a pretty dicey situation.
It was all a bait. They want the fight. Root comes down onto Lumao. Can they find any more damage onto Yuyancha, though? And that's Dawning Shadow burn. A lot used now as Zoom tries to find a play onto this Renekton. Flashes away from the stun. Will survive with his life. Oh, he wants to re-engage, but Zoom has to ult out.
Both teams being forced back, and you know, I was going to say, I guess it was actually a bait from Kanavi, knowing, hey, I'll go low. Top Esports will go to Baron. We'll force them into us, but
I'll be able to flash away from Knight, who's alone in the jungle.
Yes.
He read them like
hey,
a book.
Spring MVP, man. Believe.
I mean, he was the Spring MVP. I don't know if that... yeah. Maybe not. Maybe that wasn't all mind games. He's shut down now, and without Nidalee on the map, Top Esports, they have free reign of this Baron, but Yagao wants to put some pressure on. JDG not going to go down without a fight. Lumao denied the Zenith play. That was beautiful from Yuyancha. And now they're going to chase down onto Lumao. I don't think he can get away, but flashes out with his life, and Loken slowed by Jackie Love to flash forward. 80 carry on 80 carry, and Yuyancha grabs the kill. Top Esports, they can do this all day.
And great job by Jackie Love to set that up. Looks like they're actually going to default to Baron once again, try and set up. It is a 3v5 right now.
It certainly is, but Yagao not going to let this one go without contesting whatsoever. Moves on in. Kanavi's about to respawn.
This is where a Zoe thrives, being able to fight over this terrain.
Bit more damage coming out, but the sustain from Jackie Love has kept them so damn healthy. Baron goes down, and Jackie Love wants to force a fight off the back of everything here. The slow, the trouble bubble should mean they can disengage as Yagao steals a flash to get out of it.
And Top Esports get them what they want. They get the Baron, and you know, I feel a bit bad because right as I praise Kanavi, he goes down. Yeah. So that's some like classic caster person action. But Dragon coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. TS will now definitely be able to guarantee Prio to try and secure that objective. Lucky for both sides, we are not on soul point.
And let's just quickly revisit the items on the scoreboard right here, because when we look at the fact that JDG are trying to contest Top Esports 5v5, the mid lane is a full item ahead. In fact, let's take a moment here and watch in slow motion as Kanavi gets dunked.
Hey, that was some clutch experience. Barca coming in. They set up for the turn. We see Yuyancha come out with the ultimate. Jackie Love following up with the root. Zoom able to get away, though. We see a few Braum Qs miss, and this is where I thought, okay, JDG should be able to get away. But then we see Jackie Love flashing forward for that slow. Yuyancha going in as well to top it off.
We've got another fight on our hands here. Yuyancha steps forward to try and get the marks onto Zoom. Gonna see the solar flare, but in goes the Renekton, gets a stun down, and a Dawning Shadow to finish it off. Knight wants some more kills for himself, the culling to finish off a double kill, and Top Esports, this is their map!
Why is Loken topside, Munchables? Why is Loken split pushing to a tier 2 topside?
You're the analyst, not me. I don't have an answer for your lyric, but Top Esports, they don't care. They're pushing in.
Yeah, they could just end. They have Baron minions. 2 people are down.
We've got a base race cam because Loken looked like he was going to try and race, but get home! The game's about to end. Top Esports now onto the Nexus. JDG, they're meant to be the smartest team in the LPL. That is not what we are seeing here in game number 3. Top Esports, though, there is an answer from JDG, and they might just have to back off.
They still do have a numbers advantage. They have 2 cannons with Baron.
Oh, that's a trouble bubble onto Jackie Love. The redemption coming on through as well. Has to cleanse. Yuyancha now stunned. Lumao forced out of the play. Rooted. But will keep his life here. Jackie Love going to shroud everyone as they escape. But the TP. Here we go. Zoom looking for the flank as JDG. They try and make a turnaround play to win themselves this game. Top Esports, they don't know what's going on just yet. They're going to re-engage onto Lumao. He's got himself a stone plate, but he's just not tanky enough. Goes down, but he's straight up Jackie Love. Now Loken trying to dish out the damage. Knight goes into the backline and absolutely bursts them down. But Yagao answers. It's Yuyancha now on the play. Yagao versus the world as we see Zoom just buying time for his mid laner. The damage coming on through. 369 Yuyancha. so damn low, and Yagao gets the kill.
And Knight almost did it. He got onto the backline. He dished the damage out, but when you flashed into a Zoe, you're going to get bursted out yourself. Really clutch TP flank coming out from Zoom to secure this dragon.
The Zoom flank is beautiful. The team fighting from JDG is what we always praise it for. Jackie-Love caught out. Knight tried his damnedest to win the fight, but it's JDG who take it.
But Minions doing their best.
You mean Winions?
Yes, to secure TS the base. Looks like they potentially might even get this next Nexus turret.
It's okay. The cavalry has arrived. Let's take another look at this beautiful flank.
Yeah, so we see Lumao is going to go in aggressively right here. And the members of TS are trying to fight back. Karsa with a terrible ultimate. Knight goes into so much damage to the backline. Goes forward, gets bursted out immediately as well. We see that Zoom is doing such a great job of zoning the rest of the members from Yagao. Yagao comes in with a great paddle star as well. And now 369 and Karsa just had no way of closing the distance, so JDG are able to finish off these kills.
I love how Yagao gets a kill at the end with a stolen smite that came on through. Let's take another look from Zoom's perspective.
Yeah, does go in already using his full combo. His ultimate still not up yet, is going to come up just about now. Dishing out all that damage onto Yuyanja, goes forward, throws out that beautiful ultimate, giving Yagao all the room to throw out these paddle stars, and just keeps going forward to dish out all the damage.
He's just invincible in these fights when Jackie-Love isn't there to do the damage. And speaking of Jackie-Love, 365, that's how early in the fight he got taken down. But just look at that. Knight did all of that damage pretty much in one burst. That was Yagao throughout an entire team fight. Still went down second. Here we go. Play onto Jackie-Love once more. He has himself a stopwatch and Lumao's in trouble. In the meantime, Locu's just annihilated by 369. This Renekton paying dividends as Knight goes underneath the tower. The culling to take down one. Looks for a second but can't find it. Zoom now. Forced off the back of the play. Knight down to 1 HP. The spear won't quite land though. 369 with the second one of the fight.
And this is why we say TS have some of the best players in the LPL, because any of them can step up in a moment like 369 just did.
Like Knight did as well, getting under the tower. We talk about Knight as one of the best, if not the best mid laner in the world. 11-2-1 on this Lucian. He tried in the fight, but this time around he gets it. And we're going to 4 games here because Top Esports are now 2-1, and in classic Top style, they're killing on the fountain. But they want this series for themselves.
And now JDG are going to have some questions to answer, because sure, we've seen in spring when their back's against the wall, they can handle the pressure. They have the coaching staff, they have the bond, the camaraderie to do so. But Summer Finals is a completely different beast. A lot of players view Summer so much more prestigious as spring. It really is the true crowning of that year, of the legacy. And now, with TS being on match point, right, this is where the nerves really come into play.
And when you look at the two teams, JDG, they won in spring. If they could win Summer here, it would be back-to-back championships. But for the side of Top Esports, this would be their first ever title. The gold grab very much in favor. Knight just about top of the damage, but it was close.
I love the battle of the mid laners in this series. And once again, going back to, these guys are longtime friends. They are from the same hometown. They used to play on the same PC Cafe team. Like, these two know each other very well.
They go to hotbot all the time, and now they're going head-to-head in the mid lane. Knight just about winning it out, but it was damn close between our guys. I'm sad that we didn't get to see the setup for that final fight that Top Esports managed to get to win the game out in the end. But I have to say as well, I want to quickly mention Zoom. Even though he loses this game, showing us that this Volibear pick, it is not nerfed to oblivion. This is still totally viable.
Well, and we saw two different things on the Rift. We saw Zoom showing us how, despite a champion being nerfed and perceived as bad, how it can still be useful. And then Karsa on the opposite side, where we saw, like, if you aren't comfortable on a champion, what could happen? Because, you know, Karsa still, I think, had a lot of good plays, a lot of great ganks, but a lot of bad ultimates. You can see he wasn't very practiced on the champion.
Yeah, and one person that had great ultimates was Yuyanja. This Braum, we talk about Yuyanja as a guy that wants to peel. He loves things like the Tahm Kench. The Braum is what he kind of made his debut this year in. And like his ult onto Lumao on the fight just after Baron was magnificent to deny the engage.
He played well. Jackie-Love as well, I think, played extremely well. Despite him getting picked off a lot, I feel like that was more of JDG coming in clutch with their CC. Yeah. Loken's arrows were so on point, but we still saw whenever an aggressive play needed to be made, Jackie-Love was always flashing forward.
Yeah, Jackie-Love flashing at Loken during that mid lane brawl to get the kill. Beautiful stuff. We're going to go to game number 4, though. Top Esports now 2-1 in this series, and we'll see if JDG can answer back. We're going to a quick break. You do not want to miss this next game, though. Don't go anywhere.
过来。是要逼团的，他们把龙稍微的打了打，停下手。龙的血量很低，龙打掉。 回身骚粉又有点想上，这一轮开起来，翻了一个大，只拉了预言家。骚粉这边挂上被动，直接回头，泡泡睡到了骚粉。骚粉这个时候很尴尬，一切变出 Angel 这边交出自己的计划，回身踢回一个鳄鱼，鳄鱼被掏出瞬间一个虚弱，鳄鱼骚粉闪进去拉到的是 Jackie Love 被拉进之后血量还可以交一个治疗技的完美行步位置非常完美。第4枪预言家已经打起护盾，阿斌丝血闪现进场把自己送掉了。阿斌这波在打什么？这样反手369再闪现到幻风脸上。 看看369这波的嗅觉吧，
有机会吗？这波
Angel 大招已经好了，绕过来369的伤害很高，跳闪过来一出，感觉出事了。
是的，
而且有个蓝 buff， 这个蓝 buff 太关键了。
哇，不敢靠近了，现在。
哎，这位置卡萨已经摸上来了，
哇，这一波绕背，而且视野是没有看到的呀。 4抓，
他
闪现过来，
塔姆被踢回去，想杀2个，挂虚弱，有一个灵光披风加1速，漂亮！幻风这个走位躲了所有技能，
但还是有点危险，在塔下
换一个吧，可以吗？凯旋加 W 闪现进场，还是被小兵 S。
我的才华让我无所不及。
感觉是没有办法，这个残局接下来了。卡萨好像有点不想放，因为剑还有完美谢幕，狙击枪1枪2枪，第3枪找的是远端的人，哎，被龙给喷死了吗？
是那个地上的那个夹子。
369这边进场，幻风这边被秒了，按照这个位置很尴尬。
这个龙最后要能打了，全是进。哇，杰斯这一波跳进来换掉了猴子，
绝不屈服。
但是他们每一波其实都是。 拿大龙去逼团，
我骚粉这个状态太惨了呀，感觉赶不过去。369这边一个绕后TP，哇，按照这边要拉开距离。
骚粉被泡泡封了位置，只能选择绕一圈走。369过来 W 开一个小位移，还在追骚粉，惩戒了小兵，终于是跑到了下面。刚才奈特也有2个比较歪的飞行，没有接下369，回身是睡到幻风发掉一个大招拉回奈特，在这边被击杀369这边直接贴上幻风后面有个计划完了以后万箭齐发，射手的专注触发之后伤害非常高，竟然把他最后一下没有带走幻风，17滴血。
正在综合干扰。 Is this moment real or am I living a dream? I feel my heart bursting, pulling hard at my seams. If you stay here a little bit longer, I can give you everything I am. Oh,
们队伍在这个版本的优势嘛，应该是我们队员的 AD 吧，我感觉都比其他队伍厉害一个档次。我觉得决赛的话应该会3比0吧，毕竟我们队伍也是不喜欢加班的队伍。
ID advantage from Casa. That's a nice way to say that you're better than your opponents. Welcome back to the LPL Final Desk. I'm Hysterics. This is Dagda, and Casa wrapped it up nicely. Not a 3-0, but Top Esports now on match point after a 33-kill game in 34 minutes.
That was such a fun game to watch, though. This series has just been bedlam in general, but I felt like this was the game where it just really ramped up to another level.
I mean, speaking of levels, at level 1, that's where we started, right? We had a level 1, 4 versus 4 until Zoom teleported in. And then JDG once again getting the advantage. We turn around a couple of minutes later, Top Esports setting up on the top side in the red jungle camp, and then win out a trade there as well. We're getting early game aggression, and it's getting matched both ways.
But the thing is, you get some early kills going the way of JDG, you get 4 kills going the way of Knight.
Yeah.
He just took over the game from that point. A 9-minute Blade of the Rune King for him. I mean, how do you not come out as like highest damage dealer at that point?
And to be fair, like the fact that Yagao remained relevant in that game, despite everything, is fantastic to watch. You know, we got a bit of the reverse matchup. Knight was on Zoe in game 2, Yagao on Lucian. We swapped paths, and Knight's Lucian looked absolutely fantastic. But we have to talk about what that early game turned into, because we saw a lot more skirmishing. We saw a lot of Kanavi trying to deny top side. 369 got bullied quite a lot. And then, meanwhile, the bottom side was the attack of Casa.
Yeah, we are going to take our eyes on towards the early game fiasco that was going on. But either way, I do agree this was very much coming down to where both teams were putting their attention. When we look towards those early game objectives, it was Top Esports going, right, we want to solidify this early lead through the Rift Heralds, whereas JDG going down through the Dragons. And that's why it's such a heartbreak when we saw mistakes coming through from Kanavi, like getting caught out in the enemy jungle right as these Dragons were starting to spawn, because we highlighted how strong and how important of an objective these are for JDG in the grand scheme of
It was also JDG pushing mid-turret. We saw that play where a skirmish turned into a fight, went too far forward. Couple ultis missed from Top Esports with the explosive cask and then the Dawning Shadow, but we got to a point where Yu Yan just stepped forward and JDG were punished hard. This was a game where Top Esports were waiting for the mistakes from JDG, and Yu Yanjia was always the person to find them first.
Exactly. It wasn't even the... I don't even want to say there were mistakes that Yu Yanjia was punishing. Yu Yanjia was just amazing this game.
The whole series has been amazing.
And I mean, so many of these glacial fissures coming in clutch. We saw the one that disrupted that Leona Zenith blade that in the team fight that stopped Jackie Love from getting caught out, being able to separate these fights. And at that 20-minute mark where we saw that overextension from Top Esports, it was again this big glacial fissure that slowed down the progress of JD Gaming and gave the opportunity for 369 to go for this teleport flank. Like, so many of these plays that were solidifying leads or stopping JDG from capitalizing on advantages were stopped by this.
And we have to remember how well this composition syncs with a Brom. When you have a Renekton, when you have a Lucian, the double shot and also the Cull the Meek, the W from Renekton, you get those 2 stacks immediately. The concussive blows were such a pain.
The only thing I'd say is I wanted to see Jackie Love build an earlier Black Cleaver.
Okay.
I wanted, like, when your composition is so AD reliant, I wanted to see that Black Cleaver coming in second item instead of the Yomus, but like, tiny little factor. At the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. Top Esports were still able to win it out, but overall, as you talked about, like, there's so many synergies here. Double tap from Lucian, the Renekton, Jackie Love as well, even as you said, the Q being able to proc that concussive blows as well. Like, there's so many ways to just get it off, so you turn into just a pick machine with this Brom.
And it makes sense here that in game number 3, on the road to their first ever championship, it is Knight who picks up MVP on this solution. Early kills, early advantage, another game where he hit almost 32%.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is on fire today, and this is where we expected from Knight. We've been highlighting him as the best mid lane in the world to have not gone to Worlds. Well, that title will have to move elsewhere, because Knight will be going to Worlds, and it's plays like this that make him so feared on the international stage.
I mean, this was the play, the response after the early blood shed by JDG in that bottom side jungle, where Top Esports were waiting in kind, and it was Knight who got double buffs, it was Knight who picked up 2 kills in this engage, and Casa, who, again, to highlight people in the series, he deserves it. Casa's been playing some of his best jungle games, and alongside Knight, that synergy we talked about at the start of the day is really shining in these 2v2s.
I mean, it's getting them kills in that mid lane, but the crucial factor here is that although this game we saw Knight getting this lead and running away with it, being a massive damage dealer, looking good with these flashes over the wall, the thing is, he's able to get these by himself as well. If we even look at game number 2, on this Zoe in a poor matchup,
Yeah.
he was the one coming out on top. Knight is looking incredible. He is dictating this mid lane, and it makes it so much easier for Karsa in that respect because his mid lane is always winning, which means he can play through that mid lane and set himself up in that jungle
And
role.
crucially, we're not seeing jitters. In previous games past, for example, the regional finals versus IG, there were times where Knight was showing some weaknesses, where he wasn't playing his best game of League of Legends. We get to another finals, much like Spring, where Knight is beating out and absolutely dominating. But having said that, Yagao is matching him nicely like he did in the Spring finals. Both these mid laners are showing us some of their best
But
play.
that's what's making this series so damn exciting, is
Yeah.
how close it is. Yagao got his 2 kills in the early stages. That Zoe got up and running. Getting those early items meant that he was picking off Jackie Love in these fights. He was finding these crucial picks alongside Loken, the man on your screen there for 2 seconds before he swapped to Lumao.
And as we go forward, I mean, Lumao has had some great moments as well. As we go forward, I want to see more of Yagao. I want to see this go to a Game 5, Dagda. And it has the potential to. That's the thing. From what we've seen so far, with these games being decided by short, simple window. Well, let's not say simple windows. It could, well, happen.
But it feels nearly like leads be damned, right? Like, we are seeing top esports get these leads. Yes, they were just about able to close it out, but JDG fought them every single step of the way. TP flanks, trying to get zoom in at that 30-minute mark, so then he was able to find these windows of opportunity to get fights. Yes, that gold lead will help, but it's the macro plays, it's the way, the creativity of these teams to set up fights that are trying to waver it back and forth in their favor.
Especially when you see someone like 369, who early on was bullied 0-3, gets into the fight with a really good TP, back off of the vision that Top Esports set up. Remember, we were talking at the end of that game as to how important the vision is for Top Esports and how they set up for objectives, how they set up for these crucial TP flank wards, and then out-team fight JDG.
Yeah, especially against a composition like this, where you've got like the long range coming in from the Zoe, from the Ashe, these Nidalee plays as well. Like, having that vision control set up is so crucial, so you're not getting hit by these long range triple bubbles. Gives you the opportunity to find these engages, and especially on a composition like this, where you've got like short range Gragas, Senna, Lucian, it can be difficult to find those engages, but Top Esports made it work.
Well, we'll see if they can do it again. Dagda, quickly, is this going to Game 5 still?
I really hope so.
I really
damn hope
I'm
so.
going to say it is. I'm saying this is going to 5. I'm not changing from my original prediction. We'll see what happens, though, because Lunchables are going to take you into maybe a bit of a dinner meal this time around, running into Game 4 with match point for TES. Boys, you're up.
All I hope, Hysterics, is there's some good meat to chew on during this one. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric. Welcome to the Caster Disc, everyone, as we head towards game number 4. And since Hysterics asked Dagda, let me ask you, Lyric, do you think this is going to game 5? How do you think this one's going to finish off?
I don't want to like kill the spirits and all, but we're gonna 3-1 Top Esports.
This guy's a non-believer. I reckon JDG have got this next one. I think we're going to go to game 5. But I have to say, coming into this draft once more, these games are so damn close. It doesn't feel like either team is finding massive advantages in the draft. Or if they are, the other team is figuring out ways to negate them in game.
Exactly. These games have been all super close, whether it was game 1 with JDG with the early lead, Top Esports the reverse game 2. Things like this we just keep seeing from series to series. 6-7 kills at level 1 so many times.
Yeah.
I'm just excited to see what happens in the first 3 minutes next game.
I just hope that JDG are on the red side again, because that's where we get all of the level 1 action. It is also when we get the Top Esports wins, though. So maybe we need JDG on the blue side this time if we want 5 games for ourselves. But let's talk about these mid laners for a second, because both Knight and Yagao are reaching a level that it's so unbelievable. Knight looking exceptional on this Lucian. We saw, obviously, the MVP. His scoreline was insane at the end of that game. But Yagao as well on this Zoe. During those team fights, had so many clutch moments to shut down Jackie and get his team on the board. But we're going into Champ Select here, and it is going to be Top Esports on the red side as JDG continue to ban this Quinn.
Yeah, and JDG once again trying to threaten and force in either a Renekton ban or trying to get themselves out Renekton first pick.
We'll see what Top Esports are going to do. They are going to ban this Renekton this time around. Caitlyn's still banned by JDG on the blue side. This time around, they're changing tact here and getting Kanavi a Graves in the jungle.
Interesting that they just decide to give up on the Nidalee, which they've been going back towards every game. But of course, this is one of the shared champions between both Kanavi and Karsa, does quite well, and I like to pick up.
So now over to the side of Top Esports, and this could now be the Ashe for Jackie, which is something he's been kind of denied across the course of this series. Is Ezreal also available, but we'll stick towards the Ashe here instead of Loken having that one.
JDG have picked it up all 3 games. Now I wonder if TS will go towards something, maybe like a set for Karsa. We did see them play that in the first game, but it was for Knight. Of course, the other thing left open is they could go towards that Nidalee themselves.
They could even go towards something like a Zoe pick in that mid lane that has been so damn strong, and maybe just a Lucian, blind pick for the solo lane.
I think Knight had a good time. And we need to remember, Knight blind picked it last game.
That's
Yagao
true.
picked Zoe into the Lucian, and it looks like we're going to get that potentially once again.
I mean, let's be honest. In terms of the 1v1, Yagao did fine in that mid lane, so he's happy to go into that matchup once again. Yagao, fantastic on the Zoe. Knight showing us he's fantastic on this Lucian as well. And now Loken is going to play the opposite side of this matchup that we're seeing time and time again.
And now I want to see where top esports go at jungle, because you wouldn't expect them to need to show either of their other roles. The enemy's already picked jungle. You should pick jungle yourselves. But they need an AP jungler once again. Do we see Karsa default to the Gragas or the Nidalee that we talked about?
I mean, the thing with Karsa is he's such a veteran player that pretty much every jungler in the game he has played professionally at some point over his career. The Nidalee is going to be locked in. This is a comfort from times of old, but it's also something he's played a bunch during the split as well.
Yeah, he's played it 3 times during the split, but this is a very traditional Flash Wolves Karsa pick. He played it a ton over in the LMS when he was dominating that region. You know, breaking people like my heart, destroying my expectations, but that's for another day. Overall, we see TS going back to what gave them success last game.
And look at the respect towards the top side here. The ban on this Camille from Zoom, it looked amazing in game number 2, and top esports do not want to have to deal with that one again. On the opposite side, though, JDG similarly respecting 369 with a ban on the Jace.
And I'm interested to see where supports go this time around, because we've seen TS to like to go towards that top lane counter pick. So do you try and deny Lumao something like the Leona, which has been, you know, one of his go-tos in this series?
That's going to be one of the big questions set banned away by top esports, and obviously they'll have the next pick of the litter as well. The JDG now have to make one last ban. It could go on to someone like you, Yanjun.
You could even just go towards the Braum again, now that I'm thinking about it. You have the Ashe, which, you know, pairs quite well. You have the Lucian passive, which we talked about last game. There's a ton of, like, siege potential coming out from JDG's side with the Jhin ultimate with the Zoe.
So 369 trying to be removed from the game here as JDG put more bans on towards him. You mentioned the Braum pick. This is something Yuyanj is exceptionally comfortable on. Looked amazing in the last game on this pick. Was doing so much work to completely deny specifically Yagao when it came to those Unbreakables to stop any follow-ups on Trouble Bubbles. But instead, they're going to lock in the Monkey King for that top lane.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising. And now I want to see what JDG's answers. They do have an AD jungler if they did want to go towards the Mordekaiser this time around. The only other thing that we typically see picked into Wukong in the LPL is something like the Jax, but that is actually a counter.
I'm waiting. I'm not going to say anything until that one is locked in because we have a lot of last-second swaps. But there we have it, Malphite locked in. And I have to assume that's going to the top lane for Zoom.
Yeah, this has been something that we've seen picked into Wukong in other and smaller regions. You have a pretty solid laning phase. I wonder if he will go the Comet route and go for that more poke-style Malphite, going, you know, getting a bit of mana as well in there from your runes. And then this is a bit of a takeaway, but also it has been one of Lumao's best. Okay. Okay, Munchables.
Baited and outsmarted.
This is finals. This is spring finals MVP Lumao.
This is the pick that got him that MVP
exactly.
as well. This is the pick that every time you look at a JDG highlight, it is Lumao setting things up on the pod. Usually it would be Zoom following up on the Ornn, but top esports not having any of that. And now this Nautilus that has been banned away so many times in this series is going to go through. Yuyanja finds himself that hard engaged in the bottom side, but man, we got a Malphite in the top lane from Zoom. He has himself that tank, and we have Lumao with the Tempered Fates to set everything up.
And the thing is, when we look at JDG, right, they have a very standard teamfight composition. When you see Malphite, you know it's all about those mid and late game teamfight ultimates that are going to come out. The nice thing as well is they have triple AD threats, right? They have double AD carry with a Wukong, so you're going to be able to itemize quite nicely into armor and get so much value out of that. And then you're just going to be playing this nice frontline role for your Zoe, Graves, and Jhin. You also have long-range engage coming out from the Bard as well, so all of your bases for JDG are covered.
Yeah, just look at the amount of follow-up in the long-range department as well, with a Zoe there, with Curtain Call available coming out in that bottom side. I'm excited for what we see here, and it feels like JDG really bringing out some off-the-wall strategies for themselves in these drafts for finals.
It's been nice to see because this shows a very well-coached team and a very well-prepared team. They obviously had a lot of time off because they had to buy all the way into the semifinals, but it's been nice to see them use it very diligently, and even moving over to TS. They've brought out a lot of interesting compositions as well.
I mean, Gragas in the jungle in the last game. It's certainly been a bit of a weird series, and now we have Zoom on the Malphite. He's been a bit of a mountain in that top lane in the past, and now he's going to personify that in game number 4. But Knight versus Yagao, once again, they have been impeccable in this mid lane, and I cannot wait to watch this matchup once more. But the two power farming junglers come through for Kanavi and Karsa once again. But everything on the line now. Top esports on the brink of proving themselves in the LPL.
滔博加油！滔博加油 ！JDG 加油 ！JDG 加油！
We're ready to get into game number 4 here. Our canned crowd is going ballistic for our two teams here. And I have to say, with everything on the line, Top Esports not deterred here. They're going to go for some level 1 shenanigans as they went and got some wards down. In that bottom side, you can see the ward in the tri-brush there. And now they're going to go and defend their top side as well. But 369 spotted on a ward himself.
Yeah, and an interesting to note with this top side is I want to talk a bit more about this Malphite. We do see him going for the grass sprout, so obviously going to index into that full tank Malphite, which makes sense. We talked about the triple AD threat coming out from Top Esports. And an important thing to remember with Malphite is his W passive gives him bonus armor, and when you have the passive shield up, that armor is actually tripled. So he's going to be getting a ton of value. Sure, 369 ultimate later on gives armor shred.
Hang on, we got a level 1 on our hands. Lumao's going to force them to back away though, and Yanja now find his way out of the play. Stun doesn't quite come out. Just a bit of extra damage from Lumao. But yeah, one extra thing as well to bear in mind with the Malphite is he does scale off of his damage when it comes to armor as well.
And even his passive shield comes off of his HP, so again, he's one of the best tanks you can get when you just want the value out of those stats. Obviously, though, quite one-dimensional in playstyle.
Very much a one-dimensional playstyle. He's going to get himself some grass procs to start things off. You can see his runes there in case you're looking to become a Malphite player in the top side yourself. But I'm excited to see what Zoom can do once it gets to those team fights, because let's be honest, Malphite, not exactly a lane dominant pick.
No, and even against a Wukong, to where Wukong is one of the best level 1 top laners.
We got a level 2 all-in coming out from Top Esports. The exhaust is going to do a lot to stop Jackulov getting the kill, but that is 3 summoners burnt on the side of JDG.
This shows the dominance that the TS bot lane have been showing in laning phase recently. Yanja looking so potent on these hook champions, and you know, they want another round. They want to look for it again.
Lumao's got to be real careful. He is out of mana. He is out of summoners. Yanja finds that hook. That is a dead bard right there. But both of our junglers, no splitting of the map this time around. They're both moving towards this top side like we expect them to.
And especially for the side of Karsa, where you do have pushing top and mid lane, he should feel very comfortable to be able to take this Scuttle Crab. So we definitely want to see Knight and 369, you know, leaning over, interacting with their jungler.
Yagao just desperately trying to clear these minions underneath the wave as Knight has the priority to move up out of the lane, which means Karsa will be the one to grab that Rift Scuttle that you're talking about here. And Kanavi just going to help shove out in this mid lane. He's maybe going to grab a CS or 2 himself as well, as he does it in classic Graves fashion. So, and with that lane pushed out, here we go. Knight trying to make the play. Javelin dodged from, though. And Karsa just going to answer that mid pressure.
So what Kanavi was doing was showing in mid, pushing out that wave so he could try and secure the bot side Scuttlecraft for himself, because his bot lane's getting pushed in. He needs Yagao to have that freedom to move. But TS realized that. Jackulov and Yanja move first to take that themselves, and then Karsa showing in mid as a response to him, hey, you know, you aren't going for that Scuttlecrab. Going to be able to secure that both for the side of Top Esports.
This is the biggest thing that we always praise Top Esports and specifically Karsa for, is reading the opponents and trying to deny their win conditions. Karsa doesn't have to win the lanes. his laners will do that by themselves. All he has to do is stop Kanavi from getting control, doing it beautifully to start our game off.
The thing for TS, though, is they have the winning mid lane matchup once again. They have this early winning top side. They have the Ashe coming out the bot lane. It once again spells out to us wanting to see these early aggressive moves. But it's Kanavi. Actually, not even going to run into Karsa at all.
They're not going to spot each other this time. Kanavi gets away with his invade. We've seen a couple of questionable invades from Kanavi across the course of this series as Yagao finds himself an exhaust, which means he has an opportunity to trade pretty aggressively there and contest for that wave. But importantly, Kanavi gets the wolves, gets on out of there as well.
I want to see what Zoom comes back with for his first purchase. If he does want to just make his way towards something like early Ninja Tabbies. Oh, go straight towards the Thorn Mail, so wanting to come out, the Bramble Vest, I'm sorry, wanting to come out extremely ahead in these trades, going to really deny 369 from wanting to look for those all-ins.
Yeah, extra bit of bonus damage coming out from the passive on that one, but importantly as well, stacking that armor. Yuyanja gets his recall denied here by Loken. And I am curious to look towards this bottom lane once we get beyond the level 6 mark, because it has been JackeyLove on this Jhin throughout the series, and Jhin regularly doesn't really feel like the primary carry of a team composition, very much a utility AD carry. I'm excited to see what Loken can do, but also what JackeyLove can do now that he's on the Ashe.
I expect him to look in different places to where obviously we have the Bard for JDG side, so I'm going to want to see Lumao interact more with the map once he gets that Tempered Fade and, you know, try to set up someone like Yagao or Kanavi on the opposite side. For TS, I want to see them make a play in the bot lane with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Zoom. He's hit level 6. He's got his jungler nearby, and 369 knows it. There is no way he can step up to this wave.
He just needs to accept. We even see Karsa is on the bottom half of the map. Okay.
My God, there we go. Unstoppable force in, and that's already 369's health bar depleted. Flash still available as Kanavi goes in. He's going to be able to easily finish off First Blood.
And sadly, 369 didn't have the patience to wait for that wave near his turret. I guess regardless, he would have gotten dove. Like, there was no win in that situation when your jungle is on the bottom side, so...
The only way you win that situation is you flash the Malphite ult. And it has to be said, even at a pro level, that can be very difficult. Kanavi just about got his grab there.
And we even see he's going to go towards the first item Tiamat, knowing, hey, like, I don't really want to interact in the lane. It's about me just being able to quickly clear these minions and back off. Play more of a team role.
And I have to say, when we talk about this bottom side of the map, we're already talking about the Ashe pick for JackeyLove. When you bring Malphite into that equation, JackeyLove is going to have to be on point with his flashes in the later stages of this game, because being able to dodge that Malphite ultimate is going to be the difference between him living and dying during these skirmishes. With Kanavi, with Yagao, with Loken, the damage is easily there to follow up. But importantly, Tempered Fate into an unstoppable force. That's a combo to be feared, Lyric.
This is why we set up that TS really want to start getting their comp ahead. And sure, I actually don't think it's unplayable in the late game. They definitely have some tools we saw last game. If Knight can pull off the execution on the Lucian, if 369 can find a flank. But JDG's comp to me is just way more straightforward into what TS have drafted. And again, a Tempered Fate into a Malphite ultimate. You're not going to be able to kill that Malphite once he stacks all that armor. You have all the bursts coming out from JDG's comp. It doesn't matter that, you know, 369 will be a bit beefy, that Yuyanja as well, because you can take out the primary carries.
Yeah, I mean, Zoom was almost unkillable in that last game, and he's looking to repeat that performance, maybe even to a greater extent, because Karsa's going to be the only one doing any damage to him, and Nidalee's not exactly there for the sustained damage during these skirmishes. Starting off this Rift Herald, though, as you can see, the bottom lane from top esports moving up.
And this is interesting because this also shows that they do feel the pressure to accelerate the pace of the game, because TS are one of our teams who almost never rotate their bottom lane to Herald. We typically see JackeyLove stay in lane, and it's only Yuyanja making that rotation, so realizing, hey, we need to secure this for ourselves, we need to start breaking down structures around the map.
And it does give Loken and Lumao an opportunity here to grab some plates for themselves in the bottom side to try and find a bit of an advantage, because obviously they've started the game off at a bit of a deficit. Ashe exceptionally strong during the laning phase, and Nautilus with the hard engage as well. It's going to be difficult to contest waves.
Yeah, and really interesting that we saw JackeyLove pick up the mid wave so they can get a nice clean reset, and Knight being the one to say, okay, I will go answer this bot side wave.
And this is something we've seen out of Knight in the last game as well, where it feels like often on the back of these map plays, he's on cleanup duty. We saw him answering in the top side last game, now answering on the bottom side. Knight is there to mop up as much farm as possible so that when we do get to these mid-game fights, he can be the primary carry for the squad.
Now I'm looking at where TS will use their Herald because they haven't really gotten plates down anywhere other than mid lane, so that could be an option. They can try and use it as the distraction tool that we've seen a lot throughout the split where, you know, you drop the Herald, it forces the enemy to react, and you turn force towards Dragon. They did get on the map first, so they at least should be able to get the scuttle down and get a bit of shallow vision.
Get some shallow vision. They'll get control of the Dragon for now, but I don't know whether Top Esports will be confident enough to just start this Dragon off. Maybe Carson could make a play somewhere with the Herald to try and find themselves priority onto this Dragon, but JDG immediately answer, trying to deny some of that vision and get control of the river themselves. So it's going to be an even matchup there. And I want to quickly talk about a dream that a player over in Europe once had, Lyric.
Yep.
Caps, back in 2019 spring, he had a dream that JDG were going to make a miracle run and make it to MSI, and he was damn close. They made it to the finals, but they fell short. But I believe that Caps' dream, it was actually about 2020. Now they are going to make it to that international tournament. They are going to make the run. But Caps' dream ended in a tournament win for JDG. And maybe he was just ahead of his time.
Well, exactly. I mean, we even saw it in spring, right? Because it did actually happen in spring of this year. The unfortunate thing was there was actually just no MSI for him to go up and face him at. But I agree, this is the best time. We've said it many times that JDG are the best team in the LPL. They're just sadly up against the best players in the LPL.
And Top Esports have been proving that in this series, especially Knight in the mid lane. Jackie Love has had his work cut out because it feels like in the fights, it's all about shutting him down. But Zoom takes a spear. Over they go, but Zoom just locks him up. He's still pretty healthy, and now Kanavi enters the play as well. Honestly, I feel like that favored JDG.
Even with no MR, right? I expected that to do way more, but Zoom, just this massive front line, only leaving the Bombing Cinder for the HP. TS forced off right away. Heck, Karsa forced to flash, actually.
This is the best thing about playing Malphite in the top lane. Unless you really, really overextend, it's kind of hard to die, honestly. Like, you just build resistances for days, you're happy to tank him, you're against an almost full AD composition.
You know,
this is the Malphite dream.
In 6 months, we're going to be asking ourselves, where were you when Malphite forced us to a Game 5 in the final?
We'll have to see. Because Karsa does want to shut him down. Zoom still has his flash available. Karsa not going to finish off his recall, but Zoom, full respect here. He's just going to chill under his tower.
And I mean, 369 doesn't have his ultimate. Looks like they're trying to set up Herald here.
I see. So down comes the Herald from Karsa. They were waiting until they saw Kanavi elsewhere on the map. He showed on one of those wards as he moved over to the Crux. And it means that Top Esports can begin this play. They're not going to try and go for a dive. This is a Malphite we're talking about. You don't get to dive Malphite. He's not going to die. And so they just go for the 2 plates in the top side.
We already mentioned how they didn't really have plates anywhere else. They got 1 plate in mid lane. It's pretty surprising to me that they just decided to drop it top. We even saw that 369 was able to clear the wave quite quickly with the Tiamat, so even potentially like hovering to a different side of the map and looking elsewhere.
It feels to me that Top Esports were just saying, look, it's going to be very difficult to force a play mid or bot side. Like, there's going to be an answer from JDG. They probably don't care that much about the first 2 plays on the top side. And Herald was going to time out somewhere.
Yep, and you know, now we're transitioning to items. We see that Knight does have the Blade of the Rune King on board for him. Yagao not exactly at that loot. It's Knight really the only one on that first item spike, so TS can rely on him once again.
So now we're in a very, very quiet game number 4. And to be honest, when I look at these 2 teams, this is kind of what I was expecting coming into the series across the board. Like, I wasn't expecting the level 1 action that we saw in Game 1 and Game 3. You're shaking your head at me here, Lyric.
1 kill in 13 minutes. What is this, Munchables?
Maybe not quite this quiet, but like when you think of JDG, they are not an early game dominant team. They are a team that wants to play around the mid game, play around these dragon fights. And as we head towards this second dragon, like, look how slow the second dragon is coming in. There is sheer respect coming out from Top Esports when it comes to how they have to play this early.
And it's the exact opposite of how they usually play because, sure, JDG are usually slow. They were actually 7 out of 8 teams, you know, our 8 teams in playoffs and champion kills per minute. But Top Esports were first.
Zoom just says, sod your Rift Herald. I'm a Malphite. I am a tower. I can 1v1 this tower any day of the week. Kanavi, though, he's looking for an invade for himself here. Karsa moves onto the Krugs. Kanavi's looking to jump on over. I don't know if he knows Caster's here. He's going to look for the play. He wants a 1v1 for himself because 369 is stuck under his tower right now. Zoom moves over to help out. They could maybe go for a dive. Turret plates have fallen.
Oh, God. Zoom is ultimate.
Zoom certainly does. They're not going to pull the trigger on the play just yet. Caster sticking around. You can see Yuyanja on the mini-map is moving over. The scouting coming out from JackieLove with the Hawk shot as well. In the meantime, Loken and Lumao still very much firmly staying in that bottom side of the map.
Herald is coming up, so I feel like JDG were trying to set up that potential play. But as you pointed out, Yuyanja's already here, and Zoom is potentially overstayed.
Unstoppable Force might have to be used defensively here. Gets out of the play, still has his flash available. And once again, Mafa's kind of hard to dive.
Yeah, I mean, he lost about 20% of his HP in that play, though only one spear hitting on top of 369's ultimate.
Oh, Knight has to cleanse here, dodges away from the paddle start to follow. That is a big cooldown, though. If Yagao can find himself another bubble, Knight could be in serious trouble. Culling going down as well. Just as the Herald spawns, you can see Loken moving up to the play. This is surely a JDG Herald.
Exactly. We already see Karsa making his way towards that bottom side dragon, so they're going to try and get the fast track on that, get some vision set down first. And JackieLove going to get a bit of free time with the spot lane turret.
So it's going to be a trade across the board here. I don't know if JackieLove will be able to finish that turret necessarily. Not enough minions for now, and you can see Loken and Lumao moving back into that bottom lane. But in the meantime, Karsa, he's going to get some time to get onto this dragon. It's an Infernal as the second one of the game here. Knight moves over. And this will be one dragon apiece. So, similarly to last game, we head just past the 15-minute mark with very even scoreboards.
Munchables, can you imagine a Malphite with triple Mountain Drake?
Oh, no. Oh, God. I'm afraid. That is a terrifying thought lyric. And you know what? Zoom, he is rubbing his hands together. He can't believe the value he's going to get.
I mean, to be fair, it also equally works against JDG's comp when you do have this Jhin on the opposite side. If you get all of those resistances onto the Wukong and the Nautilus, so those Drakes can have a ton of value this game.
Yeah, but Wukong is not exactly going to build full armor this game, so I definitely feel like JDG get the better end of that stick, but it's more about who gets the dragons, because no one's got any mountains just yet. We'll see if it's JDG to be the ones to grab that. Loken and Lumao could be in trouble, though. Flash still available, but the burst damage is there. JackieLove jumps in to secure the kill.
Zoom.
Now Zoom makes a play off the backside of this one. Doesn't find the knock-up, though. But he is completely and utterly invincible, so he's happy to walk away from this one. This will be a tower going the way of Top Esports now as they move underneath the tower. Loken, he ain't invincible. 369 flash for this one. Caster's there to answer, and the Monkey's in trouble on this one, but gets a knock up onto Yagao. In the meantime, Zoom's gone down underneath the tower. 369 will fall in the end, but Knight flashing forwards with the Cullen. Kanavi will fall. Yagao's getting chased down by Yuyanja, and everything comes up top.
Exactly. Top Esports finding all the crucial kills. Zoom completely flopping his ultimate. Once again, not exactly looking too practiced on the Malphite. Can't blame him. But TES looking extremely practiced as a team. Nice engage coming out from JackieLove. We actually talked about it 15 minutes ago. We want to see them making plays on the bot side with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Nice roam coming down from Knight. Nice TP from 369. And they're starting to build up this gold lead that we expected to see.
And watching JackieLove play when he is feeling good is something to behold. Let's take another look at this engage.
That turned into like, oh, Zoom to, oh, Zoom really quickly. They still keep it going. They already got the Bard kill to start it off. We see that Yagao and Kanavi on their way to answer. 369 goes in to force the Loken flash. Then goes into a bit of a dicey situation. Does get the ult, returns back in for the second part of it. Knight goes forward onto Kanavi. He trusts Yuyanja to be able to clean up that kill on the opposite side. Of course, Zoom went down in the meantime. And TES, you know, feeling good.
Yeah, they've managed to find themselves a 1,000 gold lead now off the back of that one. So still an incredibly even game despite that fight going so heavily in their favor. And it just feels so good to see JackieLove flashing forward in these plays to make things happen for his team, because JackieLove has always been a player that will play on the knife's edge, that will be the confident player to flash on forwards. Sometimes, and especially halfway through this split, it felt like he was doing it maybe too aggressively. Tempered Fate catches onto Karsa. Can they follow up is the question. Zoom is here, locked up by Yuyanja.
Honestly, that was a great dredge line from Yuyanja to make sure that Zoom couldn't keep going on to Karsa.
Yeah, and this is the combo that we talked about. The Tempered Fate into Unstoppable Force, but Yuyanja, knowing it's coming, gets the CC onto Zoom, and it means Karsa can get out of it.
Yeah, and had Lumao maybe been able to hit a 2 or 3-man Tempered Fate, maybe we could have seen the immediate ultimate coming out from Zoom, but I'm sure not wanting to waste that only on Karsa. And now Knight going to be able to pick up an objective on the opposite side of the map. Just going to even it out, 2 for 2.
Just take a second here, Lyric, and just look at how much armor Zoom has right now. He already has a Sunfire Cave. He's got a Warden's Mail. He's got a Bramble Vest. He's got Ninja Tabby. Karsa is the only one that is going to do damage to Zoom across this game. And it's only going to get worse.
I love his absolute indifference to Karsa. Doesn't even acknowledge his existence. Didn't acknowledge it in the last play. He could have killed him if he wanted to. Could have wasted his ultimate, but...
You know, I'm calling him invincible. He did go down in that last play. But let's bear in mind that there were 3 people wailing on him for a good, like, 20 seconds. As the tower went down, it felt like they had to deal with 2 turrets there.
Yes, it did. And the game going to slow down once again. Of course, Baron is up now, and Dragon is coming up in 40 seconds, so we're seeing those resets come out from TS first, which means they should be the team that's able to control vision. Luckily for JDG, they have a massive front line who doesn't mind face checking, and Lumao's ultimate is actually about to be up in like 5 seconds.
Dragon up in 30 seconds, and we're talking about this Malphite, his big impactful ultimate. Same can be said for 369. He may not be tanky, but he can definitely finish off Loken if he can find a good flank and get a good Cyclone off. So much of these team fights is going to be down to the top lanes.
I honestly feel like for top esports, it's down to just not grouping up too closely and sidestepping that Malphite ultimate, because I'd much rather see 369 in a flanking position.
Oh, JackeyLove has been caught. He doesn't have flash available. The ult comes out too early, but it doesn't matter for now as Karsa jumps in. Has to turn himself golden. Knight doesn't do anything to Zoom. Yagao gets another kill, and now the magical journey to chase this one down. 369 with a knock up onto Luma. Knight's trying to finish off some kills, but Yagao dodges everything here. 369 will finally fall. JDG get low, but they get themselves a clean fight.
I love how Zoom can totally flop his ultimate, and they still decisively take the fight. This is Mountain Drake #1 for the side of JDG. And it looks like it happened. It looks like Malphite's bringing us to a final.
And you know what? This Blade of the Rune King doesn't do anything, man. You saw Knight just unloading into Zoom. Let's take another look, because JackeyLove is not a good place to get caught.
Yeah, and despite the Malphite ult not hitting, realistically, he still has nowhere to go. His front line's not there to tank for him. He goes down very quickly. Karsa then was in a bit of an awkward place. I think he felt pressured from where JackeyLove was to try to go in and, you know, create a bit of pressure, but nothing he can do, gets taken down right away. 369 once again. They're not in a great position, decides to go in, buys time, allowing people like Knight to get away. But I honestly feel like the 3-man core of TS probably could have gotten away scot-free.
Yeah, maybe should have just disengaged immediately from the back of that. Like, just get as many people as you can out. That's a trouble bubble, but Yu Yanja with a nice little dredge line gets himself safe. Knight as well, just about dodging away from a bind in there. And we are going to see this team now grouping up.
697.
Oh my God.
697
Oh my
armor
Lord.
on the Malphite with his passive up.
What do you do?
You pray.
He's invincible. He's actually honestly unkillable. It's only Karsa that can hurt him. And let's be honest, Nidalee is not exactly a tank buster anyway.
I do want to say we were giving the award of like baller play of the series to Karsa's Graves ultimate, but I feel like it now just goes to Zoom just for picking Malphite.
Even though he flopped the ult, I just love that watching that replay, he just walks at Knight casually like, yeah, what are you going to do about it, buddy?
Every ult, but they can't do anything against him.
He hit one ult in the brush in top lane. It didn't lead to anything, but he hit it.
It definitely hit it. I mean, the first kill as well.
One thing I will say is Malphite, he's kind of like a Blitzcrank kind of champion where it's not about hitting every ult, it's about hitting the ult. It's about hitting that one ultimate that wins you the game. He's just going to 1v1 Karsa right now. Look at the damage out of Zoom. Karsa just has to try and flee from the play. This 369 might have the damage to do anything. No, this is an easy double for Loken, who just sweeps up after Zoom's hard work.
He doesn't even have MR. He's all armor.
This is terrifying. Now Kanavi forced to flash. Arrow misses from JackeyLove. TP comes out from Zoom here. It was cancelled somehow.
The arrow. Wait, did the arrow go all the way through the map?
No way.
It must have been. What else could cancel it?
Oh my God, JackeyLove's missed arrow hit Zoom in the base. That is bonkers.
I hope we get a replay. There's nothing else that could be, right?
Well, we don't have time for a replay right now, Lyric, because Baron has been sorted by JDG. They're doing a top esports kind of Baron right here, but they had the damage to do it. Casa only just respawning, 369 nowhere near, and top esports, they have no way to contest.
I mean, look at Knight. He's on the complete opposite side of the map. We see 369 TP top to catch the wave, and I honestly can't believe. Oh, okay, it was the arrow. I'm glad we got confirmation. There was nothing else it possibly could have been.
Are we watching Jackie Love or are we watching Prey right now? I can't tell. Like, it's difficult for me to tell with a cross-map ult like that.
You know, with that play, I just want to confirm, best AD carry in the world by far.
Totally
planned.
Totally. He wasn't even looking at Kanavi. He didn't even know Kanavi. He was looking to the base. Predicted the TP. Genius. On a serious note, though, as we move back towards the mid lane here, let's recap where we're at in this game, because JDG, as we've hit the mid game, have started to build themselves at least 3,000 gold up on the scoreboard right now. And another dragon is spawning in a minute and a half. This is usually where JDG are the kind of team that will either recall early or they'll stick around a little longer than usual and look for some picks.
My problem with going forward is I honestly don't know how TS's comp finds an advantage or finds a way back into the game. Like, it feels like they're relying on JDG to overstep, but guess what? If Zoom is the one overstepping, if Zoom is the one walking forward, it doesn't mean anything, it's just baiting yourself.
Zoom might as well be on Mundo right now. He goes where he pleases. There is no such thing as an overstep for Zoom. He could tank the Nexus towers at this point in the game. He's also now finally picking up some MR, so even Caster's not going to be able to kill him.
And now at this point, right, they have the Baron. They can just keep sieging up in the mid lane. They can even potentially set up for a dive. They even have the Tempered Fate coming out from Lumao.
Top esports are looking for the fight. 369 on the flank as Yuyanja tanks up JDG. Tempered Fate hits onto Jackie Love again. This time around, Zoom waits on the ultimate, gets the AD carry, but he's going to fall for himself as everybody jumps on board. And it's actually Top esports the winner out the fight now. The escape from JDG, they only got one tower.
And we saw JDG cut two different ways, right? To where Zoom committed to Jackulov, and it looks like the rest of the members got zoned off by 369 and weren't able to follow up. If JDG had taken it a bit slower, I don't even feel like Lumao necessarily needed to Tempered Fated Jackulov because TS were engaging onto them.
And I think there's something important to mention here. To all of the people in Twitch chat right now that have been spamming threes all game every time 369 went down, that fight right there has given him value in this game. If he cannot zone the rest of the team, JDG might have just won the game right then and there. But because of 369's play, Top esports are still in the game and they get themselves a dragon.
So 369 had a very dominant semifinal against Suning, like he completely outclassed Bin. And then in this final, he's had a lot of clutch moments. We see the Tempered Fate come out. They try to go for it. Jackulov flashes away. And Knight and 369 actually doing a great job of zoning the other members out. They're not able to walk forward. And again, I feel like had they just been able to walk back as a unit, they might have even been able to turn onto 369 and Knight and then win out that way.
Yagao just missed a cannon. I'm just saying. Not a good sign. A worrying trend, if you will. But now we move towards the map once more, and we have a big old gold lead in that top side. An adaptive helm coming through for Zoom. And, you know, I'm talking about how he's invincible. He can die in these fights if he's hung out to dry by his team, if the rest of the team can't back up his engage. But importantly, Jackulov using both of his summoners in that last fight means if he's caught out again by Lumao, he won't be able to escape. That was a nice little trouble bubble through the minion.
And we're seeing a bit of a base race in a sense to where Top esports group to get that tier 1 turret, but JDG know, hey, we have a bigger wave, we were pushing first, they can just keep going.
We're also just ahead as well, 3,000 gold in the lead right now and have the ability to blast through these towers. Top esports will answer on the bottom side of the map here. Bear in mind, Yagao's not here just yet. 369 is in the mid lane and doesn't have his teleport available.
And JDG actually don't have a great way of sieging without Yagao here because, right, he is a lot of that, the trouble bubbles over the wall, the paddle stars. They're going to lead to 369 getting a turret.
Yeah, they also didn't have a minion wave. So once that first minion wave goes down, which Knight is easily able to clear alongside Jackulov, there's no way for them to actually continue the siege, and it means 369 does grab that turret.
And yeah, so far things are looking pretty clean. We're definitely going to wait for the next point for where next Drake is up, but going into game 4, you know, all cards on the table. We have the 700 armor Malphite on one side, 4K gold lead for them. But still, we've seen that TS are able to find these small windows to play through, especially with Knight and 369.
And here's the thing about this. We've talked a lot about this invincible Malphite in the top side. It's important to mention that just being tanky is not going to win you the game. The rest of the team has to be able to follow up. We need to see the rest of the squad now show up in these team fights. We've got 3 items on Loken on this Jin. This is the point in the game where Jin can really have an impact.
It feels like Loken has had a good game, despite the fact that we have been talking about Zoom. He's had a lot of great ultimates come out. He's been dishing out the damage. It's why he's been involved in 6 of the 7 kills. And like you said, he's going to need to keep stepping up. We already see JDG grouping towards the top side, getting the vision for the Baron that's about to come up.
I just want to see a final fight in this game where Jackie Love gets caught by Zoom and we see Zoom drop a Feather Knight, just go full LEC on the situation. That would make this day just beautiful. But we are going to see now JDG group it up towards the top side of the map here to make a play on towards the final tier 2 the Top Esports have remaining. This will be the 7th tower of the game in favor of JDG, who, no matter if Top Esports won the last fight, are still very firmly in control of the map.
And the thing that's so sad is, realistically, there's really nothing Jackie Love can even do this game if he doesn't have his flash up.
Trying to make a play onto 369, but JDG won't quite be able to close the gap on that one.
And going to Baron for their comp makes so much sense, because once again, they have such a great turn. Malphite ultimate, Bard ultimate coming out, the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles you can throw over the wall. It's not even necessarily about you getting the Baron. If Top Esports comes, Top Esports are dead.
Top Esports aren't coming quick enough right now. The Baron is about to fall down 5,000, and Caster's locked up in a Tempered Fate. Lumao, you beautiful, beautiful man. JDG with an easy Baron take.
Doesn't even mess up the Bard ultimate on the way out. It's all so clean, Munchables.
It's
and now
just gorgeous.
Dragon 50 seconds, everything's chaining together.
This is the kind of JDG that we know and love. This is the style of play where they choke out their opponents, deny everything, take control of the map, and snowball that into a win. 35 seconds now until this next mountain trade.
You know, the team you're describing sounds like they could potentially be, you know, LPL champions.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a tall statement, because right now, they're 2-1 down in the finals.
Hey, but they are LPL champions.
They are LPL champions currently. The Top Esports, they're looking to usurp the throne right now. They're still 2-1 up. And if there's anything I know about Top Esports, it's your gold lead can be damned. They are still going to make plays. They are still going to find opportunities in the game.
Well, not this opportunity, because 369 was there and he got the hell out of there, TPing to the opposite side. Going to try and get a turret in return, but ultimately it's just going to be a bit of gold back in your pocket.
And Zoom doesn't even have to TP. He's got Baron, so empowered recall. Let's get home guards out of the base. He can just charge straight up and answer the wave. So 369, I'm kind of surprised that he was so willing to TP.
Hey, he made Zoom miss like 3 minions, Munchables.
That's true. That's I mean, big advantage in this top lane, and you can see he's almost even in CS.
That's what, at this point in the game with how minion gold scales, it's like, what, like 90 gold or something?
Not even. Not even.
Not even.
Beautiful. Beautiful. 369. Rolling a 3 on this one. 3 on a D20, that is. With suboptimal TP, but now 2 Mountain Drakes. This Malphite is only getting bigger. This is only getting scarier for Top Esports. And we're getting to the point now where we need to see Top Esports making individual plays that we know them for.
That's an individual play that 369 is looking for.
It's the way that he's shown up in the past. Kanavi going to be able to zip away. The inhib has gone down, though. Top Esports don't pull the trigger on the play, and now JDG rotate towards the top side. They've got 1 inhib, and they want some more to boot. This tower will fall like it's nothing right here as JDG just pushing their advantage. It's only a clone that got bubbled here. JDG with 2 inhibs. They might just keep going. They've still got 40 seconds of Baron.
And they have Tempered Fate available. They have the Malphite ult available. They have a lot of tools where they can go forward and force these fights. And Zoom doesn't care about anything. He's going to TP right in front of you. Recall right in front of him, sorry. TP back on the opposite side of the map.
Zoom now using his TP to get back onto the map here, because the rest of the squad, they're not recalling. 20 seconds on this Baron, and JDG reckon that's just about enough time to try and get themselves a 3rd inhib. I don't know if they've got it in 15 seconds, because this minion wave is going real slow.
And even Loki, 630 ADs, hitting like a truck.
That fourth shot is going to one-shot an AD carry. Kanavi, he's found 369. This flank ain't going to work out because Kanavi knew it was coming right here. He chases him away. In the meantime, Zoom has found Knight. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen, because JDG are going to find this one. Zoom is completely invincible under the tower. Carson turns golden, but not all that glitters is gold right here. As now Jagular forced out of the play. Another double comes through for Yagao. And this is going to be the game.
And that was a white flag emote coming out from Lumao. Once again, bringing us to game 5.
And here we go, the rematch from Spring, from our Spring Finals. It went to game 5 last time, and we're doing it all again in summer.
Where were you when Malphite brought us to a game 5? That's what I want you to remember in a year's time.
And the fact that he basically solo killed Knight at the end there, because let's just remember, his damage scales with armor, and he just annihilated Knight underneath his tower.
I also love Lumao stretching, just like kind of making it look like, yeah, that was easy, boys.
I mean,
making sure Top Esports gets to look at him doing it.
He was playing Bard. If there's any champ that I assume Lumao doesn't really have to put effort into, it's Bard, because he's played this so many times and he looks so damn good on it.
I do want to say, though, there's a worrying trend going into game 5.
What is that?
Blue side has won every game.
Blue side has won every game. You're absolutely right. Top Esports very likely to select. Oh, hang on a second. I'm just gonna stop where I'm talking here. Zoom on Malphite building full tank had the highest damage in the game, Lyric.
I mean, I expected that. You know, another day at the office, right?
No, not at all.
Hey, I mean, we've seen things like Ornn. This is League of Legends.
This is League of Legends. That I cannot argue with Zoom.
He had a Bramble vest.
This was something else.
A Sunfire cape.
Like, I'm no expert on Malphite in professional play, but Zoom played this amazingly. He was an absolute brick wall on the front line for JDG. And it was a brick wall that apparently can also mobilize and flatten carries.
You know, I just know and hope the LEC teams are watching this, you know, taking notes. You know, Bwipo and like Odo Omne are out there. They're learning and they're ready. They're ready for Zoom's Malphite.
Yeah, I mean, they've already been playing Malphite.
No. Doesn't matter what.
I don't know if this is the shot we could take at LEC right now. They kind of did this before us.
You know, Shen sucks.
Got him, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to game 5, though, and my goodness, what a way to do it for JDG. I have no idea how Top Esports are going to draft on this one, but I feel like maybe just have a little bit more AP in the composition, and maybe this Malphite doesn't come on out. We're going to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Do not touch that browser, because we're going to game 5 right after this.
这一波分带，然后找机会抓，不过
小
哎野区
推过来一个 Mark， 但那边闪现一张黄牌，定下 Rookie， 大招下来 ，Rookie 自己有点危险，要过来咬 Rookie， 我有一个救赎奶了起来，这波 Mark 反而先死了。
Rookie 这边是强行奶了回来，不过这一边飙到 Rookie
落
下来，有宝石大招，没有落下，差一点点。
而且泡芙感也要死，这波的话还是老玩家的双 C 战力太强了。
但这里怎么说？死晒1v1单挑猴子，猴子没有三项，非常厉害，感觉一波了。
那这边的残血，
这一波看来老玩家应该是不想放的，放你的旁边飙，
闪现指要开，大招下来，宝石的大招下来的话，感觉
但是猴子有闪的，这一波看猴子的开团了，来了，
要进了，换一个虚弱，
不没有死，宝来交出闪现，
这波 IG 的拉扯很漂亮，但老家还想追，EZ这波战斗力太强了，马克再次指了上去，宁王被定了一下，EZ
没有双招能跑掉吗？
再次进场带走了宁王，泡芙保不掉了，
哇，大龙没了。
哇，这边中的话感觉要死。
是的，不过正面这些人怎么说？
千劫天子还有大招，
这边一个推没有推到，后面是控到了这边的 Rookie，
硬操作，泽山这边带走了拉克斯，进的话被 EZ 收掉了。
自己能跑吗？
自己感觉跑不太掉了，
有前就换
出去了，没进去。
泽山
走出去了。
是的，走出去了。
哇，这一波炸了。 但他是战力最强的，
下路2个人理了一下，下路2个人全死了。
他甚至可以1打2。
哎，这波留住了西叶，但是2个 TP 亮起来能保住吗？兄弟们全在身边啊，
伤害不够。这里的话，西叶感觉要没，最后被 Rookie 一个 Q 带走，但是 Q 到2个人。
哇，这一波拉克斯上来拉马，
泽山给一个大招，大招给错了吗？
双方的中单一个互换，但是泽山自己也跑不掉。
宁王这边交一个大招保一下自己的队友。
哇，后续怎么办呀？这个 EZ 的追击能力是非常恐怖的。
EZ 直接切脸了，宁王也要没，EZ 又拿了个 double kill。
我从没想过失败。
点亮你的双眼。
这一波对于 IG 来说肯定是要这样做置换的。
缓兵之计，但是后面怎么打？其实现在要看谁。哎，
这
连续抓住宝蓝，但是这里还有千格大招的。
太飘了，这里的话 Mark 可能要被卖了，
要被卖了。
先决给一个大招，
但是卡牌来了，
队友来了，不好说了。一级的进场，青芒女朋友队友，
哎，没有死 ，Mark 没有死，
还没死，款马这边也是收到了风之矛。
是的，偷来的精准弹幕也没有能够咬死 Mark。
我不会这么轻易就被永恒黑暗夺去。
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Lost lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kissing. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bets, if I shoot it, then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah. I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is. Put in blood, sweat, and tears. I die for this here, ball for life, that's for real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
其实我觉得我们跟滔博我们这2个队嘛，我觉得就是实力真的挺接近的，就是主要还是看临场的发挥嘛，就状态跟临场的发挥就决定了决赛的比分吧。我觉得，就想跟我们兄弟战队说，反正都进世界赛了，我们打开心一点，就给大家看一场精彩的比武吧。
And a show has been put on for sure here in this best of 5. The second finals between Top Esports and JDG this year that has gone to all 5 games. Welcome back to the desk here. I'm Mysterix. This is Dagda, and for the last time on the desk, we're going to be deciding who's going to be getting the championship, who's going to be going to Worlds as the first seed, with our 7th ever BO5 reaching the distance in LPL history. It's good to be on board.
It very much is, and also finding out who is going to crown themselves champion, who is going to usher in that new era of the LPL, a new decade of League of Legends, and my word, do both these teams deserve it after what has been a spectacular series.
I mean, it's crazy to me that we've gotten to Game 5, right? After what we just saw, though, with Zoom being MVP, it makes a lot of sense. This Malphite had 1,000 armor by the end of the game. Game 4 MVP for you, we'll throw that up because Zoom just ran at people in the end and ended up one-shotting.
It was just silly. Like, at the end of the game, he's tanking 4 members of Top Esports, 2 towers.
33%
I mean,
damage.
maybe. What? It's so silly. It was just ridiculous. The Sunfire, having that Thorn Mail, just the damage he was churning out in regards to just his abilities as well. Zoom was unstoppable this game, and it started off with this beautiful gank to kick things off. Unfortunately for 369, he actually was very aware that this was going to happen, just didn't give it enough of a buffer before he went in, and then I'm actually going to show this.
These are not great ultis, right? The first one was fantastic.
First 2 were a bit messy, yes. But
and
then...
I don't know if we're going to see the bottom side play as well, because that one missed and went between the lines too. But yeah, then we really built up, and Zoom, nevertheless, had a very lucky rift. He got the Mountain Rift, the Mountain Soul, on the way. And from there, the Malphite unbeatable.
Yeah, and you can see here, 2v1ing against Top Esports. He does have a little help from his friends coming in as Loken opens up with the curtain call, but Zoom was monstrous this game. It took everyone on Top Esports to take him down. And at that point, well, you're free hitting from the rest of JD Gaming, so they were so happy. I've got to give credit, though, to Lumao as well in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
It felt like it was a 1-2 punch coming through from JD Gaming, where because Lumao was on his signature pick in this Bard and how strong he's consistently been on this champion, the ability to pair that with a super strong engage from Zoom just meant that the 2 carries, Knight and Jackie Love, just couldn't go anywhere.
I mean, he caught out Jackie Love in that crucial play towards botside river, and that's what led to, maybe the missed ult, but the advantage for JDG gained Dragon opening up. Lumao in rotation, catching up these crucial members, set up JDG for this overall win. And to lead them to this Game 5, and remember what happened in Spring, it was JDG backs against the wall, 2-1 were Top Esports, a win in Game 4, and then Lumao's Bard in Game number 5 opened the door for their first ever championship.
I think it's going to be banned again. I don't see Lumao's Bard getting through. Like, there's a reason why it is his signature pick.
Let's have a talk about pick and bans, because the casters before, Munchables and Lyric, were mentioning that Blue Side 100% win rate so far. Blue Side has been the priority, but Top Esports with side selection have decided on Red. After all the success, throwing a spanner in the works, but I don't know where the spanner is getting thrown at.
There has to be something. There has to be some composition, some champion that we're not seeing that they have prepped specifically for this moment.
Maybe.
Especially with how prevalent it's been for securing these super high priority picks like the Nidalees, the Ashes, these picks that have been so standout in this series. The fact that we're now swapping over towards a red side first red side decision from Top Esports is super surprising.
It might be interesting. We might be looking towards that counter pick for one of the solo lanes. Because we're not leaving it to
Maybe
jungle.
369. I'm assuming it's... I mean, 369, we said at the start of the day, 60% counter pick rate. Like, he gets this counter pick almost all the time. So let's see if they're going to go towards that opportunity once again here. But it still seems so bizarre for me.
This series so far has been decided on those small windows. Like, hyper-aggressive plays where you use opportunistic ultimates. And I think coming into Game 5, counter pick could be great. But is it
You
the
say
real
that, but
breaker?
like, I feel like so much of this series has been defined by the bot lane and the mid lane play.
also true.
So I mean, when I look towards like champions like Zoe that Yagao has had such a standard performance on, being able to solidify some sort of AD carry pick for yourself, like the Ashe, or if you want to go towards the Jhin, whatever way that ends up flexing through, still the ability to go towards these super high priority picks seem more important to me than solidifying a top lane matchup for 369.
Because, you know, for me, this very much flips back to the regular season game where Top Esports 2-0 JDG, it was red side game 1 where they left things open like the Ornn for Zoom. They put him into a tank matchup, and 369 was like, okay, I'm going to play Kayle, I'm going to get fed in this lane, and ended up taking over. Now, that's a very specific point, but we could be seeing something the likes running into a tank against Zoom.
I feel like Zoom has got so many champions up his sleeve now, though. I mean, we saw the Volibear, I mean, talking about the Ornn, the Wukong, Renekton, even if we want to go further afield, the Mordekaiser, Camille, Gnar, like Gangplank we haven't even seen from him yet. So there's so many champions here that Zoom is willing to bring out that even going towards, in a lot of situations where you can ban multiple champions towards a top lane pick for 369 in that second rotation, cool, let's opt in towards a Gangplank. Let's just go towards something that is safe in that top side and we don't have to worry about it then. So, I don't know, it seems very bizarre to me at the last hurdle, this game 5, for everything on the line, they've opted in towards what seems like the complete opposite of what logic would do.
But you know what? If JDG, if they end up winning this away, just talking about storylines, spring title, summer title in both best of 5s, first seed at Worlds, that's also what's on the line here. And it comes down to one singular game. One moment, one draft, which is why this red side is so important and why that tactic is going to be scrutinized if it messes up.
And imagine just looking at these two teams, like JDG, making 2020 their year, when everyone's eyeing up FPX, the world champions just coming off of 2019. Looking at Invictus Gaming, their resurgence throughout the summer.
Yep.
We've seen so many teams stepping up to the mark. It's JDG looking to solidify 2020 as the year of JDG.
And ladies and gentlemen, I told you you're going to bring the silver scrapes, queuing it up to go into game 5. Someone out there singing Dewey Oop, I know. There's a Mark Z somewhere in the audience here today, but ladies and gentlemen, game 5 upon us, and for JDG to bring us to this point after what was a very different draft, a strange, funny, but crucial game in the series. Top Esports have had these higher impact plays, higher ceiling moments, but JDG come together when it counts, and that's why running into this game 5, I think both teams very much deserving of this championship.
And it is the difference between team play versus individual play. We're still seeing obviously a lot of team play, team coordination from Top Esports, but they just seemed outmatched by JDG in a lot of these situations, with Lumao setting up these great coordinated engages. Same when we look at Zoom, the ability of Yagao to thrive in those situations where they're sitting ducks from picks like Zoe. It becomes this orchestra that builds to a crescendo that finds Top Esports taken out of the equation. When we look over at Top Esports, as you said, the ceiling feels so high. The individual class of these players just takes them to new levels when the moment's right. But JDG has been denying that moment for the last game.
And it's so hard to pin down a lane in this series that has been crucial, right? We've had moments where bot lane 2v2 dominance from Loken and Lumao has really netted some of the early games, but mid, Yagao holding Knight in lane, or vice versa. I think we can say, though, through the jungle matchup, momentum is gained. And for Kasa versus Kanavi, our best two junglers in the LPL, I'm willing to say right now, seems to be where this will lie.
I mean, it is so crucial for this, both, as you said, the mid and the jungle. Because if you are getting these early picks like the Lucian that's given a little bit of stability towards Karsa, it helps a lot to try and get that mid-jungle 2v2 working in your favor, getting those invades, spotting out what Kanavi is doing, spotting mistakes from Kanavi as well. Whereas on the opposite side, where Yagao's been able to control this mid lane on picks like the Zoe, he's been looking great, and Kanavi has been the one thriving.
It's a great way to finish off, though, Dag. We get our spring final rematch, and in the exact same fashion, we get the game 5, we give you the silver scrapes. A big thank you to Dagda for joining me in the desk. We're going to leave you there and throw over to our casters to take us into the Dewey Oop to roll with our game 5 of JDG and Top Esports for the summer final.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back to the caster desk. I am Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric. And after 4 games of blue side winning every game, Top Esports have opted into the red side, Lyric.
I don't understand. I really don't know. We've had every team pick blue side. We've seen a lot of impactful things on blue side. It's typically gotten your team the stronger top lane matchup, which has been a big factor in a lot of these games, but
All right.
You pick red side.
We're in uncharted territory
Yes.
here. Even Lyric is speechless, and I think that's never happened before. He talks a lot. I'm excited, though, to see a full rematch from Spring because we have the full 5 games once again. And Top Esports, even after losing that game, even after being pushed to Game 5 here, they're still coming onto the stage giggling to themselves. You still see the massive smile on Karsa and Knight's faces. They've got something up their sleeves here, Lyric.
Like, again, if they're going to come in, pick blue side their first 2 games, and now default to red side, there must be something up their sleeves. They must have some cheeky either solo lane counter pick or support counter pick that they're ready to pull out and just going to, completely change the game.
And my big question is, what does JDG still have left in the tank? Because it feels like they've already brought out a bunch of weird picks here. They've already brought out some interesting drafts for themselves. And now it's Top Esports' turn, who have played relatively standard so far across this series. JDG, though, on this blue side, banning away Orianna from Knight in that mid lane.
Yep, so they have kept their bans the same as the last game. I'm wondering if TS will keep theirs the same. Yep, there is the Renekton. Of course, the last game, JDG did first pick the Graves.
And you know what? Rinse and repeat. Why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't see why JDG would need to change their first pick coming into this one, aside from maybe go for the Ashe since it's been so successful.
Yeah, and okay, so JDG showing that, hey, maybe not going to stay stock standard. They realize TS have picked the side for a reason, and they do want to alter their game plan.
And so they go for this Zoe first, which is a blind pick we saw a ton way back in Spring. It was almost always blind picked on that blue side. And now over to Top Esports as they hover this Ashe that has been so high priority, and it will be locked in for Jackie.
And it's just such a versatile pick. Works well with a lot of the junglers in the pool, especially because it gives you that set engage. So those junglers with all of this burst damage can come in and, get their job done.
So we are going to see the AD jungler, though, importantly locked in for the side of Karsa, which means we could well see Knight on a mage. We might not see that Lucian Zoe matchup once again. Over to the AD carries, though, as Loken looking to lock in this Jhin once more.
The thing that still jumps out to me is, are we going to see Kanavi go back to the Nidalee? He kept going to it in the first few games, and obviously in the last game was the first game where it's like, okay, never mind, I'm going to stay away from this pick. I'm going to be the one to first pick that Graves. It is still open. Obviously works quite well with the comp you've set up thus far because you have a lot of, poke and siege elements there.
My big question as well is that set. Never mind the set. We're seeing a Kindred hovered right now. And this is the late game carry from Kanavi that we know and love.
And this is the Kanavi special. He played it so much in spring, played it a ton in summer, and now bringing it back. But this is what everyone has wanted. Knight Syndra.
We see Knight on the carry that he really made a blast with back in spring, back at MSC as well. He came into MSC saying, look, I don't really see myself as a Syndra player, and then he blew away the competition on this pick. He's going to bring that to the mid lane and put some pressure on Yaga.
And honestly, moving forward into the draft, I would love to see Top Esports just pick up support on 4. It seems like getting that impactful matchup for 369 has been much better for them, especially in a series that bot lane has been defined by Leona, by Nautilus, by Braum. It's not going to be too big of a deal with whichever support you end up with.
I love how much respect Zoom has commanded in this top lane as well, with the Camille ban another time coming out from Top Esports, also banning away Lumao's Bard. And now to you, Yanja once more. Both of these stock standard comfort picks we know for him in the Tahm Kench and the Braum. He's going to have to be on a playmaker, something like the Thresh.
Yeah, and again, those are the champions he looks best on. He's a very aggressive support. He likes looking for those engages, and getting him on something that can be a playmaker but also function as a front line and allow Knight, Karsa, and JackeyLove to be those 3 carries is what we want to see.
The Leona might just be the answer here. It's locked in for you, Yanja, to protect JackeyLove in the bottom side, but also to be that primary engage coming out of the bottom side of the map. Now for the side of JDG. And the set being hovered right here could be towards Lumao in that support position. It's something he's played a good amount of across the course of the split.
Yeah, and of course they also need to blind pick top, which once again we've seen Zoom banned out pretty proficiently. This isn't a champion he's picked up for himself yet. but that is one he's most certainly played. We've only seen him pick up the Gnar as a counter pick into the Renekton, though.
That's the key thing here. This is the first time we're seeing Gnar as a blind pick for Zoom. It's always been an answer to Renekton, and now 369, he answers with a carry. This is the 369 that we wanted to see, him bringing his own dominance to the top lane.
If you're a team that relies on individual skill, that has the best players in the LPL, these are the picks to do it on. We have Knight on his Syndra, we have 369 on the Jace, Karsa performing so well on the Graves. We even have a bit of a front line and the engage set from the bot lane. So you have a lot of individualistic elements you can play through, but also you can see how the team fight and those early skirmishes can work.
And it feels like these two compositions so beautifully define what we expect from these two teams. It's been a bit of a weird series when it comes to compositions, but now we see JDG with a scaling team fight composition. And on the other side, Top Esports, they want to win lane, they want to win game, and they want Caster to control the jungle.
The thing that jumps out to me is JDG's comp is very durable, right? You have this tanky set, you have a Nart's going to get tanky in his Mega form, Kindred coming in with the ultimate, to where Top Esports comp is all about burst. So if TS can find those early game skirmishes, those early game engages, snowball ahead, that is the name of the game. If it does go longer, though, JDG's champions will be able to get through those early rotations of spells and be able to take this one.
And I have to say, looking at the player cams, generally speaking, it's felt like Top Esports are in higher spirits, but Zoom, he's got a little bit of a grin to his face, so maybe JDG feeling good on the draft as well. It's maybe split evenly as we head into game number 5 in our rematch of the spring finals. Neither of these teams has ever won the LPL summer before. And JDG, they want their golden year, but Top Esports, they are desperate to prove themselves on this stage and crown themselves as the LPL champions. So we have our dual Gyos there competing with one another as we head onto the map for the final game of the finals here, Lyric. And I have to ask straight off the bat here, when we look at the compositions, who are you looking at here? Who's your favorite?
I really like what JDG have put together because, again, we talked about how it has that durability to outlast what TES have put together. We can even see the Colonel kind of showing it in the later stages. If JDG can get there, JDG are heavily favorited. So TES, it's all about finding these early game advantages. They have a much smaller time window to execute on, but hey, they're looking for it.
They're going to try and make a play at level 1. Yanja getting body blocked by Jackie Love there. As they're just going to back away, don't find anything in the end. And we'll just return to standard lane starts. But look where Caster is on the map right now. He's starting alone on his red buff.
I love that we have triple phase rush topside. It makes sense, right? These have been 3 of the standard runes for these specific champions. As you said, Caster going to start alone topside, so it's denying information to the side of JDG. I like that in the game 5. You don't know necessarily where he's starting.
Look at how they're starting this one off on the bottom side as well. They don't walk into lane until a little bit later, making sure that JDG do not have knowledge of where the enemy is starting, and it's Top Esports that have the Ashe, so that hook shot can't deny any of the information.
Ooh,
face breaker. Yanja, they're going to try and force a fight for themselves. Jackie Love trading aggressively. Both teams will back away, but they're fighting for dominance in this bottom lane before level 2 comes in.
And we even see Karsa pathing towards the bottom side, so maybe going to look for some early action. And it looks like JDG's wave is pushing in, so potentially going to be set up for some good early game ganks.
JDG setting up for this level 2. Lumao will look for a face breaker. Does get onto you. Yanja roots there as well. Aftershock times out. There's a face breaker. One more auto would do it. And the flash forward. Loken and Lumao dropping the L.
Exactly. In game 5 of the final, Loken and Lumao being the ones to step up to punish the rookie support in Yanja.
And Yanja is the one to take that L on this one. Karsa now. He's too late to the play. He wanted to play around this bottom side of the map, but he can't do it without his support.
Nice play coming out from JDG. Lumao didn't even have to use his flash to get on to Yanja, though. Just a bit of a mistake coming out from him. Loken, of course, blowing that flash to get aggressively secure that kill for himself.
And importantly, Yanja could have flashed himself. He didn't expect the flash forward from Loken. He didn't expect the level of aggression that JDG were willing to bring out in that bottom lane.
It's, you know, that reputation, man. It's following him over these years. Even his, competitors aren't giving Loken the respect he deserves.
And let's bear in mind that Lumao, this pick, when you talked about Loken in spring, we talked about the Kalista that was so prevalent for them. It was alongside Lumao on Set so many times. That combo was devastating. And Set, even without a Kalista, still has terrifying amounts of pressure in the early game. Kanavi's moving topside, though.
369 doesn't have any mana.
He's got a ward, though. Zoom not going to start the fight early enough, so Kanavi can't get anything done on this one. And I think Kanavi may be going to suspect that there is a ward there after all. He's just going to have to settle for Crux.
And 369 is going to go check. He, of course, had the Biscuits and Corrupting Potion, so...
The smite comes out from Kanavi. 369 finds himself a 1v1. Kanavi cannot win this early, but with Zoom moving in, 369's got to be careful. Not much mana remaining, but he's still going forwards. 369 showing confidence in this top lane.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's still going to stick around or if he's going to look for an early back and, you know, look for a TP. You're playing a J, so it's not like you save your TP for a play on the bottom half of the map. It is about asserting that lane dominance, getting your own vision, getting your own pressure, and starting to take these turret plates.
Yeah, Jay's not really much of a flanker, it has to be said. He wants to be with the team, and that can be said across the board, really, for top esports. When you look at the way that they're going to function later into the game, it's about finding an Ash Arrow, it's about Leona going in, and the rest of the team there to follow up on the play.
Exactly. It's a lot about this pick potential coming out, the Eugenic Crystal Arrow, a nice Scout of the Week, a nice ultimate coming out from Yuyanja, and then Burst. Those are the two key words you need to understand for top esports composition. For JDG, though, again, it's just, they just need to survive. They just need to get through this early game. They still have strong elements in lane to play around, though, as we saw with the CC coming out from the set if Kanavi wants to look for a gank. Of course, we've seen how the Zoe works, can move to both sides of the map, throw out those Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, and even the Gnar, if you go up top at the right time, Mega, you can find some nice plays on the 360.
Both junglers on the bottom half of the map right now. So the Hawkshot spotted out Kanavi. Karsa, the side of JDG don't know where he is currently, so could try and make a play. Dragon has now spawned onto the map. And this is the first time that we're seeing both teams immediately start to focus on that half. Oh, no way does Loken get caught there. Has to use his cleanse. Ignite came down from Yuyanja, and now he's the one caught. Karsa arrives on the play. They won't quite finish off this Leona. And that was a little bit of an overstep from Yuyanja.
Exactly. They were the ones looking for the engage onto Loken. Sure, Loken had to blow his cleanse, so overall it was probably a net win. Yuyanja using the Ignite as well. But still, we see TS spot lane forced to recall, and it looks like Karsa is going to look for a cheeky Drake.
Yeah, even though his bot lane is recalling, because Kanavi wasn't a part of that play, it's safe to assume he went towards that top side, and it means that Karsa's going to be able to grab this Drake for himself. But it does mean that we are not going to see just a straight-up trade of the Drake for the Herald like we have in previous games in the series. We could still see both teams contest for that Rift Herald.
And I want to see top esports comp contest for this Rift Herald. When we said, hey, they're the comp that needs to accelerate the game, they need to get ahead early on, we want to see them forcing and looking for these early skirmishes.
And I want to quickly mention something that JDG, despite the fact that they've only got one kill on the board, they have a 10,000, they have a 1,000 gold lead. Hang on, we've got Kanavi caught out here. Karsa gets away. Yeah, I can't count very well, apparently.
Massive bias caster coming in right here.
I'm talking about what I want to see. No, I actually predicted top esports, so now we're in game 5. I'm hoping for a TES win. But honestly, I'm completely unbiased at this point. I just want a great game 5. That's all I want out of this one at this stage.
Karsa.
Yagao jumps in. Look at that. That is just gorgeous to watch.
Finding that window all by himself, setting that one up, and we were questioning earlier, do they have the capacity to come back from being 2-1 down to TS? And now we're into game 5. They have the lead that you talked about. Lumao's roaming on the map. Kanavi's here.
Kanavi's already onto Yuyanja. Stun comes out onto Night. Trouble Bubble doesn't quite connect.
He
it means they won't
almost walked into it himself.
Did have the cleanse still available, so I think he would have been all right on the back of that one. But my goodness, we're starting to get into the territory where the teams are waking up a little bit and getting active on the map.
Nice comes in with the Paddle Star Flash and the Red Smite, of course, the passive as well, being a bit of a Lich Bane, so does more damage as well. Enough to burst out Karsa.
Beautifully done here. And Yaga, obviously with the spellbook this time around, it's worth mentioning, all of the other Zoes in the series have been Ignites, or I think we saw Dark Harvest as well. Like, this one is going to be that unsealed spellbook, so keep your eyes on him during these dragons, during these barons. Yagao has the ability to steal those objectives away.
Yep, going for the Spellbook in this matchup. It's not something like the Lucian matchup where, again, Lucian's going to be constantly dashing in your face, looking for those heavy trades. Instead, goes for this type of utility that you get from Spellbook that obviously does much better later on in the game. And when that's already where your comp should completely outperform TES, I like that they're indexing into that even more.
So let's take a moment to look across the board here, because when you look at the CS numbers, we are almost dead even across all of the lanes here. Even with this Jace in the top side for 369, Zoom's doing a good job to stay even in CS. Even the junglers are relatively close as well. But when we look at the gold overall, still very much in favor of JDG. They have that 1,000 gold lead. And as we head towards this Rift Herald, do you give an advantage to either of our teams, Eric?
I definitely favor TS right now, especially looking a bit more at items, right? We see the Blasting Wand coming out for Knight over Yagao as well. 369 sitting on that serrated Dirk, so having that nice lethality. And this just feels like a good time for all of the members of TS.
Speaking of the members of TES, Jackie Love is moving up towards the mid lane here. Has his Enchanted Crystal Arrow available. That's going to be the portal used, but Yagao doesn't get hit, manages to avoid it, even with the Scatter the Weak there. And that's going to be a big ultimate used by the side of Top Esports, but I think with the fact that Loken's still in the bottom side, they should still be able to grab the Herald for themselves.
It looks like he's actually making his way up, though, so potentially going to posture, try and force TS off this one, and buy time for Loken to join.
Zoomin is exhausted, though. He just came out of Mega Gnar, so he is not in a position to fight right now. JDG don't care. They're still going to try and make this one happen. Clean's going to have to be used here by Knight. Forces the flash as well as Yagao tries to follow it up but can't get the damage in. Showstopper across the team. Coming through from the jungler, or from Lumao, sorry. And now Curtain Call across the squad as well. No cleanse available for Knight as he's caught by the Battlestar and taken down by Kanavi. JDG, they wanted the fight and damn well they found it. Now a kill coming out for the top laner, but Kanavi survives with the Lamb's Respite. Looking for a dive now as 369 trying to escape. Jackie Love has no summoners. Yagao cannot miss a bubble.
It's game 5. Yagao takes away Knight's champion and is completely delivering in this game.
Yagao is showing his quality in this game. Zoom now moves to the bottom lane as he's looking for more, and this is something to behold.
We're 3K gold ahead on a comp that definitely should outscale. Top Esports are going to need some magic.
Let's take another look at this, because Knight, this is not the player you expect to be caught out, steps into the bubble.
And it happens twice, right? It's going to happen once again up here. We see Yagao go forward, gets those spells, use it to get the Nimbus Cloak for the speed. Once again, very beautiful bubble comes out, sets up for the burst. They keep going forward. Zoom on the opposite side, taking down Yuyanja. Yagao once again going forward. Kanavi coming in with the ultimate to make sure no one gets bursted out. And again, another beautiful Sleepy Trouble bubble.
And I love that Yagao is happy to walk under the tower to get that one as well. He was tanking the tower, still had a pocket flash available with the Spell Thief. And he has got to be feeling good off the back of that. He's currently got a stopwatch, so keep your eyes on the stasis in this fight. As Top Esports start off the Dragon, it looks like JDG are just going to allow this one to pass.
Yep, Zoom is going to give it up. Doesn't have TP. 369 not showing on the map, so JDG don't feel comfortable. But, you know, this also reminds me of the story of Yagao and Knight's friendship, not only coming from the same city, but they did play on the same team in that PC Cafe, and they actually thought that Yagao was the better mid laner, so they let him play mid on a team where Knight was just filling.
And you know what? This Zoe was the first pick for JDG against a team that is renowned for playing around a Zoe. This had to be a performance and a half out of Yagao. And he's showing up so far. Jackie Love goes out the Hawk shot. Looks like he is going to recall here. I've known him stick around greedily before, though. Looks like he'll finish off the recall. JDG don't find anything.
Uncharacteristic
respect
coming out from Jackie Love.
You don't usually say that about top teams, but Jackie Love is a player of his own kind.
I mean, I love it. I love the disrespect. I love how Jackie Love plays for, you know, every step forward, every minion, but goes for the reset. They are going to give Loken and Lumao room to push this wave in. And once again, we don't have any objectives up on the map. We need to remember that Karsa does have the Rift Herald.
And I just want to remind everyone what is at stake for these two teams here. I don't have time for that because Top Esports are looking to make a play. Lumao is really not the ideal target, so Yuyanja not going to be willing to go for the Zenith Blade here. Dragon's not up for another 3.5 minutes, so Karsa obviously can't find anything in the bottom side for now. But the Rift Herald still in his inventory, and we'll see if he'll go towards that bottom lane or whether he tries to get some gold over to Knight in that mid lane.
Oh, God.
Another bubble from Yagao. Another massive chunk of damage. Knight is struggling in the mid lane. And we've been talking about Knight. We've been talking about Rookie in the LPL. Yagao putting his own name forward.
And he's always had these few champions that he really excels at. He really does look like an S-tier mid laner. It's always been a bit of a question mark once he gets past those. But hey, if you have, 5 to 8 champions that you look like a top 3 mid laner on, I feel like that's enough.
That is called being a world-class mid laner right there. And now Kanavi moving towards the mid lane as the Herald will be dropped on the bottom side of the map. And you can see on your mini-map, JDG are moving over to try and answer the play. Plates go the way of Jackie.
Oh,
another bubble.
He just doesn't miss.
He cannot miss. These are heat-seeking bubbles out of Yagao this game.
Even has the GLP on his W to set him up if he wants to look for another one on Knight, but I want to turn our attention back to the gold advantage because JDG are 4K up. This game is firmly in the hands of JDG, and for TES, at this point, I feel like you're looking at some sort of sneaky play where, maybe you are giving up a turret bot or, a couple wave spot, recalling Jackie Love and Uyanja, rotating them top and looking for a pick.
They're going to deny the recall. 369 is in a whole world of hurt right here. Kanavi trying to chase this one down. Yagao can't get the bubble, though. He will have to back away. 369 surviving. Didn't even have to use his flash here.
Yep, nice play coming out from JDG, but 369 is able to get away. But going back to my point, I feel like at this point, TS are in a position where they will have to sacrifice something to try to get more back on the opposite side of the map. And the harder play to react to would be recalling your bot lane, throwing out that Enchanted Crystal Arrow topside, trying to get a pick on Gnar, and turning that into something with the Herald coming up soon.
We'll see. I mean, Gnar is definitely not one of the champions that's easy to pick off. The Hop keeping him incredibly safe on the top side. Even if he's Mega Gnar, he might just 2v1 you at that point, because Mega Gnar is damn scary at a skirmish.
I kind of actually expect them to go for the opposite when you pointed it out, that they'll probably just give up the Rift Herald, honestly, and just commit to taking the bot lane turret. The bot lane turret's on like 5% HP anyway. But
oh my goodness, look at that top lane difference right now. Zoom is miles ahead of his counterpart. Obviously got the 2 kills during the fights, but already having that Black Cleaver and a Jorum's Fist as well.
I'm just saying, Zoom and top diff seem like synonyms.
That's very true. Zoom making a very clear case as one of the best players in the world. Never mind just in the top lane here. But I want to revisit something I mentioned before of what this series actually means for these two teams, because Top Esports, they've never won the LPL before. Knight and 369 have constantly been trying to prove themselves, and they've got Worlds. They're going to make it to Worlds. But this is so much more than just making it to Worlds. They want to go to Worlds as China's representative. And JDG, they've won LPL in spring. But now, they want to get the back-to-back win. They want to go to Worlds. They want to be the team that the world is in fear of.
There's another part to it as well, as getting first seed, being able to dodge a team like LCK's first place, whether it's a team like Damwon or LEC's first place.
Hang on, Kanavi. He's going to be all right. Unleashed Power used there by Knight. Doesn't have enough damage to one-shot carry just yet, but 369 might. As Yagao has to use his stopwatch for himself. Still has flash available. Arrow going to go wide, and that's going to be a trouble bubble coming through onto Knight. Doesn't use the cleanse, realizes there's no follow-up. Zoom's about to turn Mega. This should be enough of an advantage now for Top Esports to find themselves a dragon. Zoom just leaping away as 369. He's gone too far, and there's some flashes from the Gnar, though. Keeps himself safe. Back onto the dragon they go. Kanavi wants to go for a steal here over the wall. Trying to get into the pit, trying to get himself a dragon. It goes the way of Casa. Luma on the front line, but Kanavi goes down. This fight is going the way of Top Esports. The root comes out from Loken. Curtain Call to follow it up. Yagao has to go huge here, and he does! Onto Uyanja. Knight getting chased down, and he can't escape the Gnar here. Flashes over the wall to keep himself alive. As Yagao wants some more. Trouble bubble goes through. Won't land this time. The root is not going to be happening because no damage has happened onto Jackie Love. Top Esports, they're getting away with murder here, but importantly, now on Soul Point.
Exactly, it was a 2-for-2 overall now on Soul Point. And I'd say the more important thing to this is they're one step closer to getting that Elder Drake out onto the map, because once again, the longer this game goes, the more dire of a situation they're in. They want to get this early Elder. They want to try and pick that one up themselves, and try to translate that into, an early Baron and start to close out this game.
And it's worth mentioning as well that if a Cloud Soul comes through for the side of Top Esports, 369 is going to be comparable to Usain Bolt with the Ghost Blade as well. As you can see, Uyanja getting targeted as the start of this fight, but Leon is tanking.
Yeah, and then we see Kanavi trying to get him around and steal the Drake, which makes him go down quite early. The set also getting taken down by Karsa, but 369 getting burst down on the opposite end. And, you know, I was going to say, we're going to pay attention to the left side of our screens to see that JDG are going to be the ones who are able to take this Rift Herald, and TS not in a position to respond because they still are quite a bit behind.
So, we're toggling vision on the bottom side of the map there. I think it's just that Top Esports... they finished the tower a while ago. I'm not 100% sure here. Loken, he wants to finish this tower off. Needs to be cautious quite how far forward he steps as Carson moves into the play. Yuyanja's off on the side as Kanavi starts off his red buff. Yuyanja wants to contest, so flash forward for the Zenith Blade. In comes Carson with the Solar Flare. The CC is enough to lock him down and finish off the kill. Scout of the Week goes wide, but Top Esports, they're happy with a pick on the jungle.
And those are the types of decisive plays you need to make when you are behind, pulling your trigger at the smallest moment. Great job coming out from Yuyanja.
Jackie Love now slowed by the curtain call, but his lifesteal is enough to just take this one. He's happy on the front line
He doesn't
to just
care.
sit there.
I love that.
The disrespect as well. It's beautiful.
And just look at his face. His facial expression is just still as calm and serious as ever.
I mean, when you think back to the Trash Talk video, like, Jackie Love was the one guy that was just not afraid. This was beautiful from Yuyanja.
Yep, Flash, Zenith blading in, throws down the ultimate, and then Karsa with the burst combo to make sure they pick up that kill in the end.
We're on the pro view. The camera just stays exactly in the middle of the fight the entire time. Really nicely done here from Yuyanja, and it's so good to see Yuyanja performing in the final. The most criticized player on this entire team. A lot of people were saying that he wasn't worthy of Top Esports. Yagao, is he going to be able to do it? The minion wave ruining everything, but the Paddle Star to deny the recall, dodges the stun, but it's actually going to come through in the end anyway. Kanavi jumping underneath the tower, but Knight with the Phase Rush gets out.
Phase Rush is absolutely busted. It's showing us why right there. Also the Nimbus Cloak coming in once he procced the cleanse, so getting a ton of value from that movement speed.
The flank here, but they're not going to go for anything just yet as JDG now push into the enemy jungle. They've got to start to find some significant advantages. 1.5 minutes until the Dragon at 369's been found. No flash available, and he will be collapsed upon. Karsa's here as well, but that might just be a bonus kill. Kanavi gets the first one, and they will back away off the back of the play.
369 was so close to being able to get away. Sadly, in the end, he's not. Just going to be a nice bit of gold for the side of JDG. Also, Kanavi going to be able to pick up another mark on the Scuttle Crab. And just going to be a bit more control before this next Dragon comes up in 1 minute.
We'll have to see, because this Dragon is going to mean everything for the side of Top Esports. They would love, and even though it's a Cloud Soul, sure, it's not the most impactful soul, it's still going to matter when you've got this much hard engage on your team to follow up with that movement speed, the 10% passive movement speed on top of it, and then more importantly, getting yourself towards that Elder Drake. That 50-50 can be their win condition.
Exactly. When they're 3K gold behind at this point, again, it's looking like more dire and more dire as the game goes on. Getting yourself in that position where you have the 50-50, but I kind of like what TS are doing right here. We saw Karsa hiding in the brush. It looked like they were going to potentially set up a bit of a cheese play, but instead not going for it. They just have them group mid, push out for Pile. 369's making his way over now.
Here we go.
And even Zoom. Zoom's Mega's going to be down.
Mega is going to be down. It's still 15 seconds until the Drake comes up, but Zoom, he's not going to turn into Meganar for a little while here. And as we head into this, what looks like it's almost definitely going to be a team fight, what have I got to keep my eyes on here, Lyric?
Definitely the CC coming out from Yuyanja, and then the burst from Knight. If Knight can get off a massive ultimate and just take Yagao or Loken out of the fight, that's what will be key for JDG. It's Kanavi's ultimate.
Okay, keep your eyes out for that Lamb's Respite. I'm looking at Yagao, I'm looking at Knight, I'm looking at these mid laners that have been really the story of this game. Ooh. Herald in the mid lanes coming down. Lumao easily dodging the arrow, has to flash away from the Solar Flare and the Zenith Blade. Now JDG onto the Dragon, but they've got to be cautious on this one because Karsa's around and he has his smite available. Karsa one level up in between the junglers. Lamb's Respite denies the smite from Karsa, and that should mean that Kanavi can get the Drake, but it's healed up a little bit. And in the meantime, Top Esports are looking for the fight. Oh no! It was Knight that gets the Dragon, but he answers with Jackie Love's life. Karsa's stuck in the bit, flashes out of the play, and now Knight chased down. Zoom's about to turn Mega as he jumps over the wall, but he won't follow up on the play here. It's one pick for a Dragon Soul, and Knight, you go. What? He missed!
Oh my god!
Yagao missed!
He's had a great game so far, but That was hard to watch.
That was...
I mean, he didn't have vision, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, it was blind, but still unfortunate there.
It was sad.
It was very sad for Yagao. He's still 3-0-3. He's still having an amazing performance. A tier 2 goes down.
His Sleepy Trouble Bubble hit percent is still like 99.3 or something.
He's still doing pretty all right on this Zoe and against Knight as well. But Knight, we've been criticizing him this game. He's been the one getting caught out by Yagao, but takes the dragon. He doesn't have a spell, but he doesn't have a smite. He just gets
I can't believe Kanavi missed that one because, like you said, use the Lamb's Spite. It prevented the smite from Karsa. He smited too early. The dragon was able to stay alive. And then once we get back to the dragon smite, Kanavi smited too early, and it allowed the Syndra to pick it up.
And the heal out of the Lamb's Respite, getting the dragon back up to 1,500. Him and JDG had to kind of focus on the dragon instead of the team fight as well. They were able to pull out an advantage in the end. Minion wave will be cleared by Loken. Facebreaker onto Yuyanja. TP coming through from Zoom as well. Oh no, it's from Yagao, I'm sorry. Ignite comes in. Yuyanja's gone. See you later. Lumao with the kill there. And now JDG, what more can they find? Yagao looking for a trouble bubble. He's going to go over the wall straight onto Knight here, but he doesn't quite find it. The follow-up route won't happen. JDG back in control of the map, though. Oh, hang on, Knight, you've stepped too far forward. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have anything. Has the cleanse, though, and keeps himself safe. Somehow it's turned around, and Kanavi's the one to fall.
And once again, the Phase Rush plus the Nimbus Cloak probably give you enough movement speed to get behind the other members of TS and make sure that Paddle Star doesn't take him down.
And I want to explain my prediction quickly here. Actually, no, I don't have time.
Don't explain anything.
He's going to go for a play, but Zoom is here. Zoom's happy to take a 1v1. He's on this now. He's about to turn Mega, but Karsa deters the play. I want to explain my prediction quickly, because Top Esports, I predicted them 3-2, and you know the difference maker is the clutch factor on this team from Jackie from Knight, from 369, across the board. I feel like in these clutch moments, it's Top Esports that can come out on top.
Yeah, and clutch factor is a term you hear a lot in maybe other esports, but not as much in League of Legends. But it definitely feels like a word that belongs in LPL when you do have players like Knight, like Jackie on other teams, like Rookie, even on JDG, right? Players like Zoom many times being that clutch player. But I agree with you, when you look at Top Esports across the board, so much experience, so many of these clutch players who step up in big moments.
But the big question will be, can Top Esports live up to that reputation? Because so far in this game, it has been JDG with the clutch players, specifically Yagao, who's looking for more nearly one-shots Karsa. That was Unleashed Power used by Knight for just half of Yagao's health. It's not often you say just half of someone's health, but there you go. When it's compared to what Yagao's doing, it's not enough.
That is the best part, right? To where he is the most, I don't want to say overlooked, but he's not one of the stars of this team.
I'd say he's an underrated mid laner for sure.
Yes, underrated is definitely a fair word, but at the same time, right, he's not the star of this team. He's not what the team is built around. And it's so amazing to see that in Game 5 of the final, he is the one who I'm sure asks for that first pick, says, hey, give me the Zoe, I can carry on the Zoe, and then we see it come out here where he's, again, had an amazing game.
Let me take out my hot buddy in style. That's what he's saying in the draft. And so far, it's looking incredible, but Knight, certainly no slouch right now. He has his Spellbinder as well as the Ludens, so he's only going to get stronger. Top Esports managed to find their way into this mid lane and grab their second tower of the game. But more importantly than towers, Baron is on the map right now, and Elder is spawning in 2 minutes' time. We are getting towards the game-ending objectives, Lou.
You know, Munchables, real quick, I'm not a fan of when you go, it's not Morello, but like Oblivion Orb item in general into Merc Treads, not getting the max value of, you know, like either of that pen. So, interesting build coming out from Yagao. And, you know, of course we know Chad is molding about Morello in general.
That's true, but let's be honest. There are a great many things in the LPL that are suboptimal, to say the least.
Oh my god.
But that's why we love it. That's why we're here.
It's more than many. It's, I'd say, most things.
Probably true here, but you know what? The individual play is what makes it all right. And Yagao, you know what? He's earned the right to build whatever he damn well pleases.
I'm going to say, because I'm sure maybe after this fans are asking, well, why are they building Zeniths? Tell us why. Honestly, I'm sure a lot of it is based on feel. It's not the math that, you know, you guys are pointing out. It is based on, like, hey, he can get faster stats if he just finishes Morello now. It feels good.
So, Elder Dragon now spawning in 45 seconds. And Lyric, I asked you before the last dragon was taken, what to look out for in this fight, I'm going to ask you once again, because it feels to me that Knight can be a massive factor.
Exactly. I'll just point out who we need to look out for TS. And to me, it definitely is still Knight and Yuyanja being able to find that first combo out. Because the fact is, again, JDG just have so many tools to play through this fight that Knight has to be the massive difference maker.
Zoom is on 3 items as well. He is going to be scary when he hits that Mega Narf form. This time around, he's not exhausted before the fight, but the CC chain is there, and JDG are gone from this one. 2 picks right at the start of the fight, and that means Top Esports, they can go to Elder.
And we saw the ultimate coming out from Yuyanja was so beautiful. That was the clutch factor you were talking about, Munchables.
Yuyanja's going to be stunned up, though. They can't quite finish the kill on this Leona, and it's turned around onto Loken.
Well, Leona's dead, but you get a kill on the enemy AD carry. That is definitely worth.
Yagao, you got to have a highlight moment and a half here, but it's not going to happen. And now 369 is the one to find himself some highlights, getting a kill onto Yagao. And suddenly Zoom, he's awfully lonely on this map.
They come into the game, they pick red side despite the fact that blue has won every game. They fall behind early on a comp that looks like it needs to get ahead, and they find those key engages to win out.
And this with JDG ahead in gold the entire time.
They're
but
still
when
ahead.
it comes to the perfect moment, it's JDG, the apple crumble before our eyes.
And, you know, this game is obviously not over. This game is still extremely close, but Top Esports with the Elder, with the Baron, are in a dominant position. And Knight was the one who set it all up. Key Scatter of the Week coming out, chained into the Leona ultimate with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to follow up to set it all up. Knight was struggling this game, but is showing up in the moment that it matters.
This has been the game that he has not been able to have an impact. And then finally, when Elder comes up, when it is the most important moment of the entire game, it is Knight that steps up to the plate to make the play happen. And now it's Top Esports with a minute on Elder buff, with 2 minutes on this Baron, that can try and put their foot down on this series.
And they have great siege potential coming out, right? They have the Jace poke flying in, the volleys from the Ashe, the Syndra Scatter of the Week that can set everything up.
And JDG, they've got to do everything that they can to contest here, because let's bear in mind, this is Top Esports. If you let them have the inhibitor, they will not stop at the inhibitor. They will keep on pushing, and they will end the game. 50 seconds now on the Elder as Top Esports push in. There's no way for JDG to contest in a team fight. They're going to allow this inhibitor down. The question is, what else can Top Esports get?
They want everything.
They want to end the game, that's for sure here. Loken forced out by a shock blast out of 369. Trouble Bubble comes through onto Knight, but he's going to get out with his life for now. Kanavi forced into the Lamb's Respite as well. A lot being used as Casa dashes out of the curtain call. 369 fleeing from the play. JDG hold on.
Yep, lucky for the side of JDG that TS don't have much of a front line.
Zoom's gone in, but this is a little overzealous. Elder buff is still in play right now, and Zoom is going to fall. That could be everything. As Top Esports now with a man advantage, they re-engage this siege.
And Jackie Love once again flashing forward into danger.
No way they're going to make this one happen, but the damage out of Yagao, that might be enough to force them back. Jackie Love steps forward. In goes Loken, though, and he finds Knight. This is the turnaround for JDG. Yagao jumps forward, can't find himself a paddle star. Lumao threatening the engage here, and it means they have to back away. Surely, Jackie Love caught by a drop ball, but he has the cleanse. Now he's onto Lumao, but the Haymaker's there. In goes Yuyanja. Try to turn it. AD carry for support. Yagao cannot get back in, and it's going to be Yuyanja falling as well.
Everyone's falling on both sides, Munchables. Loken so clutch walking forward, finding that fourth shot onto Jackie Love. They hold on.
And you know what? I take it all back. It's not just Top that have clutch factor, because Loken and Yagao stepping up.
And look, after everything that just happened, still only a 2K gold lead for the side of TS. But I love that you highlight Loken, because once again, this guy, in my opinion, has truly been the underappreciated member from the side of JDG. He's looked so good this year. And we see Yagao goes forward, gets a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Cleanse comes out. Still TS a bit too far forward. Loken able to find that nice hit onto the side of Jackie Love.
It wasn't even a fourth shot. That was a normal auto, and it just annihilated Jackie Love. That is terrifying. Knight and Jackie Love both assassinated by Loken.
And guess what, Munchables? 2 minutes until another Elder Dragon. We get to do it all again.
This is the final game that I was praying for, Lyric. Look at the gold right now. It's only 2,000 in favor of Top Esports. They've got the Dragon Soul, but it's only a cloud, so it's not the end of the world. Karsa popping the Ghost Blade here. I thought he was going to make a play, but nobody's in the bot lane.
I also want to highlight that he did go that like full lethality build, right? So he's all about bursting down the prime carries from JDG. It's not about hitting frontline.
This goes back to what you were saying earlier on in the game, that when it comes to straight up scaling, it feels good for JDG. Lumao just about dodges the stun here. Answer from JDG in this bottom side means that Top cannot push to the tier 2.
And like you were saying, right, it seems like that's acknowledging that they know they don't win scaling, that they know they need to win out in picks, in burst, and they're going to index into that region heavily.
Zoom out here. Going to be alone trying to clear this wave. Top Esports is still going to stick around. It's 1 minute until this Elder. They're going to need to get a reset if they want to be able to contest here. They need to get some extra items if they have the chance. 369 is going to shove this wave in. And then look to head back to base because we've got Elder in 50 seconds, Lyric. And once again, this is an objective that can end the game.
And I love it. We see Yanja coming out from base with 2 control wards. Even Knight coming out with the control ward, being a bro, trying to set up his team correctly.
Hang on.
Navi.
Navi moving in here. And it feels so good to see Loken performing so beautifully after being removed from Top Esports at the end of last year, coming into 2020 now against his old team. But it's Lumao that's caught out by the Crystal Arrow here. Nice ult from Kanavi, keeps the team alive, but that's a big ult on cooldown. The stun there, but Kanavi gets out with his life somehow. Yagao keeping everyone at bay, but these shock blasts are doing so much work.
And I mean, now Kanavi has to back, Lumao has to back. This should be an Elder for TS. Oh, he's actually farming up and healing up. Lumao as well, of course, is set, does have that passive health regeneration.
And you know what, JDG, they didn't have an option to just give this one up. They have to fight right now. Shock Blast goes wide. Zuma's had to go back to base to contest the minion wave that is on their Nexus towers right now. But he's going to be about to turn Mega as he teleports into the fray. Knight looks for the stun, but he won't find it here. Elder resets, and it's JDG now that are on the objective. Looking to burn this one down as Dracula gets onto Lumao, who's incredibly low. Kanavi falls, his ult wasn't available, and it's going to be Top Esports winning out the fight. Top Esports winning out the series as they take Elder. A stun through onto Yagao, and it's 369 to finish the fight.
Exactly, these players have been waiting so long to do it. Karsa and Dracula have been here before, but 369 Knight and Yanja are ready.
They're moving down the mid lane, and Top Esports will not stop for nothing. This inhibitor doesn't mean anything to them. There's only one Nexus turret remaining, and Top Esports will destroy it. The old guard have fallen, and a new era begins in the LPL. After years of denial, the second place was no longer good enough, and Top Esports are your LPL 2020 champions!
恭喜，再次要恭喜我们的滔博战队。
Congratulations again. Top Esports, you are able to get the championship for the summer split.
Nice， 太棒了！我们邀请大家一起来到我们的
So we invite all of you to get on the stage and share about your exciting emotions right now. So let's from Casa share about your feelings right now. I'm very happy that we're able to get this LPL trophy. For Jackie Love, I'm quite excited right now because this is my very first LPL summer title, and in the 5th game we were able to make a comeback, so I'm very happy about that. Although you didn't manage to get on the stage, but as an important member of Top Esports, how do you feel? So I really give my appreciation to all of them. And how about tonight? I'm very happy because in the 5th game I even thought we cannot get this champion, but with this victory I'm quite happy. And for 369, for some games I didn't perform that well, but generally I'm quite happy about this. And for our coach, I really appreciate all my teammates. And this is a new record for Top Esports with this LPL trophy. And for Chu Chu, I think Yu Yanjia played so well, performed so well today. I'm very happy about him. And lastly, Yu Yanjia, how do you feel? I'm quite excited, and I really appreciate all the coach teams and also all my members. So, what's your next goals and expectations? We want to have a good performance in the World Championship. So I believe you are going to have a good momentum and a good mentality to try to face against with the following matchups. And now we're going to invite Mr. Jin from TJ Sports to present the reward check for our champion group. So let's invite Mr. Lin.
所有支持和喜爱滔博战队的朋友，可以隔着屏幕为他们欢呼了。感谢 Leo。
For all the people that are supporting Top Esports, you can yelling for them behind the screen.
Leo 先留步一下，而接下来我们将会留有一个很大的悬念和期待。那究竟我们的
And then, who's going to be our FMVP for this summer final? Congratulations, Knight! You are the FMVP for this summer final. And we are going to invite Mr. Jin from TJ Esports to represent the medal for the FMVP. 2020 LPL Summer Split FMVP will be Knight. And we're going to take a photo together.
谢谢，请望向镜头。好，再一次感谢 Bobby， 谢谢 Leo， 谢谢你们，可以先休息一下，谢谢。
Congratulations again, and I really want to give thanks to all the guests. And for Knight, with this FMVP title, how do you feel?
那就赛前说了，我一定要替队友们，就还是再努力下去的。
Like previously, I didn't perform that well, so for this time, I really want to give this trophy for all my teammates. And for our next goals, we have already been the first seed, so as representing the LPL region, we are going to perform better in the future.
接下来所有的时间 都是属于你们，尽情的捧杯狂欢的时间，恭喜你们！
And then the remaining time is for you guys. You guys can celebrate together and bring that trophy together.
It's a beautiful thing to watch there, and it just feels so good to see Knight finally win himself a trophy. The same for 369. They came second so many times in the past, and now they will be denied no longer. They get to write their names in the history books of the LPL.
You know, I'm probably an outlier, but the most wholesome part for me was when they asked Chocho, "Hey, how do you feel?" And he's like, "Man, I'm so proud of you, Yanja. Like, what a nice bro, what a mentor as well." Because obviously Chocho now plays support, before was an AD carry, and has been a long-term veteran and has helped shape you, Yanja, who's again improved incrementally over the year and definitely had a solid performance in this final.
And it feels so good to see everyone on the side of Top Esports having a great series here. Felt the same on both sides of the board, honestly. I don't think either team had a significant player that didn't perform here today. We had such an incredible final, and Top Esports as well. Like, the individuality. Knight was having a rough game 5, but comes through at the last second, gets that scat of the week that wins them.
The thing is, think about it as well. These teams have now played 2 best-of-5s this year, and they're now 5-5. Like, they are completely on equal ground. We're going into Worlds. Maybe we get the matchup once again.
I certainly hope so. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen between these teams at Worlds. And not even between these teams, but like the rest of the world, you better be nervous looking at that final, because my God, these teams look scary.
Exactly. And another thing I want to mention is what we talked about in game, that Top Esports are now first seed. So they will not have to go into a group with, again, a potential Dom1, a potential G2, you know, whoever comes out ahead in these regions, to where JDG now, the water's going to be tested, not necessarily for them when I think about it.
Yeah.
I feel like the other regions first
I feel like
seeds,
everyone else should fear the group that JDG is in.
You know, congrats, again, DRX, Dom1, whoever wins LCK or EU, like, you get JDG in your group.
It's like,
best of luck. Good
luck fighting for the second seed of the group. We got some highlights of our series here, because my goodness, were there a lot of highlights. Jaculov playing so beautifully on this Ashe as well.
Yeah, it looked good, and this was the fight that Knight, of course, found the massive pick on. He set up the scout of the week and brought them into the game, and this play, in my mind, really won him that finals MVP. And then we see them once again, they continuously would go towards this Elder. Yanja almost looking like he's going to get picked off, but the other members walk forward. All the bursts coming out from the combination of Knight and 369. Zoom trying to go in to make a big play. It was completely understandable. Yanja follows up, goes too far forward. And this was the Loken highlight, if I remember.
Yeah,
we don't actually get the Loken highlight because he lost.
JDG lost, so they don't get
But
any
it was
highlights
cool.
on this one. It was a lot down to how Jaculov performed during that final team fight, able to chase people down. And I have to say, I'm so happy for Knight this split, not just in terms of him winning the championship, which obviously incredible from him, as we see Jaculov just destroy Lumao here. But most importantly, getting the regular split MVP and then getting the finals MVP. What a way to enter the world stage.
It is definitely, like, been way too long for Knight not to make a debut on the international stage. Of course, he's played at things like Rift Rivals, like MSC this year, but truly being on the world stage, especially in your home country, is going to be something to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And people kind of discrediting MSC to some extent. It's great for Top Esports to finally have a championship that nobody can discredit. Nobody can discredit the LPL Summer Finals. This is one of the most coveted trophies in the entire world of League of Legends, and certainly with how LPL have been performing internationally recently. So amazing stuff out of Top Esports, and what a heartbreaking way for the series to end for JDG as well. After such a incredible year, they're still going to be going to Worlds second seed. There's still a great future ahead of them, but it's got to be heartbreaking to lose at that final moment.
Like the heartbreaking part is like, okay, well, blue side, check. Take away the enemy mid laner, check. Oh, have a scaling comp and have like a 4K gold lead, check, and then it's gone. You lose.
The hardest thing for JDG is that This is a team that was built around Kanavi in the jungle. Kanavi was the guy that got caught out multiple times on the Kindred in this last game. Missed the smite on that Cloud Drake that got the soul in favor of top esports. A couple of moments there that Kanavi is going to be regretting going into Worlds. Still makes it to Worlds, still gets second place in the LPL, which is certainly not anything to sniff at, but he's going to be beating himself up when he goes to bed tonight.
That's true, and I mean, this is going to be one of the ones you look back on and obviously going to have a lot of regrets. Again, at least for them, you went to 5 games against TS. It was back and forth. I feel like this is one of those series that, as a coach, you tell your players, hey, you know, everyone's a winner. Of course, everyone is, everyone's still going to beat themselves up. That feels like a participation trophy, right?
Yeah, it's like everyone's a winner. It's like, yeah, sure, but they're the actual winner. So
they have a trophy.
It's like the emotional win, not quite as valuable as the actual win. And I have to say, just top esports, 369 as well, looking so good on this chase, showing that he has more than one style, showing that he can play the carries, he can play the tanks, he can play whatever his team needs. And Yuyanja, I'm just so excited for Yuyanja stepping up to the plate and being the support that this team needed.
It's just going to be so great for him, even looking ahead to next year, to where your full year, you made it to 2 finals, you won one of them, you're now going to Worlds. Like, the amount of experience you've accrued in 1 year is like 5 years in another region or on a middle or bottom tier team. So it's going to be nice for his growth. And I'll take a step back and talk about 369, because the thing that's great about him to me is that, sure, I don't think his final was as good as his semifinal, but still, if his final is like a 5 to 7 out of 10 and his semifinal was like an 11 out of 10, that just shows why this guy's so valuable, because you're always either going to get a decent performance or an absolute standout who's going to carry the game by himself.
And people always talk about him rolling a 3, 6, or a 9, right? But him rolling a 9 is like any other top laner playing 12 out of 10, you know? Like, his ceiling is so exceptionally high. And it can be said for everyone across the team of top esports. Like, when we talk about JackieLove, who played incredibly across this series, maybe the center game having a couple of rough moments, but generally speaking, played so beautifully. Like, his skill ceiling is just unbelievable.
I mean, even the setting game, I remember so many clutch flashes where he clutched, you know, got the slow onto the enemy and it set up the kill. So
I guess it was more Yagao playing well than JackieLove playing well.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, it comes with how he plays, right? That sometimes it caught out. And I think that was the game of, well, every other game Loken was on Ash. I was going to say he got hit by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, because I feel like Loken also had a pretty decent series, which just highlighted how much better that JackieLove played, because JackieLove, as always, a standout.
And it feels fantastic to see JackieLove as well. Winning out in a final here when he's not relying on the Ezreal, he's not relying on the Kai'Sa, these picks we were expecting, these comfort champions for JackieLove to come through, playing the meta champions and still looking amazing.
Well, and this hasn't been a widespread opinion, but it is one I've at least seen touted a little bit of, like, well, you know, JackieLove had the Shy, JackieLove had Rookie. How good is JackieLove really? Well, okay, you saw players like Knight on your team, but you look at how top esports is performing before JackieLove joined. They were not doing good. They were like a middle-tier team at best in the LPL, really struggling. JackieLove comes in, they make a finals, they get an MSC trophy, now an LPL trophy. This man can't be doubted.
And I think a lot of people over in the Western fan bases maybe don't realize, like, top esports started this year off in pretty shaky form. They had Photic as the AD carry. JackieLove comes in, and it was a complete about turn for this team. They went from 0 to hero, and so much of that can be credited to JackieLove in that bottom lane. And my goodness, has he grown into the role, and it feels like Kai'Sa as well. I mean, Kai'Sa was always going to make it to Worlds. Kai'Sa always makes it to Worlds, but for him to win the championship just feels so fantastic.
The thing I love about Kai'Sa is, if you guys got to see the Trash Talk video, I feel like it's very representative of, like, Kai'Sa as a person in his play, because it's just so troll. It's so, like, he doesn't care. And, like, there's, like, standout moments in the Trash Talk video where he actually does Trash Talk. That's, like, his play, right? All split long, it's like, it's okay. He's doing his job. And then in playoffs, like, bam, this guy is here to carry.
The opposite for JackieLove.
Yeah.
JackieLove in the Trash Talk video, like, everyone else is kind of jovial, laughing, beaming. And then JackieLove comes in with, like, the stone-faced, I am going to destroy you. It's not even Trash Talk. He's just threatening him at that point. Enough of our waffling. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk, where I believe we have an interview with one of our champions.
Hi guys, welcome to the interview. This is Wendy, and we have invited Kai'Sa to join us. So could you say hi to the audience first?
大家好，我是 TES 代 Kai'Sa。
So congratulations on today's victory, and I believe this is the first LPL title for top esports. So in this very meaningful moment, how do you feel right now, and how do you like to comment on your performance generally for today? 那首先恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利，相信这也是滔博队史上的第一个 LPL 的一个冠军。那么在现在这个意义非凡的时刻，你的现在心情如何呢？又怎么样去评价自己整体的一个表现呢？
今天表现的还算可以吧，因为对阵的是很厉害的卡纳比嘛。然后我觉得拿到这冠军也代表我们是在 LPL 最强赛区的，就是我们也做到了我们自己就把自己水准发挥出来了吧。
I think I performed quite well today, and also I'm able to face against with Kanavi. Is also a very strong jungler in LPL, and also we're able to get this champion from LPL region. I think it also means that we are a very strong team. We have performed as ourselves. So my next question is, you have mentioned Kanavi. Definitely Kanavi performs quite dominantly in this summer split. So how do you feel about facing against this old spring rivals again in this summer final? 那你刚才是提到了，就是面对的是卡纳维选手嘛，其实他在这个赛季的表现整体也是非常的，就是表现非常的出色的。那么你在夏天再次遇到了这样春节的老对手，是有什么样的一个感想呢？
主要跟他交手的次数也蛮多的嘛，所以就觉得说，可能对上他的话，还是更了解他的一些很多习惯跟路线吧，所以自己没有什么太大压力。
Actually, I've performed against with Kanavi for lots of times, so I'm quite familiar with his jungling passing, and also so I don't feel much pressure on this. So my next question will be, actually for today's best of 5, there's so many unexpected picks appears on the stage, and also you have picked the Gragas in game 3, which is uncommon to see in current meta. So could we know why did you guys make this choice in this crucial finals? 那么其实在今天的比赛中也出现了非常非常多就是大家意想不到的 BP 选择。那在第3局你是选出了9桶这样的一个角色，其实在现在的版本它并不是非常强力的一个打野英雄。那想问一下，为什么会在这么重要的决赛拿出这样的一个英雄选择呢？
主要我们第二把第3把吧，然后我们中单是选择了一个卢仙嘛，然后我想说就是因为卢仙是 AD 英雄嘛，所以我们还是要补一些 AP 伤害在里面。
Actually, in game 3, our main laner Knight have chosen Lucian, which is an AD champion. So as a jungler, I want to choose some AP champions. So I think Gragas will be a good choice. And so my next question will be, once again, this final comes into the 5th game. So after the 2-2 scoreline, how did you guys manage to stabilize yourself and also prepare for the very last matchup? 那么下一个问题是，就好像历史重演一样，今天的决赛再次打入到了第5局。那么在2-2的比分之后，你们是怎么样去稳住自己，然后调整好心态去迎接最后一局的决胜局呢？
其实也没有特别去调整什么吧，因为我感觉今天打下来的话，我觉得我们状态还是比京东要好很多吧。然后我觉得我们输的局基本上都是我们自己浪掉的吧，所以我们就基本上就稳住心态，然后正常的去玩而已。
So actually we didn't do much preparations or the changes. Actually for today's momentum, our momentum is better than Jingdong Gaming, than our opponents. So we just calm down and stabilize ourselves and play by ourselves. So that's why I think we are able to get the victory. And also in game 5, actually the opponent's team was in a lead from the very early stage. But you guys managed to get a very clean comeback with a decent team fight around the Elder Dragon pit. So could we know who made the shot call there and what gives you confidence to just make this hard engage even though you're in a disadvantage? 那其实在第5局的时候，对面前期是打得非常凶，而且一直都有一定的优势。那么你们是怎么样就是能利用一波非常漂亮的在远古龙坑团附近的一波团战，然后来整个的打回了一个局势？而且在那一波你们尽管是个不利的条件下，又是谁来进行了一个指挥，然后去勇猛的进行了一波开团呢？
主要那个时间点是我们阵容比较强势的一个时间吧，然后指挥的话，我觉得我们队的风格就是5个人都是指挥吧，就是看谁优势大，谁就会讲话比较多。
Actually, for the shot callings, we all of us are the shot callers. Who has a very good idea, we will just follow him. And also at that time mark, I think our compositions is very strong. That's why we just made the hard engage at that time point. So my last question will be, this World Championship actually is coming up soon. And there's so many fans all around the world are looking forward for top esports on the international stage. And also for this year, you are going to represent the LPL region with the top seed for that first trophy. And you are the veteran for the international tournaments, but some of your teammates, this will be the very first time for them to get into the World Championship. So do you have any goals or expectations towards that upcoming journey? 那么最后一个问题，在接下来世界赛也是马上就要到来了，全世界有很多的海外粉丝也非常的期待你们的一个表现和发挥。那其实对于你来说，你是久经沙场的老将了嘛？但可能有些队友还是第一次站到世界赛上的舞台。那么这一次，滔博作为 LPL 的1号种子征战世界赛，你有什么样的一个目标和期许吗？
就虽然我也打过很多次全球总决赛了嘛，但成绩一直都不太理想。但我觉得这次我们就是我们这次是 LPL 1号种子嘛，就还是会自己最大的努力，然后想办法去拿一个好成绩。
Actually, although I'm a veteran for those international tournaments for the World Championship, I didn't manage to get a very good results previously. So for this year, as the first seed of LPL region, we'll definitely try our best to get a good result. So congratulations again. Definitely, we are looking forward for top esports in the World Championship. And this is the end of the interview.
Thanks so much, as always, Wendy, for the translation. And to Casa as well, for coming on the English stream and doing an interview with us for once. But it's going to just about wrap us up for today. And what a day it has been. I have to say, watching Casa chat to the camera there, he has one of the most infectious smiles of any man on the planet. And he's always got a little bit of a twinkle in his eye.
If you ever actually get to meet him, he's also like a very troll guy. Like the trash talk is very emblematic of how he is as a person, because he does not take a lot of things seriously. And that's a really fun guy to be around.
And as he says, like, historically, he's not been able to have the greatest performances at the World Championship. I'm hoping this is the year that all changes in top esports. They don't look like a team that is going to struggle when it comes to international play. We'll have to wait and see. But that is going to round out our finals, so let's have one last look at our bracket and what is to come over the next 3 days as well, because now we have top esports secured as our first seed here and JDG in second place. But our weekend is not done. Our regional qualifiers now begin.
Exactly. Tomorrow will be Suning versus LGD, and the winner of that game will be our third seed for Worlds. The loser of that will play the winner of IGFPX, which will be on Saturday.
It certainly will. And then Sunday will be the final series between the two winners to see who our fourth seed going to the World Championship will be. And which of these teams is going to terrorize people in the play-in stage of Worlds. If you have to go against IG as the seed, that is...
I
just feel terrible.
I love it. I love imagining, like, thinking about the team. Again, I coached in CBLOL last year, right? Think about the team from CBLOL. Think about the team from LJL, TCL. Hey, guys, you're potentially playing a world champion in your playing group. Best of luck.
Yeah, it's going to be something, that is for sure. I cannot wait to see how the next 3 games go. I cannot believe we've had another 5-game final, and Top Esports are your 2020 LPL champions. That's going to do it from us. Thank you very much for watching. And until next time, I'll see you all in Champ Select.